Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, Luis Garavito, Pol Pot. Of course, you can make your own arguments for any of them, or anybody else for that matter. Yet, all these people have one thing in common. They're human. Preposterous people trying to act like monsters, either due to lofty, ridiculous ideals or some primal urge to revolt against society as a whole. It's quite a bizarre phenomenon, yet none of these admittedly sick people have truly fallen into the abyss. Perhaps they've stared down into it, dipped their feet in, but none of them have taken the plunge as a whole. Despite their efforts, they weren't able to separate themselves from their inherent humanity. That's a good thing. They're relatively easy to take down. The bad news is that every once in a while, special cases will arise. In our circles, we call these individuals the Void People, or just voids. Individuals so far gone that they can hardly be considered humans anymore. The cause behind entities like this? Well, I wouldn't know. Nobody really does. Maybe they were born with that latent potential. Maybe they underwent some obscure supernatural transformation. Maybe their experiments gone awry. Aliens from another planet. Shit. Maybe they're literal demons from hell brought here by some fool who just had to conduct some fucked up rituals. Who the hell knows? The only detail that matters is the fact that they exist, and dealing with them is more than a bitch. I'm sure you're familiar with the concept of max security prisons, places where drug kingpins, terrorists, and prolific serial killers exist or sent. The place is meant to contain the worst amongst humans. Well, those are a joke compared to where the voids are kept. At a pair of undisclosed coordinates built in the underground of a tiny island somewhere deep in the Atlantic, there exists a prison unlike anything you can imagine. We simply call it the Chasm. A penitentiary for pure, unbridled evil. A collective evil that would surely yield humanity's extinction in a couple of months if it were allowed to run rampant in the world. Let me emphasize this a bit further. The individuals that require being held there are not merely criminally insane. They are criminally, absolutely out of this universe fucking bonkers. Of course, you wouldn't know about any of this. I mean, why would you? The government would probably sacrifice 1,000 children before they divulge a single detail about the place to a person without high enough clearance. But you know, that's just how they are. Before I came, there were exactly 32 beings confined there, save for 2 that were still being actively pursued through the Brazilian underground and Russian tundra, respectively. That was about all of them in the world. At least, we assumed that was all of them. Can't be sure about anything these days. Each holding cell was fortified to hell, specifically designed to counter and contain the respective void they were hiding. If they managed to escape, there were 8 drones armed with Gatling guns, blades, grenades, and rockets waiting for them within a larger chamber. If they managed to break through that, then 20 guards in mechanized suits would have stepped in. However, everybody understood the futility of that protocol. Those guards were getting slaughtered in seconds, regardless of the void they were up against. Maybe minutes if they were really skilled. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure why any of us regular guards are stationed here at all. Bureaucracy, I guess. Who knows what the government's thinking? If the situation were to ever get too drastic, then there was really only one feasible countermeasure in place. A last resort, so to speak. The higher-ups would have to call in something known as Task Force Void Nova Hammer, or TFVNH for short. I've never seen them in action before, nor do I know much about them. Not that I really want to, though. If you ever find yourself witnessing them in person, then that must mean that you're having a bad day. So why am I disclosing all of this uber-classified information that would either get me killed or thrown in the deepest hole conceivable for the rest of my short life? Well, I'd estimate that there's about a 90% chance I'm going to die by the end of today, And even if I do make it out of this fiasco, my life's never really going to be the same. So fuck it. Here we go. My day started out more or less normal. I was part of the unit guarding somebody named Jim Henniger. Well, that was his real name. Doesn't invoke a lot of fear, does it? That's why we had to call him something else. Since he used to be some psycho-surgeon or something, we dubbed him the Surgeon. Really creative stuff, I know. Standing at 5'7", 135 pounds, we were all required to memorize their physical stats. It doesn't look like much. However, if you ever find yourself in the same room with him, no matter how big and tough you are, you're getting dissected or something. The main danger surrounding him stems from the fact that he seems to be able to teleport on will. 1 second you'll be staring at his dark, lifeless eyes, and after one blink, he'll disappear in a cloud of black haze, only to end up breathing right back down your neck. And for that reason, there's got to be at least 10 sets of eyes on his monitor at all times. There's no way around it. If he's not being watched, he will escape. He's also kind of unkillable. No matter how many bullets you put through his head or blades you plunge in his chest, the guy just won't croak. And once he gets a scalpel in his hands, oh boy. Of course, he's just 1 out of 32, and comparatively speaking, on the tamer side. With that said, my guard shift ended without any incidents. Routine stuff. Following that, I went on a break in the lunchroom with my buddy Sandu. Conversations are usually pretty dry, but at least I can talk to the guy. It's hard to get along with any of the other guards. They're all just weird, one way or another. Anyway, lunch was usually the most enjoyable part of a working day in the chasm. What I didn't enjoy was the blaring fucking alarm and deafening, repeating automated voice blasting the word breach that went off right as I was about to take my chili out of the microwave. I could see Sandu's face drop at the disturbance. "You're fucking kidding me," he mouthed. Now, I'd only ever experienced one minor breach up until that point, and it was from the surgeon. I guess none of us were paying any attention that day. He made it about 8 miles off the coast using a stolen boat, racking up a total body count of 145 in his wake. It took 3 full days to wrangle him back, and 4 more weeks to fix all the damage he'd done to the infrastructure. That was all just for one prisoner. If we were dealing with 3 or more, then our combined efforts as guards wouldn't have stood a semblance of a chance. There had only ever been one major breach in the chasm's history, in which 8 voids had broken out nearly simultaneously. It was also, apparently, the only time that TFVNH had to step in. This was all around 12 years ago, long before I became a guard myself. The aftermath of that, I don't have high enough clearance to know, but I'm willing to bet it was nothing fun. We did have a breach procedure. It was a lengthy document outlining exactly what we were supposed to do and where we were supposed to go. I've read it before, and it's fucking garbage. It's essentially predicated on the idea that we're cannon fodder, and that we're obligated to do whatever we can do to contain the prisoners. If anybody actually followed the procedure, they'd die instantly. "Well, what the hell are we supposed to do?" someone asked. They only got a shrug in response. Except for Swanson, that was. Fucking hated Swanson. The guy seemed to believe that his life's an action movie, and that he's the invincible main protagonist. "Are y'all pussies or what?" he screamed at the top of his lungs, with a stupid grin plastered across his face. "We never get any fucking action. Let's fucking go!" Before anybody could stop him, he picked up his rifle and swung the door open like the giant fucking dumbass that he is. Since the alarm was blaring, we could hardly hear anything that was going on outside the corridors. For that reason, we were all rather shocked upon seeing Morgie the Corgi standing right outside. Imagine some guy walking around wearing a dirty, giant, creepy dog costume. Now imagine that this guy is 7'2", with a voice that's simultaneously deep, raspy, and childish. That's Morgie the Corgi for you. I could see the bravado leaving Swanson's face the moment he laid eyes on the abomination in person. We'd only ever seen him through a screen before. Roof! I always hated it when people tried imitating dogs, but hearing it come from Morgie was a bit different, and a lot worse. Before Swanson could even put his finger on the trigger, his head was smashed into pulp. Morgie began pouncing on other guards, effortlessly crushing their limbs with his oversized paws. He'd switch between running around on his feet and crawling on all fours. The last thing I saw before running out of the break room was Morgie forcing the remaining horrified agents to play fetch with him, using a stray arm. But of course, it's not like I managed to escape anywhere better. The entire place was in a fucking tizzy. The squad leaders were frenetic, attempting to scrape together some kind of suppression force. I couldn't understand why they were so delusional. Are we guards supposed to be badass? Fuck yeah. Due to our field prowess, we were specifically selected from the existing pool of CIA agents and military personnel to be dropped into this godforsaken place. Put us up against a trafficking militia, terrorists, etc. We'll smoke them. But what we can't deal with are things that aren't supposed to exist in the first place. We watch creature features and slasher fics with the inherent understanding that we're watching fiction, a type of visual catharsis for our inherent fascination with the dark and grim. It's not supposed to be real. And we have no idea how to act once we find it standing right in front of our faces. Not even us so-called elite agents, like I said. I'm not sure why they even bothered keeping guards in the chasm to begin with. These were the thoughts that ran through my head as I bolted through the hellish corridors. At one point, I stumbled upon a crowd of guards leering over some rails. Shockingly, they didn't seem concerned in the slightest. "What the hell are you guys looking at?" I asked them. A guard I recognized as Fenton turned around. "This is gonna suck," he grinned, gesturing for me to look below. I didn't even know where I was going, so I didn't realize that I'd wandered into the level right above the weight room. There was a sprawling gym with an abundance of the best equipment obtainable. There was one guard that used it the most. Branko Petrovic. A Serbian-American whose oversized frame hardly makes any fucking sense. I swear, when I first met the guy, he couldn't have been over 7 feet. He's around 8'2" now. I'm not quite sure what kind of bizarre experiments they ran on him, but he sure as hell overdid it. Despite the alarms, he was in the middle of overhead pressing what appeared to be an ungodly amount of weight when one of the escaped voids wandered onto the weight room floor. It was Luz, standing at 6'2", 205 pounds. Like all of the other prisoners, the guy was a complete mystery. His mostly bare body was comparable to that of a bodybuilder's, save for the hundreds of gnarled scars decorating his skin. The more disconcerting part of his aesthetic was the fact that he only had one half of his face. The other half consisted of his exposed skull, with some kind of red electrical current running through his cranial bones. He had the same current running through his hands, which allowed him to savagely electrocute whatever organic material he touched, quickly rendering it into a pile of steaming black mush. I guess that my fellow agents didn't bother reading up on the prisoners they guarded, because Branko never stood a chance. Didn't matter if you were superior to Luz in terms of strength. One touch and you were gone. The only practical way to take him down was by using ranged weapons, and even then, that task was easier said than done. Branko grunted like the dumb meathead that he was before grabbing an Olympic weightlifting plate and chucking it like a frisbee at Luz. It connected, seemingly shattering his ribs. But it wasn't nearly enough to take him down. As soon as he rushed forward, the fight had been decided. Branko attempted to tackle him, a mistake so horrible, his whole body began twitching as his skin made contact with Luz's fingertips. The electricity spread through his giant frame, causing his vitals to shut down within seconds. In no time at all, he was reduced to a heaping mass of scorched flesh on the floor. He didn't even have time to scream. I could see the respective faces of my stunned colleagues drop as they witnessed what they likely deemed as an improbable outcome. Idiots that they were. But truth be told, I was also an idiot for even bothering to stay. Not long after, the sounds of crackling bones and heavy footsteps began emanating from an adjacent hallway, along with the rest of the agents. My gaze shifted towards what was sure to be another incoming menace. The locked metal doors to the corridor were suddenly dented from the other side. A big fucking dent, mind you. It only took one more blow to blast it off its hinges completely. Standing at 6'6" and 242 pounds, and arriving in a haze of blood, guts, and limbs, was the slasher flick-esque killer colloquially known as Wirehead. In congruence with his name, his entire head, save for a single eye, was wrapped in rusty barbed wire. He wore a decrepit old leather jacket and jeans, complete with a large pompadour on top, like an 80s or whatever high school delinquent. Everybody's main concern was the weapon in his hands, a large iron bat wrapped in the same barbed wire on his head. If you didn't die from the impact, which was unlikely, the subsequent infection would surely get you. And don't ask us why we didn't take his weapon away when we contained him. We did. But somehow, some way, we got it back. These things really can't be helped. What the hell's going on, I thought. Breaches happened, sure, but it seemed as if every single fucking void had somehow escaped. How is that possible? In any case, I couldn't afford to think deep into this at the moment. As Wirehead began mowing down the mystified agents in his way, I found myself accidentally making eye contact with Luz from below. I nearly had a heart attack as I began pushing through the crowd, even though I was implicitly certain of the fact that no other location within the chasm would have been much safer. I was still being driven ahead by my fight-or-flight responses, away from the immediate threat. It was kind of funny. I'd been through so many life-or-death experiences that my reaction to adrenaline coursing through my veins had been dulled. Well, it sure as hell got invigorated today. I guess I wasn't paying enough attention to my surroundings because right as I was about to climb a staircase, I felt an oversized arm slam into my chest, knocking me over in the process. I looked up to see another guard, Cade leering down at me. Sure, I was happy it wasn't one of my voids, but Cade wasn't much more pleasant. "What are you running for?" He shot me a smug grin. "There's a breach, isn't it? Why don't we do our jobs here and fix it?" "Oh, fuck off," I spat at him before trying to duck past. No luck there. He caught me by the collar and slammed me into a wall. He certainly had the weight advantage. Still, I hadn't practiced hand-to-hand combat just to be a ragdoll by some asshole. I slammed my elbow down on his wrist, which managed to loosen his grip. I followed up with a knee to the stomach and then attempted to strike his neck. But then he caught my wrist mid-punch. "Nice moves," he said, in an obnoxiously sarcastic tone. He took his palm and rammed it into my chin, nearly causing me to black out. In the meantime, Wirehead was getting closer. "Guess we'll have to take this up another time," he said. "Somebody's got to work around here." I had no idea what he was talking about. I had no idea what he was thinking trying to take on one of the voids, but I wasn't trying to see his delusions through in person. Still in pain from his palm strike, I pulled myself up and began running once more, all while the sound of carnage escalated around me. But there was a glaring issue. I had no idea where I was going. The exits were surely going to be blocked off on the inside. But we have some kind of safe room, I thought to myself. Do we have some kind of safe room? I thought to myself. No, of course we didn't. We were entirely expendable. They 100% expected us to fight these things head-on, even though there was zero fucking chance of victory on our side. There was only one thing I could do here. Survive until TFV and H showed up. Obviously, that wasn't any kind of guaranteed reprieve. But my options were slim. Nevertheless, something rather surprising transpired. Amidst the cacophony of frenetic orders from our supervisors, a familiar voice snuck in through my radio. "Hey, Jason. You alive?" It was Sandu. I picked up my radio and isolated his transmission. "Yeah, where are you, man?" "Block C. Got lucky, found something weird. Might save us, though. Come on." Obviously, there wasn't much information there, but it was better than running around aimlessly. Thankfully, Block C was fairly close, so I was able to make it without running into another void. However, when I got there, it was still as chaotic as ever. I swiveled my head around, trying to spot Sandu. I yelled on my radio, but his response was drowned out by everything around me. As I searched, I began sensing a perplexing, sinister pressure that made it feel as if I was sinking into the concrete beneath me. I hardly had to guess the source. It was Diaxic. 9'5". Who knows how many pounds. Diaxic was compared in appearance to something you'd see in the corner of your room during sleep paralysis. A hulking, faceless figure wearing a sweeping black robe that jerked around in unsettling motions as he, or she, who knows, walked. I wasn't sure how he actually killed people, mind you. As soon as anybody got within a certain distance to him, they'd freeze in place and begin bleeding from their eyes, and then they'd just stay that way forever. Obviously, that wasn't something I was looking forward to. As I looked ahead, I could see unfortunate guards already getting caught in his death zone. In an attempt to avoid a similar fate, I turned the opposite direction and began running. And then I nearly shit myself. Standing about 10 feet away was the undead Nazi, 5'8" and 143 pounds. His name essentially told it all, a man wearing a dirty and tattered SS uniform. with a cracked gas mask covering his face. In one hand, he gripped his signature Kampfmesser 42 blade that was inexplicably unbreakable, no matter what the hell he was trying to do with it. In the other, he held a flamethrower hose connected to a massive tank on his back, which sprayed out some kind of scorching black flame that would supposedly yield pain beyond comprehension, if you were ever to come in contact with it. You could say that I was stuck between a rock and a hard place here. The only other way out was taking the plunge over the rail in front of me, onto a mass of scrambling bodies 50 feet below. Before I considered simply saying my prayers, I felt a hand tug at my sleeve from the side, giving me another heart attack, but this time it was good news, for once. I looked over to see Sandu poking his head out from what appeared to be some kind of hidden door in the wall. "Let's fucking go," he whisper shouted before pulling me in. He closed the door behind him, plunging us into complete darkness. "The hell is this place?" I asked, hardly expecting a detailed response. Sandu illuminated his face by using his phone's flashlight. "Couldn't tell you. But it's kinda fucking crazy." I could hear the Nazi beginning to spray his flamethrower from out in the corridor. I suddenly wondered whether or not Gyaxis' power would apply to other voids. In any case, it was better not to be in such close vicinity to them. So I followed Sandu. He led me down some kind of hidden hallway. The walk was rather long, maybe around 8 minutes, and I eventually found myself in what appeared to be some kind of surveillance or control room. It was still dark, but there was an array of monitors giving off enough light to comfortably navigate around. But here's the strange thing. The place looked kind of haphazard. No chance it was being used by the higher-ups. The monitors were scattered around, connected by a mess of wires to multiple outlets spread throughout the room. There was also only one chair. "Guess this is beyond explaining," I said. "Yeah. No shit, huh?" Sandu replied, before gesturing towards the monitors. "Check it out." What the fuck did we just find? I took the suggestion, letting my eyes drift over to the screens. What I saw would have been normal in any other scenario. Each monitor was streaming a different section of the prison, all displaying the utter carnage that was going on outside. The guards were being ripped to shreds. Some tried fighting, most were running. But what they had in common was the fact that they were all being utterly obliterated by the voids. I could see the surgeon giving somebody a forced lobotomy, grinning like hell while doing so. At the same time, Morgie was chewing on a severed head like a toy. But then I caught something interesting on a screen below. It was Wirehead and Luz, staring each other down. That's when a rather obvious revelation hit me. Of course, the voids weren't only going to kill guards. They were sure as hell going after each other as well. That much should have been apparent from the beginning. I grinned, feeling some kind of obscure hope creeping into my system. That hope was only bolstered when I saw the Nazi utterly dousing Gyaxic with a relentless wave of black flames, with the latter struggling to move forward as a result. Guess these bastards can be hurt after all, I thought to myself. But of course my hope was merely transitory. I wasn't going to kid myself. Even if only one void was left standing at the end of everything. That just means it'll be the strongest out of all of them. We can't stay in here forever. At this point, my future's uncertain at best. Maybe I'll get lucky. Probably not. But in the meantime, I suppose I'll enjoy the show. See how things turn out. To be continued. This place sure gives you the creeps, doesn't it? I couldn't agree with Sandu's assessment of the bizarre room we found ourselves in. The monitors only illuminated the area up until a certain point. However, we couldn't see any walls, which meant the place had to be bigger than what we could have seen. Either by a little or by a lot. We couldn't know unless we decided to venture further into the darkness. Neither of us took that initiative, though, keeping it a mystery. Still, didn't feel like anybody was in there with us, so we allowed ourselves to relax a bit. I took the first sitting shift, lying back in the chair and focusing on the monitor that I deemed most interesting at the moment. Wirehead versus Luz. Who was I rooting for? None of them. Nevertheless, I was morbidly eager to see the two horrific titans square off. Among us guards, we'd created an unofficial tier system, ranking each respective void in terms of the estimated threat that they posed in comparison to each other. The tiers went as such: tornado being the weakest, tsunami, hurricane, which is about mid, earthquake, and asteroid, which is the highest imminent death, get the fuck out level. They were also divided into subdivisions: high, low, mid, etc. With that said, Luz was around a high tornado, while Wirehead was a mid tsunami. A glaring difference between them, but not enough that would make it impossible for Luz to win. You want to make a bet? I asked Sandu, half-jokingly. He chuckled. I know my luck's cursed, but I guess if we don't make it out of here alive, then my debt's null anyway. Luz was more of a defensive combatant, so it wasn't surprising when Wirehead initiated the conflict. He twirled his bat around, still with remnants of guard flesh clinging to it, in a near mocking fashion at Luz. He was a delinquent, after all. Luz hardly reacted, of course. That's just the way that he was. In response, he stepped forward, electricity flickering through his hands and up to his forearms, Wirehead following suit, unleashing a big swing at Luz's head, which he managed to intercept with one of his forearms. Nevertheless, the wires still pierced his skin. Wirehead followed it up with a headbutt. This time, it connected with the flesh side of Luz's face, slicing him up rather gruesomely. But despite his seemingly grievous injuries, he remained unwavering. This was the thing about Luz. He was incapable of feeling any pain. Like I said, his exact origins remained a mystery, but the one thing we knew about him for sure was the fact that he hailed from some kind of ancient clan residing in the Arctic Circle. In fact, he was the sole survivor of an incident that decimated his village, and he was hungry for revenge against the unknown force that did it. After taking the headbutt, Luz was now in striking range. He formed his fingers into an arrow shape and drove them into Wirehead's solar plexus before electrocuting his insides. Wirehead quaked in pain as he swung his bat in a frenzied rage, just about demolishing Luz's ribcage. No reaction from him, though. Instead, he took his other hand and wrapped it around Wirehead's neck. Any normal person would have succumbed to Luz's electrical shocks after a few seconds. But of course, Wirehead was no normal person. Despite blood pouring out of his chest wound and his skin on his neck beginning to bubble, he picked Luz up by the torso and slammed him over the steel railing. He fucking broke his back. Even without sound, the mental audio of a spine snapping reverberated throughout my mind. Unsurprisingly, Luz didn't bat an eye. Wirehead went in for the kill, tossing Luz's body onto the ground before smashing until it resembled nothing more than a mess of bloody pulp and broken bones. But somehow, he was still alive. Among the gruesome pile, I could see an eye blink. Once Wirehead had exhausted himself from his relentless swinging, Luz took his chance. Using one arm that hadn't been smashed to bits, he crawled over and grabbed Wirehead by the foot before scaling him up to his neck. Once there, he drilled his fist into Wirehead's forehead, utterly shattering his own hand in the process. In the end, it was worth the sacrifice. He was able to electrocute Wirehead's brain, finally causing the behemoth to drop. So I guess he won? Sandu asked. I guess. I had my own reservations about calling Luz's performance a victory. By the end of it, all of his limbs and his spine had been shattered, and not an inch of his body wasn't hosting a series of deep cuts. The good side of his face had also been chipped away to the skull, leaving only his eye and half of his nose intact. And yet, he didn't move, with a hint of desperation or concern, calmly crawling away from the scene using his one mangled hand. I could still see the current flowing through it as well, a telltale sign that he was ready to pick up another fight. Nice. Comeback victory, Sandu said. I don't see him making it far, though. Not as a tornado tier. Yeah, but we made all that shit up. Not like it means anything, I responded. Truth be told, I was nearly rooting for Luz at the end there. Something about his resilience resonated with me, as bizarre as it may sound. I scanned the rest of the monitors. While Wirehead and Luz were squaring off, the undead Nazi had burnt Diaxic to a crisp. On another monitor, Morgie playing around with a void corpse that I recognized as Death Shadow. He chose his own name. 3 down, I muttered to myself. Fuck, we got a big one coming up, Sandu announced. I followed his eyes to a monitor near the bottom of the room. He was right. This one was going to be good. Standing at opposite sides of the kitchen were Trench, 6'3", 190 centimeters, and 330 pounds, and Senju, 5'10", and 148 pounds. Trench was a silent entity, dressed entirely in ancient-looking deep-sea diving gear, except for his head, which remained without a helmet. However, you couldn't get a glimpse of his face regardless. It was due to the fact that his features were completely distorted, so much so that if you tried focusing on the details, all you were going to get was a nasty migraine. On top of that, he was invisible in person. Let me explain. If he were standing right in front of you, you wouldn't be able to see him. The only way to get a glimpse of him was through secondary means, cameras, mirrors, etc., which made him all the more dangerous. As for how he killed people, it was either A, by brute force using his monstrous strength, or B, his death aura, as us guards had dubbed it. Similar to Diax's zone, once you were in his close vicinity, you'd feel an astronomical amount of pressure and get crushed on the spot. Comparable to what you'd feel standing at the bottom of the ocean. But that's only if Trench wills it. Sometimes he'll turn the aura off and simply punch somebody's head off. For that reason, he was in the mid-hurricane tier. As for Senju, well, he was basically a psychotic, demon-possessed martial artist with supernatural levels of speed, strength, and agility. He apparently trained in the Wraith style, or the technique beyond human comprehension, whatever the hell those are supposed to mean. When he gets serious, his eyes will roll into the back of his head, and black veins will begin bulging from underneath his skin. At that point, he'll be moving so fast that his motions become impossible to keep up with visually, and a single punch from him will be enough to completely vaporize a human head. But in all honesty, he's one of the least malicious voids out of the bunch. If you're weak, like us guards, he won't even spare you a glance, granted that you stay out of his way. The only thing that he's really looking for are strong opponents to fight. But when he can't find one, he starts to get antsy. And then, problems emerge. We've pegged him as a low hurricane. Can Senju even see Trench? Sandu asked. I guess so, I responded. The question was worth asking, but I wouldn't have been surprised if Trench's aura or invisibility simply didn't work on him at all. It seemed to be the case, and Senju decided to strike first. He rushed forward at an unfathomable speed, directing what must have been hundreds of strikes in succession at Trench. However, none of them fazed the obscure diver. I could see Senju's lips curling into a psychotic grin at the fact. He certainly found what he was looking for. The floor beneath him cracked as his eyes turned white, and his grotesque veins began bulging. If we couldn't see his strikes before, it was beyond impossible now. He rushed forward, unleashing a maelstrom of lightning-like punches, elbows, and kicks against Trench. This went on for about 5 seconds before he was stopped in his tracks. Trench had grabbed him by the throat, still not looking any worse for wear in the process. I could see Senju's mouth, something to the effect of, "What the fuck?" before he was tossed into a metal fridge. It certainly appeared as if Trench was too much of a tank for him to handle. Nevertheless, Senju got back up and cracked his shoulder into place while blood leaked from his mouth. And then he seemed to let out a shriek. Crazy fucker, I thought to myself. What the hell did it take for somebody to become like this? At that point, he'd seemingly given up on technique entirely. Instead, he grabbed a handful of kitchen knives and began chucking them at Trench. While none of them pierced the suit, one of them managed to stick in his distorted head, which evidently dealt some damage. Trench flinched before taking the knife out and throwing it back at Senju, who in turn caught it effortlessly. At this point, he was howling in what I assumed to be some kind of fucked-up pseudo-masochist jubilation. He'd found the weak point. Senju rushed back at Trench, knife in hand, before slashing away at his face. Spurts of viscous, dark blue blood stained the kitchen floor, along with Senju's own face. And soon enough, the knife snapped, and Trench threw a desperation punch at Senju's temple. He managed to block it with his forearm, although I could see his bones cracking from the impact. He leapt back as his arm hung limp to his side, dodging a follow-up haymaker. Throughout everything, a grin remained plastered on his face. His veins were bulging out so hard I found it hard to believe they weren't going to completely burst altogether. With one arm, Senju lifted a metal table and swung it into the side of Trench's head, nearly taking it off in the process. He wasted no time grabbing a large frying pan and pouncing at his incapacitated opponent, knocking them both over in the process. He then took a position atop Trench's body, furiously slamming the pan onto his face. Martial arts, eh? I could hear Senju mutter. After what must have been 250 blows, the pan broke. Trench's head had been obliterated none less than 50 strikes prior. Senju tossed the scrap metal aside and looked up at the ceiling, presumably screaming his lungs sore in sheer combative delight. Well, looks like our tier system means fuck all, I chuckled. Despite the morbid scene unfolding in front of us, Sandu shared a laugh with me. We were at the point where the absolute absurdity and danger of the situation was beginning to fade from our senses. Hell, I suppose we were enjoying ourselves. As fucked up as that might sound. We kept watching as Senju got up and stumbled around, evidently disoriented from both his injuries and successive fits of fighting spirit-induced rage euphoria. He took about 4 steps before his head exploded, throwing the two of us watching for quite the loop. Another figure stepped into the frame, whom we recognized as Satan Bot. 6'11", 535 pounds. I felt a shiver crawl down my spine upon seeing him, somewhat snapping me back into reality. Despite his comical name, Satan Bot had to be one of the most frightening voids out there. Couldn't understand what the fuck he was supposed to be. His body appeared to be robotic, but moved in ways that were too fluid for even the most sophisticated android. Like legitimate metallic flesh. It was honestly maddening to look at. On top of that, he literally resembled the fucking devil himself. Reddish-black scaly skin, metallic shell, a mouth full of exposed razor-like teeth, rectangular slanted crimson eyes, a pair of large mechanical wings, and a long tail ending in something that resembled a 3-pronged spear to boot. For whatever reason, he also had a rocket launcher atop his right shoulder, and a Gatling gun connected to his left hand. No, these were not mechanical modifications. They were literally connected to his body. He was unanimously considered one of the most dangerous voids residing in the chasm, rated at a high earthquake. Even if Senju was at his full strength, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Oh shit, Sandu commented. I was hoping he didn't escape. Well, let's not worry about him for now, I said, turning my attention to another monitor. What my eyes landed on next was utter massacre. Sitting atop a pile of guard bodies that must have eclipsed 6 feet was Hugo Wright, also known as the Brutal Bishop, 6'2", 200 pounds. Like his name indicated, he was dressed in a traditional vicar priest outfit. The only difference was the fact that the cross he wore around his neck was fashioned out of blades. The man himself had long, sweeping black hair and about 14 bags under both his dead blue eyes. It was unclear to us what his real motivations were. It's not like he really followed the rules of any religion on Earth. Despite his outfit, he just went on long rants about the sins of naturalism and the futility of existence, and how, to reach a state of sanctity, you must first reach a clean state. Basically, he wanted to kill every sentient being on Earth, and then himself. He wasn't all talk either. He was certainly strong. We rated him as a low hurricane. After praying to whatever fucked up deity he worshipped atop his pile of corpses, he slid down and began stalking the corridors for some more victims to fulfill his holy objective. Who he came across next couldn't have been more perfect. Kale Silva, also known as Vampire Cop. 5'9", 176 pounds. Kale was rather interesting, being that he was one of the most cooperative voids. In fact, he was the only prisoner that willingly turned himself in. His backstory was interesting as well, and of the few we actually knew about. He used to be a prolific, merciless Brazilian cop who patrolled the most dangerous parts of Rio. It was so much so that he earned a reputation amongst the criminal underground as the Reaper. But he was still only human. During one fateful mission, his entire unit was massacred during an ambush attack by about a dozen distinct gangs who were all unified under the same goal of taking him down. He was the only survivor, but was captured in the process. After being brutally tortured in a warehouse for about 5 hours, the lights suddenly went out. During this period of darkness, the only sounds entering his ears were those of carnage. Every single gang member was being obliterated by some unknown force, and at the end of the bloodbath, he could hear footsteps slowly approaching him, before a deep, raspy voice whispered something into his ear. "There's potential in you. Allow me to bestow you with an opportunity." He felt a sharp pain in his neck before the hidden entity spoke to him again. "Fulfill your duty." And then he passed out. When he woke up, he found himself in his bed, with all the wounds from his torture session just about healed. All wounds except for one. A bite mark on his neck. His appearance had also changed drastically. Pale skin, dark eyes, and fangs. He had heard about the stories, but could hardly comprehend that he'd become one himself. While he couldn't handle being exposed to the sun anymore, he found himself with superhuman strength and regeneration, which he used to brutalize criminals at night as a vigilante. However, it didn't take long for him to go too far. One night, he went into a frenzy, breaking into the house of a suspected rapist and killing everyone inside. Everyone, including the rapist's innocent mother and daughter. His resolve in regards to justice had never wavered, remaining strong no matter what he went through. For that reason, he could hardly live with guilt on his conscience, and walking to the police station he used to work at, turning himself in to his former colleagues that thought he was dead. Of course, the news spread quickly, and that's when the CIA stepped in and transferred him over to the chasm. He put up no resistance. In fact, he deemed the chasm a place where he 100% belonged. Safe to say, he was a rather bizarre case. We still put him in low hurricane, same as Hugo. On the monitor, I could see Kale's lips moving. Wanting to hear what he had to say, I began looking around to see if I could get some audio. Didn't take too long for me to find the volume control panel, which was located right under the middle desk. Thankfully, whoever set this weird place up took the liberty of labeling each switch with its respective monitor. I turned the volume up right in the middle of Kale's spiel. "Dangerous scum. I'm gonna have to dispose of you all before it's too late." Hugo's face remained expressionless. "Scum. An apt description of the ones residing in this place. But I understand that you're also a man wrought with unforgivable sin. I'll treat you no differently," he responded. Kale chuckled. "Wouldn't expect you not to." He took a provocative fighting stance. "Come on, Englishman. Let's settle this." Hugo put a hand on his bladed cross before muttering another prayer to himself. He looked up at Kale, his eyes now a deep crimson. "The atrocities I commit are only in the pursuit of ultimate holiness. I hope you can understand that." Kale grinned. "Yeah, I get it. Crazy people are crazy." As he finished the sentence, he rushed forward in a quick blur, sinking his fangs into Hugo's neck. In turn, Hugo grabbed Kale's head and twisted, snapping his neck in what would have been the most gruesome manner feasible, before plunging a fist into his chest. For the first time, Hugo grimaced. "What's wrong with your heart?" he asked before retracting his hand, revealing severe burn marks. Kale twisted his head back into place before soothing Hugo. Kale twisted his neck back into place before shooting Hugo a bloody grin. "Couldn't tell you, buddy." They traded blows for a few more minutes, pummeling each other into oblivion. While Kale was certainly more skilled and had more tools at his disposal, Hugo possessed more raw power. Eventually, it came to a standstill. Kale had suffered upwards of 20 fatal injuries, forcing his regeneration ability to the brink. Hugo was bleeding all over, had about 6 bone fractures, an eye gouged out, and an ear ripped off. "You're pretty fucking annoying, aren't you?" Kale rasped out. Hugo bent over, coughing up a mouthful of blood. "Likewise." In the meantime, their confrontation had drawn an audience. Coming in from an intersecting corridor was Infernal Gladiator, 6'7", 285 pounds. He was high hurricane. Imagine an extremely buff zombie that was perpetually burning, clad in ancient gladiator gear. That was him. On one of his hands, he gripped a gigantic flaming sword. In his other, he held 2 leashes, both holding respective voids at the neck, crawling at his feet like dogs straight from hell. One was the Freak, 6'10" and 253 pounds, a slouching humanoid monster with strange, flickering eyes and a grin that wrapped around its entire head. The other was the humanish centipede, 6'4" standing height and 372 pounds. A centipede-like creature that had a vaguely human face, covered in 6 eyes, with an iron muzzle obscuring the mouth area. It crawled on 10 colossal, veiny arms. They were both mid-tornado tier, not incredibly powerful. They were merely simple, aggressive beasts that posed nothing but primal bloodlust and strength that was comparable to 3 wild bears put together. For that reason, they were easily converted into disposable weapons by the much stronger and more intelligent gladiator. "Fucking hell," Kale said upon seeing the trio. "That's fucking disgusting." "Bloody abominations," Hugo added. "Nothing but creatures that stain this earth." They both looked at each other and nodded. An explicit sense of mutual understanding between them. I suppose that a few of the voids teaming up should have been inevitable. "Oh boy," I said, turning towards Sandu. He didn't respond at first, instead looking as if he was trying to focus on something that wasn't the screen. "What the hell's the matter?" I asked him. "I think there might be somebody else in here. Don't turn around, just keep watching. Pretend like you didn't hear it," he replied, hardly above a whisper. It's not like I had to pretend. "Hear what?" I thought to myself. Nevertheless, I'd never seen Sandu more serious. I turned my attention back to the monitors while forcing my ears to be alert. About 10 seconds later, I heard it. It was soft, for sure. I wasn't surprised that I hadn't noticed it up until that point. Somewhere, in the darkness, behind us, somebody was definitely trying to contain a giggle. To be continued. Just ignore it. It was a job easier said than done. And honestly, was it even a good idea? In my head, I ran through the list of potential voids that could have been lurking behind us. Of course, none of them were really ideal, especially not the rowdy clown whose laugh sounded hauntingly similar to the one we were hearing behind us. And then we heard it again, louder this time. I muttered a barely audible "fuck" in response. Realistically, if it did turn out to be one of the voids, putting up some kind of resistance would have been pointless anyway. We were as good as done for. With that logic in mind, I turned my attention back to the monitors, hoping that whatever the hell was behind us would stay put for a bit longer. In the meantime, Hugo and Kale were about to fight the gladiator and his minions. "Hey, Englishman," Kale said. "You regenerate quickly?" Hugo sighed, stretching his neck out. "First of all, don't call me that. It's rather crass, and no, not much faster than the average man, but no matter. God has ordained me a holy commission. He won't let me die until I fulfilled my duty." Kale just laughed. "You're a real piece of work, British boy. Let's see if your God helps us make it out of this." "You two aren't who I'm looking for," the gladiator bellowed before releasing both leashes. "Take out the trash." The freak ran about 6 steps before having his face caved in and neck subsequently snapped by Hugo. In the meantime, the centipede began crawling towards Kale. "Who the fuck created this thing?" he said, shuddering slightly. The centipede lifted itself up, swiping 2 of its arms at the visibly disturbed vampire. "Shit, don't touch me," he shouted, before kicking its face, removing its muzzle in the process. He regretted that decision instantly. The centipede had 4 or 5 rows of spike-like teeth, with a horde of flesh-covered tentacles swarming out of its mouth. One of them grabbed Kale by the leg, dragging him down. "God damn it!" he shouted, attempting to squirm out of the appendage's grasp. Nevertheless, Hugo came to the rescue, turning the centipede's head into mush with one vicious stomp. He shot Kale a cold gaze. "Take his name in vain again, and our temporary alliance is over." Kale shot the tentacle remnants off of his legs, his face still utterly disgusted. Yeah, holy fucking shit, this is nasty. And then they both stared at the gladiator, who was grinning something malicious. Congratulations, you two have entered the privilege of being my combat slaves. I would literally rather fucking die, Kale shouted. I submit myself to God and God alone. Diseases like you shall perish at his will, Hugo added. The gladiator drew his smoldering sword, which must have been the size of a person. Then so be it, he roared. The two rushed him simultaneously, attempting to bury the burning menace with a flurry of quick strikes. But that wasn't the best idea. They couldn't even touch the gladiator without suffering from burns themselves. Kale sighed. Some asshole just had to dig this fuck up, didn't they? The gladiator stepped forward, unleashing a big swing that singed a few hairs off Hugo's head. Bastard! He shouted before sending a hard cross at the gladiator, shattering his chestplate armor in the process. You're pretty strong there, Britt. We just might win this one, Kale grinned. Like I said, God will give me enough strength to overcome these trials. Hugo moved towards the gladiator with a seemingly unwavering resolve, his eyes shining a bright crimson. His face was wrought with such intense, stoic determination that I nearly forgot his ultimate goal was to commit a global genocide and began cheering him on. The gladiator sneered at the challenge, swinging his blade once again. This time Hugo deflected it with an elbow, cracking the metal while doing so. He followed up by directing a flying hook kick at the gladiator's jaw, managing to rip it off completely. Kale followed up by biting into the gladiator's shoulder and tearing a large chunk off, burning most of his face in the process. Ugh, he said, spitting the charred chunk of undead flesh. Not my cup of tea. Are you all right? Hugo asked, staring at his scorched face. Yeah, should heal up in no time. However, the gladiator was relentless, letting out a frenzied roar before bolting towards Kale. He managed to dodge most of the gladiator's blows, only taking the full brunt of his last punch. Still, that one blow was enough to form a deep, fleshy crater in his torso, while also sending him flying into the steel rail, causing it to bend. Fuck, Kale stammered out, staring down at the unsightly wound. Nope, that's not good. Gonna take longer to heal. Hugo exhaled. The situation has become bothersome. He went back after the gladiator, sending a ruthless barrage of strikes his way. There was an evident skill gap between the two voids, with Hugo landing about 90% of his attacks. On the other hand, the gladiator only managed to land 3 or 4 clean hits of his own. Nonetheless, each one of them dealt far more damage than any of Hugo's. After about a minute of fighting, Hugo's left arm was completely mangled. His right rib cage had been shattered, and the entire right side of his face was burnt. The gladiator had also taken a fair amount of damage, but not nearly enough to even slow it down. Kale groaned as he attempted to insert himself back into the fight. But that task wasn't an easy one. He could hardly move with his torso just about completely destroyed. I suppose this must be my final trial, Hugo said somewhat solemnly. The hell are you talking about? Kale asked, still groaning. And then, for the first time since we began watching, Hugo smiled. God wills it. Using his good arm, Hugo removed the upper section of his robe, revealing a pale, mutilated, scar-ridden body underneath. He muttered another prayer before looking up at the ceiling, tears now swelling up in his eyes. Thank you, he muttered. Along with his eyes, the scars on his body suddenly began to glow a deep red. Tricks won't be enough, the gladiator thundered, before swinging his blade at Hugo's neck. I don't think I managed to catch exactly what happened next, however. I was certain that I was about to see a head rolling. Instead, the gladiator's blade shattered into what looked like 1,000,000 pieces. At first, I didn't even notice the gaping hole in the gladiator's chest. How did you... The gladiator was interrupted by his neck being brutally cranked to the side. As the flaming behemoth dropped, so did Hugo. By then, Kale had regenerated to the point of being able to walk. He stumbled over to the near comatose bishop. What the fuck was that? He asked, half grinning. I detached myself from earthly limitations. An egregious sin, but I needed to fulfill my holy mission. Well, shit. It's pretty cool, I guess. Not your psycho mission, but the whole detachment thing. He held out his hand in an attempt to help Hugo up. However, Hugo shook his head in response. This is as far as I go. Not something I can recover from. I only have judgment to face now. Oh, shut the fuck up, Kale said, picking up Hugo's limp body and lumbering it over his shoulder. We'll find you some painkillers. You'll be back on your feet in no time. Why would you help me? Hugo asked. You will understand what I'm after, don't you? My ideals. Well, I don't think I could have handled the gladiator on my own, so I guess I owe you. Crazy fuck. He looked over at Hugo and grinned. And who knows? Maybe you'll learn something. Yeah, there's a lot of scum in the world. There's also a lot of beauty. Don't have to destroy it all. That's... Hugo passed out before he could finish his thought. Still carrying him over his shoulder, Kale took off running down another corridor. I did a quick sweep of the monitors. Satanbot had taken out 2 more lower-tier voids, while Morgie had engaged with a high hurricane void named the Mechanic, 6'5", 270 pounds. Like the name suggested, he was a large, burly man in a mechanic outfit that enjoyed obliterating skulls with blunt tools. Real ruthless guy. On another monitor, the undead Nazi had just finished slicing the shit out of the Devil Nurse, who was a mid-tsunami. So that's 12 down, I thought. 20 left. The shit show wasn't anywhere near done. Hey, check it out, Sandy said. There's still 4 voids who haven't escaped yet. Sure enough, he was right. First off, there was the Titan. 15 feet, 7 inches, 1,438 pounds. A colossal entity with destructive capabilities that were nigh impossible to deal with. It was humanoid with a immensely muscular frame, further accentuated by the fact that there wasn't an ounce of fat on its entire body. Its harder-than-steel skin was reddish and cracked all over, with a roadmap of razor-like veins bulging out of every square inch. And then there was the face. It had 6 sets of glowing blue eyes, and a mouthful of fangs with exposed gums that were caustic to the touch. His holding cell, if you could even call it that, was a bit more fortified than the rest. Under-exaggerating, of course. It was fortified to goddamn hell. No electronic locks connected to a central system either. It's probably what caused the breach to begin with. Good thing, too. He was a low asteroid. The next up was the Warden. 8'7", 435 pounds. Ironically enough, the guy actually used to run a prison of his own. What kind of prison that might be was beyond me. He had pale white skin, shadow-like eyes, and long, slick-back silver hair. His trench coat was long and perpetually bloody, sweeping the floor as he walked. I've heard stories about the guy. Supposedly he killed upwards of 700 prisoners during a breach at his prison, managing to come up unscathed from a devastating explosion afterward. He was as dangerous as a void could get without being considered asteroid tier, being a high earthquake. Funnily enough, his cell was wide open, with guard bodies and destroyed mech suits littering the space, but instead of getting up and walking out, he simply sat, expression devoid of anything at all, like it usually was. Obviously, he was up to no good. Next one was quite the doozy. Strongest void in the entire chasm, in fact. He went by a simple moniker. The Calamity of Earth. Or the Calamity, for short. Its gender was unknown. Height and weight? Unknown. Appearance? Unknown to everybody except for the top official overseeing the entire fucking operation. Hell, we didn't even know where it was kept. Only thing we had to monitor was a simple panel containing 3 lights. Green, safe, still contained. Yellow, breakout in progress, evacuate immediately. And red, breached. But too fucking late. What did we know about this thing? Nothing, save for the fact that a breach would most likely result in a global catastrophe. Of course, it was a high asteroid. The only high asteroid, in fact. And then there was a last still captive void, but unlike the 3 overpowered monsters I've already talked about, he was a lot different. The kid. 5'6", 142 pounds. As his name implies, the kid was just that. A kid. From his appearance, he couldn't have been older than 16, 17 at most. Only thing we knew about him was that he apparently had extraordinary, undisclosed abilities. Abilities he used to slaughter his entire village back in Kerala, India. Who the hell knows what actually happened? To me, and nearly every other guard, he just seemed like your average, meek teenager. In fact, we rarely ever exercised caution around him. Unlike the rest of the Voids in here, he just did as he was told, always with this incredibly sullen expression on his face. I suppose can't blame him, given the circumstances. We didn't even bother putting a threat level on him. Nevertheless, we were instructed to keep him in there. There's a lot of stuff going on here in the chasm. Those guards don't quite understand. I make no reservations about that. I know for a goddamn fact that we're not doing any saintly work here. Do a lot of Voids in here deserve to be locked up? Not even. They deserve to be wiped off the face of the earth. Never understood why we bothered holding the more malicious ones, using taxpayer money just to keep them alive. And then there were the ones I wasn't quite sure belonged here at all. Did they even do anything wrong? Who knows? One thing was for sure. They were different. Exceptional, I guess. The subjects of state curiosity. I always tried suppressing these thoughts. I mean, who the hell was I? Some random fucking guard, not some arbiter of morality. Still. Fuck it. It's not the time, so... Let's see. What happens next? I turned to face a random monitor, trying to take my mind off the kid. I caught what appeared to be the middle of a fight, with two combatants being Jack the Ripper, 6'1", 170 pounds, the infamous serial killer. Apparently, he performed some arcane ritual while on death's door that granted him an extended lifespan and superhuman strength in exchange for what was left of his already dwindling humanity. He hardly resembled a man when we caught him. Mouth full of sharp, rotting teeth, eyes sunken beyond reason, and a face riddled with cuts, burns, and various infections. He was quite the sore sight to behold. At that moment, he was once again on death's door. The person who put him there? Bella Vauclin, also known as the Bloody Painter. 5'5", 122 pounds. Despite looking more like a normal woman, she was a brutal assassin that wasn't too concerned with the aftermaths of her jobs. After killing her target, she painted a bloody picture on the walls. Sometimes she'd supplement her art with a few organs. She wasn't incredibly strong, but that didn't matter all that much. She had the obscure ability where she could summon blades out of thin air at the tip of her fingers, and then use some Esper-like ability to shoot them off in rapid succession, almost at a machine gun-like rate of fire. She had no problem reducing her targets to mincemeat, the ones she really disliked, that is. When we finally captured her, she maintained that she only killed the ones that really deserved it. However, any chance of appeal, not that there was a chance to begin with, was shattered when she punctured the throats of 4 guards. She still claims that it was an accident to this day. Do I believe her? Well, it's about 50-50 with me. Like I said, she had Jack on the ropes with what must have been over 100 blades planted firmly within the killer's body, including both of his eyes. Still, he'd yet to give up as he swung Wirehead's bat. Must have picked it up, blindly and wildly around him. Bella wasn't unscathed herself, though. It looked as if she'd taken a couple of pretty bad hits to her ribs and thigh. In addition to that, she had a gnarly bite mark on her hand. Nevertheless, she smiled, pointed a finger like a pistol at the frenzied Jack. Profiter de l'enfer, she said, before blasting the killer to shreds, finally ending his grim legacy. Once she was done with that, she let out a loud sigh, clutching her ribs and wincing in pain. Unlike most of the other Voids, she wasn't capable of taking too much punishment. After walking for a bit, she came across Luz. While still badly mangled from his confrontation with Wirehead, he was walking again. The two stared at each other for about a minute, where Bella stuck out her hand and smiled. It was a risk, for sure. But while Luz didn't reciprocate the smile, he cooperated, accepting the handshake without electrocuting her. Another team-up, and one I wouldn't necessarily have expected. I did another quick sweep of the monitors. Morgie had taken out the mechanic, although he was limping now, and his next fight wasn't going to be an easy one. He was a few steps from coming across Satanbot. In the meantime, and funnily enough, the undead Nazi was about to square off with the sadistic Soviet, 6'2", 215 pounds, low earthquake tier. Instead of being zombified like the Nazi, he was more mechanical. More specifically, he was about 60% robot, with his human bits slowly beginning to rot away. The surgeon was engaged in a bloody duel with Spider-Man, 6'9", 225 pounds. Unlike Peter Parker, this guy was basically just a large tarantula with human skin and a half-human head. Kale and Hugo were in the medical center, with the former tending to the latter's wounds. I thought about everything for a second, trying to run the numbers through my head. There were 4 more voids who had definitely escaped that I hadn't yet seen on any of the monitors, but I was really only concerned about 2 of them. You see, within the chasm, there are 4 asteroid-tier voids in total. Only 2 of them were still contained. Problem was rather obvious. Beyond that, there were now 14 voids dead, 4 who still hadn't joined the fight, 14 clearly active, all 4 asteroids still in play, 3 high earthquakes as well. TFVNH likely on their way. Holy fuck, I thought to myself. The real fight hasn't even started yet. A bout of sudden, raucous laughter nearly gave me a heart attack. I looked at Sandu, but his face was dead serious. That meant shit. With everything that was going on, I completely forgot about the elephant in the room. But sure enough, they were finally ready to reveal themselves. As footsteps began emanating from the darkness behind us, I braced myself for whatever horrific entity we were surely about to encounter. But instead of that, it was an unfamiliar guy that looked to be in his mid-20s with messy, dirty blonde hair, dressed in a Hawaiian shirt and khaki shorts. Probably around 5'10", 130 pounds, soaking wet. What the hell? Sandu said upon seeing him. The man continued laughing as he strolled towards us. Oh, man, he blurted out in between chuckles. There's shit in both of your pants right now, isn't there? Don't lie to me. Well, joke's gone on long enough. Who the fuck are you? Sandu asked, sounding somewhat agitated. The man put his arms up in an ostensibly defensive manner. Relax. I'm just an observer here, but... His bloodshot eyes seemed to bulge out as they wandered over the monitors. Looks like the preliminaries are over. Time for the good shit. To be continued. I'm so sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. The man stepped towards us with a gaze that I can only describe as volatile. Perhaps in the moment he had no ill intent, but there were volcanoes behind his eyes, volcanoes that looked ready to erupt at any damn point. For that reason, I found myself slowly backing away. Not Sandu. For whatever reason, he stood his ground, facing the strange man without reservations. I suppose it also helped that he was 6'4", with a considerably larger frame. The name's Adrian Nyquist, he said, his voice nearly shaking with some kind of obscure excitement. He held out his hand, but neither of us bothered with the niceties of the introduction. He sighed. What? Is it me? He lifted his shirt collar, taking a whiff. Whew, you gotta shower more, Adrian. Then he started laughing again. But can you blame me? I've been busy. Who the fuck are you? Sandu insisted. And don't just tell us your name again. Okay, Adrian said, smirking. Big guy, scary stuff, really. Would you bench 3 plates in a bit? Sandu opened his mouth again, but was interrupted. It's fine, though. I'll go ahead and explain myself. I mean, the whole situation is kind of weird. Yep, I responded. Just kind of. Adrian sat down on the floor and let out a big puff of air. I don't really want to go too in-depth here. I don't enjoy talking about myself, so let me just drop the bomb on you first. I caused the breach. I nearly swallowed my tongue. What the fuck do you mean? I meant what I said. I let all the prisoners out. But what? How? I stammered out. He tilted his head back and groaned before pretending to type on an invisible keyboard. Just a little hacking, man. No, nothing crazy. And they say that you'll never use the skills you learn in school in real life. Hacking, I responded in disbelief. But why? Well, that's where it does get a little crazy. Now, have you ever hopped dimensions? Have I ever fucking what? All right, I see you're uninitiated with the concept. Well, unlike hacking some corny lock system, the logistics there really do get complicated. I'll admit I don't 100% understand it myself, but I understand it just enough to have some fun. I was at a complete loss. I'm a jumper, that's what they call us. He chuckled somewhat goofily. Still, a novice, but at least I'm out there doing it. Living life, you know? Anyway, the multiverse is massive, obviously. A lot of crazy worlds out there just waiting to be explored, but... He paused. I made a mistake last month. You see, I was watching some brutal big stakes fight tournament called the Evisceration Championships on a planet called the Hellscape. Real fucked up place. But drugs laws are mostly unenforced there, so you know. It's alright, I guess. Anyway, I'm up in the stands. 12th row. Just blitzed out of my fucking mind like Astro Coke. It's like regular Coke, if regular Coke was actually good. He blew his nose into a disgusting handkerchief. But sometimes you make some bad decisions when you're juiced. I guess school taught us something else, huh? Long story short, I made a deal with some fucking sketchy intergalactic gang leader named Bones the Fourth that I'd provide him a fighter that would guarantee him a win for the next tournament. But obviously, I was just talking shit. Not sure why the guy believed me. An Astro Cokehead of all people. He burst out laughing again. I'd never understand the rich. Okay, I responded, barely comprehending what I'd just been told. Assuming that what you just said is all true and that you're not completely fucking bonkers, why don't you just tell the guy that you don't have a fighter? Well, Adrian made a whoopsie gesture with his hands. The guy paid up front a metric fuckton of intergalactic currency and about 22 kilograms of Astro Coke. Then just give it back to him. All right, Mr. Self-Control. Teach me your fucking secrets. Look, I've blown all the money. I still have a few kilograms of Coke, though, for a rainy day. I'm not sharing it, by the way. So, what the hell? This whole thing's some fucked up tournament to you? You're just gonna drag the last void standing to fight in these evisceration matches? Well, it's a little less of a tournament, more of a haphazard free-for-all. I'm no logistics expert, after all. I didn't know what the hell I was supposed to say to the guy. If you're behind this breach, then you're responsible for the deaths of hundreds of guards, hundreds of good men. Sandu coughed. Most of them good men. Adrian rolled his eyes. Yeah, okay, real loss, huh? I'm just trying to live my life here, man. You're insane. Look, did that comment get us anywhere? You feel better now after stating the obvious? No reply from Sandu. Adrian sighed. Look, we could just enjoy the show now. What's done is done. He was interrupted by Sandu trying to tackle him to the ground. The man did know his jujitsu, but no luck. Couldn't even get Adrian to budge. I saw the veins in his forehead bulge as he apparently exerted all the strength trying to subdue the strange, lanky man. Shit, he said through gritted teeth. This guy's strong. Adrian simply pulled out a pack of cigarettes, looking completely unbothered. You know, I've taken a lot of strange drugs from a lot of different dimensions. One of them was bound to be a steroid. Also, he began grinning like a maniac, I'm no stranger to training. Wouldn't survive out there if I was weak like you guys. He picked Sandu up by the collar and gently tossed him back. Given the circumstances, I'll forget you just tried attacking me. Now, why don't we sit tight and watch? I held up a hand. One last question, if you will. Adrian rolled his eyes and groaned like a child. Oh, come on! We're missing the good shit! But fine, hurry up. The last void standing. They're bound to be pretty strong, right? Adrian nodded. Stronger than you? Well, no shit. I'll try to grab some jump. Okay, so How the hell are you going to convince them to come with you? These prisoners aren't exactly reasonable. Adrian stared at me with just about the stupidest look on his face for about 10 seconds. Well, you know what they say. He cracked his knuckles. You just gotta live in the now. You're an idiot. Would an idiot get this far? The idiot had a point. If he really was the mastermind behind the breach, the guy had some wicked skills. But at the same time, his common sense was close to non-existent. Whatever, I'll figure it out when the time comes, he said. In the meantime, he shot us both a rather menacing glance. Let's enjoy the damn show. I locked eyes briefly with Sandu. I understood why he was angry. I was too. However, the situation was really beyond helping. We could only do as we were told. While we'd been talking, the Nazi had defeated the Soviet, although he did suffer gruesome injuries from the bout. A portion of his gas mask had been shattered, revealing a rotting jaw underneath. In fact, his entire body had been pummeled to a near pulp as he struggled to limp along the rails. Adrian grunted. Great, we missed the World War II rematch. I hope you guys are happy with yourselves. The guy really was like a child. A really capable, psychotic child. In other news, Satanbot had blown up Morgie, along with an entire corridor, while the surgeon had made a surprise discovery after disemboweling the spider's abdomen. It was filled with about 200 smaller humanoid spiders that began swarming him. It was hard not to shudder at the sight. Bella and Luz looked like they were still trying to find a way out, while Kale and Hugo encountered the rowdy clown, 6'7", 177 pounds. Rowdy really was something else. His appearance didn't just make you fear clowns and the carnival, he made you fear life itself. An impossibly tall, skinny, and pale ghoul-like humanoid dressed in a bloody, dirty 1960s clown costume, with twitching twig-like fingers and cracked red lips enveloping a mouth filled with sharp, sticky black teeth. And then there was the fact that he had no eyes and two thin, bleeding slits for a nose. I really do wonder what kind of god could have created such an entity. But he wasn't terribly strong, only being a mid-tsunami. Rowdy spat a mouthful of dark, gooey spit at Kale, dissolving the right side of his face. Ugh, Kale muttered, trying to wipe the ungodly substance away, only to pull apart part of his flesh and muscle in the process. Just nuke this fucking place. Rowdy began cackling like a hellish fiend that he was, swinging a lead balloon attached to a barbed wire right at still injured Hugo's head. However, Kale managed to intercept it at the last moment, breaking his own hand in the process. Suddenly, a pair of giant bat-like wings sprouted from his back. He flew towards Rowdy before drop-kicking his head clean off. That seemed like something you should have used earlier, Hugo remarked nonchalantly. You know I would. Doing so makes me feel pretty gross. I decided to check back on the surgeon. But he was gone. Oh, fuck, I muttered, as I began seeing the black haze around me. I felt a cold hand on my shoulder, followed by a high-pitched, slimy voice that oozed its way into my ears. You got me out of a real sticky situation there. Hesitantly, I looked up at the surgeon's cold, dark gaze as he grinned like a maniac down at me, and then his neck was twisted a full 360 degrees. As he dropped, Adrian let out a big breath of air, stretching out his knuckles. That guy broke the rules. No running from a fight. Besides, he was weak. Wouldn't have stood a chance in the evisceration matches anyway. Is he dead? I stammered out, looking down at the limp surgeon. Yeah, Adrian responded. I shook my head in disbelief. But we've put sniper bullets through his temples. How did you... Adrian shot me a smug grin. Like I said, y'all are just weak. Now keep watching. Things are getting interesting. A few moments later, the Nazi came across the remnants of the spider and its hatchlings, torching them to ashes without hesitation, allowing me to breathe easier. Immediately after taking out the spider, he crossed paths with the Chattering Man, 5'11", 145 pounds, mid-earthquake tier. As much as I hated sympathizing with Nazis, the guy couldn't seem to catch a break. Resembling a horribly slouched humanoid, the Chattering Man was the kind of creature that parents told their kids about in an attempt to scare them into being good. Each and every one of his limbs were jagged and contorted, covered by thin, borderline translucent skin that was still inexplicably bulletproof. His eyes were covered in a damp, bloody, and dirty cloth, while his long, black, matted hair swayed wildly as he twitched around. And then there were his teeth. They were giant, about twice the size of a normal human's, and coinciding with his name, rapidly and constantly chattering like hell, yielding one of the most disturbing sounds imaginable. Adrian slammed his fist on the table in excitement. Yes! This is a matchup I've been waiting to see! The chattering man stared the Nazi down, his teeth rattling together like a frenzied demonic drum. The Nazi responded by abruptly engulfing him in a sea of flames. However, the chattering man simply walked through it completely unscathed. I could see the Nazi clench his jaw in apparent frustration. He drew his knife and rushed in, attempting to engage him up close. The chatterer was surprisingly fast, dodging each slash before biting down on the Nazi's flamethrower tank. The subsequent explosion flung them both into the air, destroying a good portion of the Nazi's back in the process. On the other hand, the chattering man only suffered a few cracked teeth. Holy hell, I muttered. Truth be told, I'd never actually seen the chattering man in action, up until that point. Perhaps we'd been lowballing him on the threat scale. The Nazi let out a hoarse scream before rushing back towards his disturbing opponent. He managed to sink his blade into the chattering man's shoulder before being blindsided by a swipe to the face, completely shattering what remained of his mask, revealing his full, zombified visage underneath. The chattering man surged his head forward, biting a large chunk out of the Nazi's face, causing spurts of dark green blood to explode everywhere. He followed it up with ripping his arm off before savagely beating the undead soldier with his own appendage. The Nazi attempted one last stand, grabbing the knife that was still lodged inside the chattering man's shoulder, carving a large gash that extended down to his ribcage. Nevertheless, his admittedly impressive run was finally over. Not seeming to acknowledge the wound at all, the chattering man plunged two bony fists into the Nazi's chest before ripping his torso in half. Quite the gruesome display for sure, but Adrian seemed to revel in it. He let out a raucous cheer for the victor. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? I thought to myself. Tossing that thought aside, it became apparent that things were beginning to come down to the wire. Kale and Hugo had found themselves within the vicinity of the dancing guy, 5'7", 155 pounds. He was an ordinary-looking, albeit racially ambiguous man in his mid-20s, with short light brown hair and perpetual 5 o'clock shadow, dressed in a plain white t-shirt and track pants. He always wore a pair of unbranded earbuds connected to an MP3 that never seemed to run out of battery. And of course, he never stopped dancing. He was a mid-asteroid, the third strongest being within the entire chasm. Hell, it's entirely possible that he actually is the strongest. We've never seen him fight against the top two, after all. So just how the hell was such an ostensibly innocuous man so dangerous? Who the hell knew? Like most of the prisoners, he was truly beyond explanation. If I had to classify him, he'd 100% be chaotic neutral. He had no concept of good or evil, no sense of right or wrong, no goals, no ideals. The guy just wanted to dance. He sure as hell was a menace while doing so. Yet he'd never go out of his way to bother you, you just had to stay out of his. He could disintegrate people just by touching them. He'd simply dance through your body, leaving nothing but shreds of flesh and blood behind. And if you ever tried stopping him, oh boy. See, his eyes were always closed when he was dancing to the music funneling into his ears. If that music ever stopped, then he'd be forced to open them up. And then, all hell would break loose. He'd go on a rampage until he got those earbuds back, and nothing could take him down in the process. Nothing. For that reason, it was better to leave him undisturbed, allowing him to dance to his heart's content. For that reason, his holding cell was the largest, giving him plenty of room to do so. Fun fact, he listens to many genres, but his favorite is EDM, specifically melodic trance and hardstyle. But now he was out. Bad news for everyone. And Kale knew it. Shit, he muttered. We're not dealing with that. Why? Hugo asked. Is he strong? Kale nodded. More than you know. Then that's all the more reason why we need to eliminate him, Hugo said, attempting to crawl towards the dancer. But before he could make the biggest mistake of his life, Kale scooped him up and began running the other direction. Let's not do that. Yeah, the big boys are coming out! Adrian's abrupt shout nearly shattered my eardrums. I glanced over to see which monitor he was looking at, and then I understood his excitement. Satanbot had come across the next opponent, but it wasn't one that he was going to have such an easy time with. Standing opposite of him on a walkway on the very top floor was Long Wu, also known as the Mechanical Menace. 6'9", 375 pounds. He was mid-asteroid, right in between the Calamity and the Dancing Guy in terms of estimated strength. He was actually a special case. You see, he was originally held in the Chinese equivalent of the Chasm, known as the Well. However, as a political favor, a complicated exchange, mind you, the US allowed the PRC to transfer Wu over. This was shortly after he'd killed 400-plus guards and nearly escaped entirely. They just really didn't want to deal with him anymore. He's also interesting in the sense that he wasn't born with any supernatural abilities or superhuman prowess. His danger comes from his brilliant but unhinged mind, and his obsession with being the concept of transhumanism, and being, quote, the change that shifts humanity into a new technological age, end quote. His original progress-driven ideals could have been deemed noble at some point, but then he went off the deep end with power and decided to prove just how much better we could be once we'd fully integrated ourselves with technology. And how did he decide to do this? By trying to kill anybody and everybody that he saw. His power came from his suit, which he'd apparently semi-fused with his own body. It was comprised of a dark, unidentifiable metal that had so far proven to be unbreakable. With it, he had a vast arsenal of devastatingly overpowered weapons such as disposal, machine guns, shotguns, explosives, knives, you name it. Both of the eyes on his helmet were also capable of firing railgun blasts. But his most powerful weapon was something he called the Singularity Blade. That weapon was where the science ended and the fucked up shit began. Being about 5 feet long and glowing a deep ember, this sword was an enigma. I'm not sure how he made it or what he did to attain it, but it sure as hell wasn't the result of any kind of engineering. Any time that he swung it, a sharp, ear-splitting roar could be heard from everywhere and nowhere at once, and then from the tip of the blade, some kind of ghost-like, serpent-esque entity would emerge, utterly annihilating everything in the area with its flames, fangs, and claws. You could only see it for about a second, and most guards were under the impression that it didn't even exist. But it does. And it's haunting. They're going to destroy this place, Sandu said. Adrian pulled an old-looking pack of peanuts out of his back pocket, stuffing a handful into his mouth. You got that right, he shouted, spitting crumbs everywhere. Wu took the first offensive, unleashing a typhoon of bullets from a chain gun that jutted out from his chest. Satanbot managed to dodge every shot, closing the distance between them in the process. Both of their movements were incredibly hard to follow, of course. Once he got close, he attempted to strike Wu with his tail, only to find it blocked by a large shield that abruptly materialized from his forearm. Wu attempted to slice the tail off with a large axe, but Satanbot managed to evade the blow, at least at the last second. I suddenly understood why he was so dangerous. Unlike Satanbot, whose weapons were already fixed on its body, Wu's suit was capable of adapting to any situation, morphing its robotic appendages into whatever weapon was best suited to counter its opponent. Jesus Christ, I muttered at the realization. This guy's a fucking monster. Even though Satanbot had managed to dodge that strike, the next one would prove more difficult to evade. In a borderline flash-like movement, Wu threw a Muay Thai kick at Satanbot's side, piercing it with a spike that protruded from the tip of his foot. He finished the combo by transforming his fist into a tool comparable in appearance to a meat grinder, drilling it into Satanbot's shoulder and tearing an arm off in the process. Adrian groaned, and I thought the devil robot was going to put up more of a fight. But he spoke too soon. After taking the hit, Satanbot was already on the counter, whipping its tail around to strike the side of Wu's head. Wu recoiled slightly, still managing to destroy one of Satanbot's knees with a railgun blast at his stagger. He was about to finish the job when a large cannon materialized from Satanbot's torso, a hidden last-stand weapon, I suppose. From the barrel, it fired out an immense, blast of purple energy that Wu barely had time to dodge as it scorched the side of his helmet. It blew a gigantic fucking hole in the fortified ceiling, causing sunlight to leak in. Keep in mind, we're almost 100 feet underground. Wu didn't give Satanbot any more time to reveal any further tricks, blasting its body to bits with a brutal spray from automatic grenade launchers. It seemed as if Adrian was about to pass out from the excitement. "That's my boy!" he shouted. "Fuck Bones! We're gonna win this whole tournament ourselves!" What I hadn't noticed was Bella and Luz watching the whole encounter from behind cover. Bella's eyes lit up upon seeing the hole, a rather convenient escape route. She ran out from her hiding spot before leaping an extraordinary distance into the air, right towards freedom. But then, out of nowhere, a massive armored hand grabbed her by the neck. From the surface, a gigantic man dressed in a streamlined mech suit of a model that I hadn't been familiar with dropped down, landing hard on the walkway. He continued to nonchalantly strangle Bella as he surveyed the scene. "What a mess." His booming voice reverberated through the monitors. "It's time to enforce justice." If Adrian was giddy before, he was off the rails now. "They're here! They're finally here! It's time for the semi-fucking-finals!" "Who the hell is here?" I asked, already somewhat knowing the answer. "The Alpha Boys and Girls! The Apex Predators!" he responded. "Task Force, Void, Nova, Hammer." Task Force, Void, Nova, Hammer. Most of the guards I knew were just dying to see them in action. I was the odd one out in that regard. They were here now, and those guards were too dead to see him. Sorry, that really was a distasteful joke. I guess Adrian's presence has rubbed off on me just a tiny bit. Speaking of Adrian, he was feverishly fumbling around in his pockets while keeping his eyes glued on the monitor. After a few moments, he tossed a bag of white powder onto the table. "Astro Coke?" I asked. He shook his head. "Nah, just the regular stuff. The show's not at its climax yet. Gotta pace myself." He snorted the whole mound in about half a minute. "Yo!" he grunted, wiping his nose off. "You fellas want to hear a secret?" I don't think we had a choice. "Task Force, Void, Nova, whatever. How do you think the members get recruited?" I shrugged. "Dunno, some kind of test, I guess." He guffawed. "Nah, they're Voids as well." My mouth dropped. As he went on to explain, the TFVNH was a constantly rotating team comprised of Voids, save for a few exceptions, who were a reasonable balance of both powerful and sane. In fact, different countries occasionally lent their own Voids to one another to use for their respective forces. In exchange for their services, the members would be allowed to live freely amongst society, although they were monitored heavily while doing so. "You sure know a lot of confidential stuff," Sandu said to Adrian. "Just who the hell are you?" Adrian sat back in his seat. Nobody. Just a dabbler. A jack of all trades. Master of a good handful." He sure was insufferable. In any case, I put my sights back on the monitors. As Bella struggled against the seemingly unsurmountable foe, she tried blasting him with a blade spray, but before she could even raise her hand, it was broken with a single firm grasp. She spat, the life draining from her breath with every word. As Adrian would go on to tell us, this particular TFVNH member was Kente, the Guillotine Sanders. 6'6" and 287 pounds. Supposedly, he was a real hard-ass, an abnormally powerful man with an incredibly skewed and strict sense of justice. To him, the word nuance meant nothing. Rehabilitation was a joke. Second chances were an alien concept. He was a man whose worldview was utterly black and white. To him, the laws that landed him in prison didn't constitute legitimate justice. His ideals were the only ones that mattered. Cross his sensibilities, and you were a criminal in desperate need of execution. "He's got a pretty notorious reputation in these parts," Adrian continued. "He's captured at least 7 of the Voids in here himself. Nearly killed all of them as well. Honestly, I'm not rooting for him to win. It's gonna be too hard to wrangle in afterwards." Just as Bella looked about ready to pass out, Kente was blindsided by a sudden rush from Luz. Well, I guess blindsided wasn't really the right term. Kente blocked his strike with relative ease. "There's revenge customer numero uno," Adrian said. "The big guy wiped out Luz's entire village before dragging him into this place. No wonder he's pissed." For the first time, Luz had a fierce expression on his face. He let out a rage-laden shriek before digging both of his hands into the only exposed part of Kente's body, his neck, lightening up the area and his face with sparks. "Oh boy, that ain't gonna work," Adrian muttered, grinning. Kente grunted, seemingly taking the full brunt of the excessive shock without going down, before grabbing both of Luz's arms and slamming him onto the floor. He dropped Bella in the process, who immediately ran off with her life. Adrian clicked his tongue in disdain. "It's not even gonna help him. Guess that's women for you." Sandu and I kind of just glanced at each other awkwardly following the comment. Unfortunately, Luz's rage just wasn't enough for him to fulfill his revenge. While still on the ground, Kente stomped on his head, crushing it like a watermelon. Quite the gruesome sight to behold. Afterwards, he set his sight on Wu, who'd been observing the whole exchange. "Finally," Adrian said. "The strong are going at it." For a moment, Wu and Kente both seemed to acknowledge each other's power, hesitating for just a moment, and then, in a flash, they rushed each other simultaneously. Both of their opening moves were kicks, catching each other's respective legs mid-air, causing the walkway beneath them to crack underneath their combined pressure. On top of possessing overwhelming strength, they were both apparently skilled in martial arts as well. A terrifying combination, but Wu possessed another more devastating aspect on top of all of it. Actual weapons. Wu dropped his leg, opting to blast Kente with a flurry of shotgun rounds instead. It was enough to send him flying backwards, breaking apart the torso section of his suit. And he didn't give him a second to breathe. Wu rushed forward immediately after, grabbing Kente's helmet and slamming it down on his knee, shattering it completely. He attempted to decapitate him on the spot with a saw, but Kente caught the slash before it could land. He looked up at Wu, his dark eyes twisted with rage. He broke the saw in half before delivering a powerful-looking right cross to Wu's stomach that splintered a portion of his suit and sent him crashing into the rails. He managed to crack the damn thing, I thought, astonished at the fact. That meant, at a minimum, Kente's punches packed more stopping power than a M203 grenade. "Ooh, he's getting serious," Adrian smiled. "You know what they call his striking technique?" "What?" "The pulverizing fist. He twists his knuckles at the last moment, grinding the flesh to a pulp. With his strength, it's like drilling through wet toilet paper. But that's only for regular people. Doesn't work on big boys like Wu." The armor covering Kente's knuckles was shattered upon the impact. He winced in pain as he cocked it back, preparing to deliver another strike. "You're an impediment to justice," he said through gritted teeth. "Prepare to be executed." But before the two could clash again, 5 more figures jumped down from the hole that Satanbot had created, landing in succession around Kente. "Looks like the whole gang's arrived," Adrian said. He began giving us a rundown of the other TF-VNH members. First off, there was Ken, the fugitive Rio. 6'2", 165 pounds. A Korean-American from Brooklyn. Not a super malicious guy. He kinda just did whatever the hell he wanted. Problem is, a lot of those things happen to be illegal. And unethical, let's be honest. He was nonchalantly chewing tobacco as he leaned on the rails. His ability was rather interesting. Even Adrian had a hard time explaining it. Physically speaking, Ken was more or less average. However, he had the ability to summon portals from which obscure-looking but terribly powerful entities would emerge and tear apart his opponents. But at the end of the day, all that he really wanted to do was escape. He hated being monitored. Next, there was Nassar, the Bloody Twister, 5'9", 168 pounds. He was a loan from the Saudi Arabian government. He possessed the ability to transform into a whirlwind comprised of glass-like material, moving at speeds upwards of 120 miles per hour, along with being able to blast out deadly streams of shards at multiple targets at once. It's quite the gruesome way to go out. He was also a really weird guy. While nearly every other void assigned to TF-VNH had relatively clear ambitions, his were an absolute mystery. But he probably wasn't up to anything good. His eyes were darting wildly around, while a gigantic, mischievous-looking grin was plastered across his face. Next up, there was Callista, the beautiful demon Taylor, 5'11" and 121 pounds. She was a former fashion model based in Australia. Her career ended at the ripe age of 23, when she ended up suddenly murdering 4 of her fellow models, along with the police force sent to detain her. Supposedly, her abilities had been latent from her birth, gradually building up to a point where she was unable to keep it any longer. In her demon mode, her mouth would fall abnormally agape. Dark rings would form around her pupils and her body. Her body would be engulfed in gray, cold flames. At that point, she'd become intangible like a ghost and drift into her victims' bodies, causing them to bleed profusely from every orifice. But that only worked on humans. For most voids, she'd have to resort to physical brawling, using her razor-like fingers. Her ambitions were fairly explicit. She just wanted to kill everybody, void or not. It begged the question as to why they'd even assigned her to a task force to begin with, given the fact that she was so damn volatile. Whatever. I never understand these people. She was staring intently at Nassar, but without any real emotion behind her gaze. Kinda just looked like she wanted to kill him for the sake of it. Continuing on, there was Clint, the normal guy Rockwell. 6'1", 180 pounds. Like Nassar, he was also a mystery. Supposedly, he'd never been a void at all. No otherworldly powers or abilities, just a regular, albeit capable guy. Adrian didn't know much about him, only that he was a special case, granted access to confidential information and a spot on the TFVNH due to a recommendation from an unnamed higher-up. In order to compensate for his lack of physical ability, he was granted an oversized power suit dubbed the Behemoth, along with the God-slaying cannon, a heavy-duty automatic rifle that fired explosive rounds at 600 RPM. He stood still with a rather determined expression on his face, as if he had his mind set on a singular, concrete objective. Rounding out the bunch was the de facto leader of the force, Jack the All-American Barnes, 6'0" and 200 pounds. Like Clint, he wasn't a void either. Born in Oklahoma and belonging to a prolific family, he was an inexhaustibly skilled soldier turned government agent that managed to work his way up to the top with the help of some nepotism. Eventually, he was chosen as the inaugural subject of a project dubbed the Paragon Trials, in which government scientists would attempt to genetically engineer superhumans. Well, he wasn't actually the first, but that's what he was told. Peace of mind. In any case, his trials ended up working out in the end. I guess the 8th time really was the charm. As a result, he was basically Superman, save for the flight. Genetic engineering hadn't advanced that far yet. Man, look at those blonde curls, Adrian commented. How the fuck does he get his hair like that? He had an arrogant grin on his face as he strolled to the front of the pack. It only took me 5 seconds of looking at him to reach the conclusion that he was probably a giant asshole. What's the rush, Kente? Let's not get too excited here, Jack said. Remember who's giving the orders, yeah? Your arbitrary orders mean nothing to me. Kente responded, still staring at Wu. The only thing that matters is justice. He could see a large vein bulge out on Jack's forehead from the opposition. Okay, he muttered before seemingly composing himself. Let's finish the task at hand. He directed his gaze towards Wu. Come on, big guy. You lost your chance at a fair fight when you decided to become a robot psycho. While Wu may have been a match for Kente by himself, taking the entirety of the TFVNH at once was a rather tall order. I guess he knew this himself as he jumped over the rails, landing on the lower floor. I'm going after him, Jack said, stepping forward. The rest of you, take out the riffraff. They want the voids alive, but I'm going to be sorely disappointed if you don't bring me back some fucking minced meat. That was one thing him and Kente could agree on. And remember, he said, turning back, his expression suddenly teeming with fury. You're all scumfuck piece of shit voids as well. You try to escape, try to fuck with me, and you're gonna be begging me to end your pathetic fucking lives. He pointed at Ken. You stay here. Make sure nobody tries to escape through the roof. Instead of acknowledging the order, Ken just spat his tobacco into a plastic bottle. Hey, you listening to me? Remember when we beat you in the fucking war? Isn't he Korean? Clint muttered. Ken just raised an eyebrow at the remark. Dude, I don't even know how to respond to that. Look, whatever. Just fucking listen to me, alright? Jack screamed. Ken grinned sarcastically and made a defensive gesture. Okay, boss. Jack's forehead vein bulged out even more. He was really starting to look pretty gross. All right, let's fucking go then. After finishing his motivational speech, he jumped down, presumably going after Wu. Save for Ken, the rest of the TFVNH followed suit, scattering throughout the chasm in search of the remaining voids. The strong were finally about to converge in one bloody path. As dark, weird, and gruesome as the whole situation was, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't at least a little bit excited to see what was about to transpire. God, I can't even keep my eyes still, Adrian said, beaming at the prospect of utter carnage ahead. My eyes ended up drifting towards the dancing guy who was jubilantly performing the shuffle along a second-floor walkway. Soon enough, he crossed paths with Nassar, who was grinning like a madman. Without much hesitation, he stepped forward, heading right towards the dancer. I guess it's over for him, I said. I had yet to hear about anybody being able to inflict any kind of damage against the dancing guy. The only thing that we could really do was contain him. And I severely doubted that things were going to be any different here. I'm not so sure, Adrian responded. The guy's a wild card. He's just testing the waters here. Before I knew it, Nassar had gotten dangerously close. I held my breath in anticipation. There's no way, I thought. And I was right. Nassar tried to strike the dancer, but was blitzed immediately. I could hardly even comprehend what was even happening. 1 minute, he was in the midst of throwing a right cross. The next, he was planted firmly within the concrete wall, missing an arm and with a gaping hole in his chest. Holy shit, I sputtered out. He looked towards the dancer, still inexplicably grinning. Damn, you're strong. The hell's wrong with him? I wondered out loud. Nothing. Nothing at all, Adrian answered. I think I found a kindred spirit. Nassar pulled himself out of the crater he'd made, displaying zero indication that he was in any kind of pain at all. Suddenly, a flurry of glass engulfed his chest wound and missing arm, reverting them back to normal in a matter of seconds. He stretched himself out before nodding happily at the dancer and walking off. What the fuck? I thought. I looked over at Sandu, wanting to see his own reaction, but he was stone-like, staring at only one monitor in particular. I followed his eyes and realized that for whatever reason, he was focused on the kid, who was still sitting in his cell. Check it out. My thoughts were broken by Adrian's outburst. She's found prey. I looked at the monitor he was gesturing to see Kale and Hugo being hacked away at by Callista. Now who the hell is she? Kale shouted, taking a sequence of gnarled gashes to his chest. Evil incarnate, Hugo answered. Although still severely injured, he was still able to move around on his own. Look at her eyes. She's being controlled by the devil. Callista drilled her hand forward, impaling Kale through the solar plexus. He chopped at her arm before pushing her off. Fucking hell, he sighed. This is backbreaking work. Are you a match for her? Hugo asked. Kale shook his head, exhausted as hell. Doubt it. In that case, Hugo said, standing up, it seems like I'll have to detach myself fully. What the hell are you talking about? My constraints were only lifted halfway the last time. You almost died last time as well. You sure you're gonna make it out this time? I'm not planning to. Kale chuckled. Sorry. I'm not gonna let you do that. Hugo's eyes began glowing a familiar crimson. I've been ordained by a holy mission. I'll do whatever it takes. He stared at the rapidly approaching Callista. Anything to eliminate evil. His scars began glowing again, brighter than ever this time, preparing to engage the oncoming enemy. But before they could clash, Kale stepped in between and tanked another series of slashes before kicking her away. Ugh! He grunted. Fuck, that hurt. What are you doing? Hugo asked, perplexed. I told you, this is... Yeah. You're God-given whatever the fuck. I don't know, buddy. You're a psycho. But for whatever reason, I don't really want you to die. Kale gave him a bloody grin. Feels like we've been through a lot, you know? For a moment, it seemed as if Hugo was at a loss for words. But then Callista stood back up. I see. he said. But what are we going to do about her? Kale looked down and sighed. Shit. Yeah, that's the real question, ain't it? Kale clenched his teeth as Callista began charging at him once again. Looks like Lady Luck's on their side today, Adrian said. I realized what he meant when one of Callista's hands was bitten straight off by the chattering man, who strolled into the fray from an adjacent corridor. Well, shit, Kale said, watching the two suddenly preoccupied with each other. Looks like God is looking out for us. He grinned at Hugo, who simply nodded back. As those two got the fuck out of Dodge, Callista and the chattering man began relentlessly butchering each other. Using her remaining hand, she made 2 quick slashes in succession, tearing open his chest and forehead. In response, the chatterer bit a good portion of her shoulder off. This went on for a few minutes until about half of Callista's body remained, and about 90% of Chatterer's skin had been shredded off, staining the entire area in a gory red. But even demonic superhumans had their limits. They were both beginning to slow down. Callista twisted her bloody knife-like fingers, pushing them into the chattering man's mouth and through his throat. While it was still lodged inside, she threw her arm upwards, splitting his head apart. But at the exact same time, the chattering man swiped at her head, twisting her neck clean off. They both fell simultaneously as combatants, who fought to the bloody end. It was by far the most brutal bout I'd seen thus far, although there was certainly some fierce competition for that title. I decided to check back on the voids that were still contained. The Titan was still in his cell. The Calamity's light also remained green. The kid hadn't stepped out either. But then, there was the Warden. Clint had stepped into his cell, donning the behemoth suit in all of its destructive glory. Wearing it brought them roughly up to the same size. Still, he was just an ordinary guy going up against an unfairly powerful monster. Unless he had some tricks up his sleeve, this is about to get really messy really quick. Hey, he said, grinning at the Warden through his fortified visor. You've been chasing me all this time. I'd finally come to you instead. Sounds like they have unfinished business, Adrian said. And much was probably true. Still staring down at the blood-soaked floor, the Warden simply let out a deep, lengthy sigh. When he finally looked up, there was nothing in his pit-like eyes but sheer rage. Your death won't be quick. Before Clint could even get his guard up, he was brutally blitzed by a sudden rush. The Warden was moving so fast, he was effectively a blur. Clint was launched backwards, denting a metal wall. The Warden bolted at him again, slashing off pieces of his suit with nothing but his fingers. He launched his fist at Clint's protective visor, smashing it to bits, and cutting his face up with bits of strayed glass in process. However, Clint managed to push him off before it could even connect with his skull, which would have been beyond fatal. Fuck, he spat, attempting to unsheathe the oversized blade at his side. But he wasn't nearly quick enough. The Warden grabbed it by the edge before Clint could even swing, shattering it into fine dust with nothing but a firm grasp. Then he grabbed the suit by the arm, slamming Clint hard into the ground, causing him to spit out blood. Shit, Adrian muttered. This is even hard for me to watch. The Warden proceeded to uncompromisingly wail away on top of him, with Clint barely managing to protect his face with the suit's wrist guards. But even those were being chipped away at rather quickly. Just as there was about an inch of suit left covering his arms, he tilted his elbows towards the Warden's neck, firing off a small grenade that caused the overpowered void to stagger just a little. The Warden retreated, touching the small wound that the explosion had caused under his chin. In turn, Clint struggled to pull himself up, with his suit looking like it'd been run over by a dozen freight trains. His face was covered in blood and cuts, while a blood vessel had popped in his right eye. But he shot the Warden a gory smirk. Okay, maybe I deserve that. But the comeback starts now. He opened a compartment in the suit's ribcage, taking out something that resembled a small white crystal. Remember these? He said, before using it to cut himself on an exposed portion of his wrist. The Warden's face twisted into an unfathomable expression of fury. He rushed forward again, tackling Clint into another wall, before ripping off a huge chunk of the suit's torso, and then he drilled his fist into Clint's ribcage. Now, at that moment, I was 100% sure that he was done for. But to my downright surprise, he managed to tank the punch, grimacing only slightly. What'd you think? he asked the warden, still grinning.
We ran some experiments. These shards are new and improved.
The warden let out an ear-splitting shriek, and I was surprised it didn't deafen Clint on the spot before picking him up and tossing him back into the cell. He followed him in, picking his head up and bashing his temple about 10 times into the metal toilet seat before it ended up breaking from the force. As a result, one side of Clint's face was beginning to resemble a bloody mush. Still, I was surprised it hadn't been reduced to pulp. What the hell was that shard, I thought to myself. He also seemed to have picked up a bounce in his step, evading another strike from the warden and crawling behind him. At that point, the behemoth had effectively been reduced to scrap metal. Clint dove towards the god-slaying cannon, which had been knocked loose during their scuffle. He scooped it up and began spraying it at the warden's direction. However, he managed to evade just about every shot, leaving large clouds of smoke and dust behind him as the devastating bullets reduced the place to rubble.
Fuck, you're a tough customer,
Clint groaned as he flipped a switch on the weapon.
Take this then!
The barrel of the weapon suddenly grew in size, causing it to resemble an actual cannon. As he pulled the trigger, the monitor darkened for a moment, for a flash of deep red engulfed the area and a high-pitched staccato of wholly unfamiliar noises assaulted my senses. I kept watching as the recoil from the strange blast pushed Clint's back into the wall as it completely annihilated the entire other side of the room. The weapon itself was also destroyed in the process. I guess the god-slaying cannon got an upgrade, because I sure as hell didn't know it could do that. After the smoke cleared, everything was silent for a few moments. Clint grinned, letting out a big sigh of relief, and his face dropped a few seconds later. As the rubble began stirring, the warden burst out with about half of his entire body now charred to hell. He also had a wicked, psychotic grin on his face. It was the first time I'd seen him make any kind of overt expression at all. I could have lived without it, though.
You took everything from me,
he said, walking ominously toward the nearly broken Clint.
But I have to admit, this has been a hell of a fun time. Son of a bitch,
Clint groaned, reaching into his pant leg pocket. He pulled out 2 syringes filled with black and blue liquid, respectively.
Come on, painkillers, don't let me down,
he muttered, before injecting the blue. But just as he was about to inject the black, the warden clutched his hand, crushing it, along with the syringe.
More tricks,
he sneered, his eyes wild as hell.
I guess that's what the weak resort to.
Clint simply laughed.
You're not so smart when you're angry, huh? It's in my blood now.
The warden released the grip, revealing Clint's bloody, cut up, and mangled hand. However, the black substance was already seeping into his wounds.
What is that?
The warden asked.
Gift from a good friend. Also my last resort. Didn't want to use it now, but I guess I'm out of options.
In a matter of seconds, nearly all of Clint's wounds had healed up. Along with that, his muscles had become visibly tensed.
That's impossible,
the warden gritted his teeth.
That's one thing I've learned,
Clint responded, smiling wide as he stepped forward.
Nothing's really impossible.
He stepped forward, throwing a hard strike to the warden's chest, sending him crashing back into the rubble. Clint looked down at his fist in surprise.
Nice,
he grinned. But he had no time to appreciate his newfound power. The warden rose back up like a wild animal in frenetic pursuit of its prey.
You're weak, he boomed. I'll never lose to you. Nature won't allow it.
Clint chuckled.
You're right. I'm weak. Must suck for your ego, huh?
The warden shrieked before charging back in at Clint. Once there, they engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, rocking the place to its core. While Flint's physical attributes had been enhanced greatly by whatever serum he'd taken, there was still an evident gap in strength between them, with each of the warden's blows ostensibly packing more force than his own. However, he did have one advantage. He was clearly trained extensively in hand-to-hand combat, while the warden was an amateur at best. He dodged a series of haymakers before continuing with a flurry of jabs and kicks of his own. At that point, the warden's mannerisms had devolved into that of a feral creature's, fueled solely by combative impulse. Yet, I could see the same wicked grin creeping in throughout his wild rage. He undoubtedly enjoyed the adrenaline. The warden picked Clint up by the waist, slamming him into the wall, and then onto the ground. He then mounted him, unleashing a series of hammer fists that Clint was forced to excruciatingly block with his forearms. Soon enough, his skin was beginning to tear off from the punishment. While on the ground, Clint managed to throw a kick that connected with the warden's hip. However, he hardly got any reaction out of it. He simply wasn't strong enough. Instead, the warden threw both fists down into Clint's ribs. I could hear them crack through the monitor. He grimaced in pain, but the warden didn't give him a moment to recuperate. He drilled a fist right into the side of his face. A squirt of blood and a few teeth flew out of his mouth as his head was cracked to the side. "He's gotta be fucking done for," Adrian commented. I had to share the sentiment. Clint's efforts were more than admirable. He sure as hell put up a better fight than I could have ever hoped to. But even with all of his tools, tricks, and skills, he was still no match. At least, that was what I genuinely believed. But the guy was just full of surprises. After taking another brutal strike to the shoulder, Clint managed to somehow escape from underneath. I couldn't even fathom what kind of move he pulled in order to do that. And then, in a series of moves that would make the most prolific jiu-jitsu practitioner light up with glee, he engaged the warden in a vicious grappling match on the ground. From his face, I could tell that he was going far above and beyond his own limits. It was down there where the warden's weakness really became clear as day. He had no idea what to do. Even after an entire minute of relentless, excruciating struggle from both combatants, Clint managed to get the warden into a beautiful choke. As the warden struggled feverishly to escape, Clint's face was wrought with sheer determination. The warden changed his tactics, opting to pound at Clint's already broken ribs in an attempt to cause him to break. That was a bad decision. It only allowed Clint to get his hold even tighter. Despite all the egregious punishment he'd taken, Clint never relented. Soon enough, the warden's movements began to slow down, and then he stopped moving altogether. Even then, Clint didn't release his grasp. He held the warden's neck in place using all of his strength for about 4 minutes before he finally let go, all while gasping in accumulated pain and exhaustion. The guy really looked as if he was going to die on the spot, but that didn't matter to him. The fight was finished, and an unlikely victor had emerged. With a tired grin on his face, he raised a shaky fist in victory before passing out himself. "Well, I'm fucking touched," Adrian said. "It's like watching Rocky all over again." On another monitor, Bella had made her way back to the top floor, back to the gaping exit. "Wow, what a pleasant surprise," Ken said, standing in her way. She seemed to share the surprise as they stared at each other. "Is this a joke?" she responded. Ken shrugged. "Where else was I going to see you?" "Are you going to let me go?" she asked. "If I did that, then American boy would track me down and kick my ass. I gotta wait till he dies first. Then we can go off into the sun together." He smiled. "In the meantime, you want to talk for a bit?" She sighed. "What do you think's going on here?" "I don't know," Ken responded. "That's up to you. You already know how I feel." "I tried to assassinate you." "You were contracted to assassinate me. By a massive dickhead." "Sure was nothing personal." "Oh my god." She sighed again. "Besides," Ken continued, "I'm still alive. Maybe you really didn't want to kill me." That's what I tell myself anyway. "You're insane. If you think anything's going to happen between us, you think I want to date anybody right now?" "Well, I never wanted to either. Till I met you." A period of silence followed. "Let's face it," Ken spoke up. "We're bad people living bad lives. Did you get tired of it?" "Speak for yourself," Bella responded. "You know what kind of people I kill. I'm not talking about that. You want to escape, don't you? I don't belong in here. A lot of people don't." "What are you getting at?" "I'm pretty sure you know the kid." "Yeah, what about him?" Ken exhaled. "Look, forget about dating. But don't you ever feel like doing something good for once? Doing something for anybody besides yourself?" Bella simply rolled her eyes in response. "I'm sorry, that came out badly." She stepped forward, brushing past him. "I'm leaving now. If you want to try to stop me, go ahead. I'll just kick your ass again." There was another pause before Ken shook his head. "You know I'm not going to do that." "Good." She began walking off. "I'm not tired of anything, by the way," she said without turning around. "I'm in control of my own life, and I kind of enjoy that." She left Ken looking somewhat melancholic. But eventually, he began smiling again. "Of course I do." He took off, abandoning his post. But I'm sure he hardly cared about that. Well, geez. That was a downer, Adrian said. Let's get back to the exciting stuff. He grinned. The final chips are starting to fall into place. Jack had found Wu.
You're China's secret weapon or something,
he said, approaching the mechanical menace, who remained silent.
Doesn't matter,
he continued, clenching his fists.
America's always on top.
Look up there as well. I turned to the monitor that Adrian was gesturing towards, watching as Kente continued roaming the corridors, still clenching his teeth in justice-driven rage. Actually, no. He wasn't roaming anymore. He was walking towards somebody. But at first, I couldn't recognize who it was.
Come at me, you fucking asshole!
But I did recognize the voice. It was Senju. His head now resembled a glowing, floating skull surrounded in a dark haze. Didn't he die? I asked, confused. Adrian chuckled. Don't you know anything about the Wraith style? One of its core proponents is the revival technique. Of course, I thought. How could I not know that?
You killed everyone at my fucking dojo!
Senju screamed at the approaching Kente.
You're dead!
Kente bit down even harder, cracking his own teeth.
I simply enacted justice, and I've waited for too long to finish the job.
Man, how lucky were we to find this place, Adrian said. Crisp fucking front row seats. It took me a moment to process the implication of what he just said. What the hell are you talking about? I asked him. In turn, he looked at me like I was insane. What do you mean? Didn't you build this place? He shook his head. Well, if you didn't, then... Who... My eyes wandered up to Sandu, whose attention was still firmly planted on the kid. He's the one that led me to this room to begin with. I do remember thinking it was rather strange, but with everything that had been going on, I forgot to question it further. But now I couldn't avoid it. What the hell was going on? Now even I'm confused, Adrian said before turning to Sandu. What's going on here? Who the hell are you? Yeah, that's a good question, I added, after looking at his direction. Come on, man. I've known the guy for years, yet I couldn't begin to understand what he was playing at here. Sandu took a while to respond, and even then, it was less than satisfying. It's complicated. He finally spoke up. By the way, aren't you guys missing the show? I wasn't going to force the guy to talk. Over the years, I've learned that doing so only leads to disingenuous answers. Besides, he was right. Jack was already rushing towards Wu. Come on, Wu. Show me your kung fu shit. I'll beat you down with good old American boxing. He really thinks Americans invented boxing, huh? Adrian muttered. Instead, Wu opted to blast him back with his hand shotgun. Jack was sent flying into a support beam, demolishing it in the process. While he'd taken no ostensible damage, there were now holes littered across the American flag printed on his chest plate. That sure got him pretty rattled. Oh, you fucked up, buddy, he said, a deranged smirk drawn across his face. For the first time ever, Wu decided to speak. What did you think was going to happen? In an instant, they charged at each other. Given their respective power and speed, their combined movements were hardly comprehensible. But if I had to approximate the exchange, it went something like this. Jack lands across to Wu's helmet, cracking it slightly. Wu attempts to stab Jack with large blades. It breaks on his arm. Jack presses forward, throwing a flurry of jabs at Wu's head. Most of them are blocked. Wu counters with a kick to the ribs. It hurts Jack. Wu uses his railgun eyes, burning the sides of Jack's cheek. And then, the gauntlet's unleashed. Wu lands a brutal combination with steel-studded knuckles. Wu shoves a grenade into Jack's face. Wu pounds away at Jack's ribs with a spiked bat. Wu stabs Jack through the shoulder with an elbow blade. Wu snaps one of Jack's fingers off. Wu headbutts him. Wu picks him up and executes a hard takedown, destroying the walkway they're standing on and causing them to fall to a lower floor. And then Wu begins strangling Jack. He's got the advantage with his weapons, I said. There's no way Jack's turning it around. Adrian scoffed. The US didn't funnel billions into this guy for nothing. He's got a few tricks up his sleeve. And oh boy, did he ever. Kente Jack was frenetic as he struggled to break out of Wu's iron grip. "Fuck you!" he screamed before his right fist began to glow red. He let go of Wu's wrists, ramming his knuckles right into his throat instead. The first significant strike. I could see Wu's armor splintered as he was launched backwards, forced to release his grip. Still, exasperated from the struggle, Jack pulled himself up, his fists smoldering like hell. At the same time, Wu was gasping for air himself. "How's that?" he said, holding his fist up while grinning like a man utterly unhinged. Suddenly, his left fist also began glowing, the only difference being that it was blue. "It's about to get fucking gnarly," he said. "Stars and stripes style is immeasurable." What followed was an exchange of blurs. I could hear explosive bouts of clanking metal, white smoke and flickering sparks intercut with flashes of red and blue from Jack's fists. Two individuals at pinnacles of power, striking each other with everything they had. After around an entire minute of hectic but incomprehensible fighting, both men had sustained significant damage. Wu's suit was covered in cracks and dents, with his right forearm and left thigh now exposed. There was also blood leaking through his fractured helmet. On the other hand, hardly an inch of Jack's body was unscathed. He was cut and swollen all over, with one of his eyes stabbed out and his right shoulder grated down to the bone. They stared each other down during their few seconds of fleeting recuperation. And then, they were right back at each other's throats. Wu attempted to blast Jack in the face with his palm cannon, but the American managed to weave underneath the shot, throwing both fists into Wu's chest, causing his suit to shatter completely at the particular spot. His vitals were now exposed. Jack knew what kind of opportunity he created, indicative by the wicked grin on his face. In a matter of milliseconds, Jack pulled back one of his fists and struck Wu directly. Without his armor protecting him, that blow must have liquefied his insides. In any case, that's what I got from the reaction. In an instant, he collapsed in pain, before being tossed over the rails onto an even lower floor. As he clutched his sides in excruciation on the ground, Jack leapt down and stomped on his helmet, finally shattering that as well. He'd accomplished something that even the most sophisticated of weaponry would have had trouble doing. In a desperation move, Wu pulled out his shotgun and began spraying it upwards, forcing Jack to retreat. Feeling pain that must have ellipsed the boundaries of unbearable, he pulled himself up, finally revealing his cut-to-hell visage through the broken helmet. "You're just a regular person underneath that suit, eh?" Jack said, panting. "How comical." "You were too, before the experiment," Wu responded. Jack scoffed. "Is that what you think? I'm just like you? A regular fucking guy?" "Yes," Wu responded. "We weren't born special." Jack shook his head. "Why does that matter? Look, I'll give you one thing. You're strong. Hell, you even gave me a bit of a hard time. But your attitude is fucking bullshit." Wu had trouble responding to that. "Sure, we weren't born special," Jack continued, "but we've changed ourselves, clawed our way up to the top." He paused for a moment. "No, you're not just a regular guy underneath that suit after all. And I wasn't just another fuck in the crowd before the experiment. They just don't choose any random asshole, do they? These are things that we've accomplished ourselves. Things that nobody else could do. Why don't you fucking understand that?" Another pause followed. The silence was broken when Wu reached over his shoulder, pulled out a terribly large red-orange sword, Singularity Blade. "Jack Barnes," he began, "you seem unintelligent on the surface, but you almost said something profound just now." Jack smirked at the pseudo-compliment. "You're strong as well," Wu continued. "I'll show you my respect by cutting you down with my ultimate weapon." "I'm touched," Jack responded. "I guess I'll have to show you some courtesy." He closed his eyes for a moment before opening it back up, revealing nothing but white underneath his lids. The red and blue radiating off his fists began extending up to his forearms, before quickly enveloping each side of his body entirely. "You should be honored. I'm about to crush you with the full force of my American spirit." Two tremendously strong men, both now at the pinnacle of their own power, stood across from each other in full acknowledgement of each other's prowess. An earth-shaking clash was about to ensue. Wu went first, swinging the blade and releasing an obscure serpentine entity from the tip. It rushed forward with torrent speed, lashing its claws onto Jack's arm and attempting to bite his head off. Jack responded by drilling his fist down the creature's throat. It bit down, puncturing his arm, but shattering its own teeth in the process. Jack and the creature fought brutally and relentlessly, with the latter seemingly growing in size as the battle endured. However, Wu himself was standing still. What's he doing? Why isn't he going after him? I thought out loud. He can't, Adrian responded. Look closely at him. It took me a second, but I understood. The punch that Wu had taken to the chest had essentially put him out of commission. In fact, at that moment, he was struggling to even stand up. He was relying on the singularity creature to get the job done. After some minutes, the beast had grown to an ungodly size, resembling some sort of colossal ghoul-like dragon. It bit down on Jack's arm once again, taking it clean off this time. Jack shrieked in endurance-fueled pain, headbutting one of the dragon's eyes out in response. It roared in pain as it whirled backwards, utterly annihilating its surroundings. It even took out a few cameras. Jack took the opportunity to reel in the frenetic beast, jumping on its head and bashing away. Despite having half its face caved in, the dragon still managed to fling him into a wall, ramming what remained of its head into his torso moments later. A wave of blood burst from Jack's mouth before his lips curled back in a sadistic, unrelenting grin. He punched the creature's remaining eye out before getting on top of it and rendering the rest of its head into a ghostly mush with nothing but his remaining fist. Just like that, the battle was over. As the dragon died, the blade shattered with it. Jack leapt down, back in front of Wu. He half chuckled, half groaned as he limped towards him. Lost an arm. Lost an eye. You really put me through the gauntlet, huh? Wu's expression was stone for a while, but it eventually turned to a grin. No malice behind it, he was simply acknowledging the interminable fighting spirit that Jack had put on display. Well, looks like my fate's been sealed, he said. Jack reciprocated with a grin, breathing heavy through his teeth. Gotta say, you weren't a pushover. But in the end, America always wins. He finished Wu off with a quick strike to the head. As the mechanical menace dropped, Jack's body stopped glowing, and he began staggering away. His movements strained and delirious. In any case, he didn't make it too far. He dropped about 10 paces from Wu. That was fun, he muttered, slowly drifting off into the darkness. Even in death, his grin didn't waver. Fucking hell, Adrian said. Do they both have to die? Well, let's see if one of these other weirdos can make it out alive. I'd been so invested that I nearly forgot about the other fights that were going on. I turned my head watching Kente effortlessly strangle Senju. The only thing that matters is justice. I killed your master with 3 strikes, and you're even weaker than him. Your effort is an insult. I'm going to fucking kill. Kente struck the side of Senju's jaw and slammed his neck into the ground, interrupting his sentence. Guess we'll never know what he was about to say. Real mystery there. But despite the overwhelming power gap, Senju kept rushing back at him, only to get abruptly beat down every single time. Fuck! He shouted in frustration, after taking another punch to the chest. Stop evading justice, Kente said. Your time's done. But then an unexpected figure arrived on the scene. Hugo rushed into the frame, directing his own rush of blows at Kente. However, he reacted to them in the same way a regular man would have reacted to a mosquito bite. Hugo was subsequently knocked back without much explicit effort on Kente's part. His scars were glowing like hell as he pulled himself back up, his eyes pursed with piercing fury. Why is he so pissed off, I thought to myself. Kale arrived moments later, yelling at Hugo. The hell are you doing? I know you're crazy, but what the fuck? He shouted. He's the one who killed my mentor, Hugo said, his voice shaking, The last good man on this earth, destroyed by the same evils he attempted to help. But he was foolish. There can only be response to the sin in this world. This fucking asshole killed my master as well, Senju said, turning to Hugo. Let's bury him! Hugo sighed, clearly not excited at the prospective ally.
Man,
Kale said, staring at Kentei.
This isn't fun anymore.
All three of them tried attacking at once. No luck. Kentei tanked each blow before striking each of them down in rapid succession. He grabbed Kale by the neck before tossing him straight at Senju, sending them both crashing into the wall.
Shit!
Kale yelled as he struggled to pull himself up.
Yo, priest, what level of detachment are you at?
Hugo exhaled. 99%.
Damn!
Kale muttered, looking up at the steadily but menacingly approaching Kentei.
So we're fucked.
Not necessarily. I'm about 10 times stronger at 100% than I am at 99.
I'm not sure the math checks out there,
Kale said before taking another strike to the stomach. No matter, Hugo said. One of the biggest evils stands before us. Every measure must be taken.
You're gonna fucking die,
Kale uttered, being kept on his toes by repeated blows from Kentei. Hugo's eyes flickered a deep red, almost like a literal fire was behind them. We're going to die regardless. Kentei turned from Kale and turned to Hugo. He squinted. Now I remember you. Hugo threw a cross so hard it seemed to split the air molecules in its path. Despite managing to block it, Kentei was still blasted backwards, skidding to a stop. He held his arm up, which had been badly mangled from the blow. He sneered at Hugo, his eyes growing crazier with every second it passed.
Evil must be eliminated.
You're in no position to make that call, Hugo responded. They bolted at each other. The two traded blows, with Hugo slowly but surely overwhelming Kentei. Kale could only watch in awe. Senju, on the other hand, yeah, kick his fucking ass! But the more damage that Kentei took, the more wild he seemed to get. Hugo landed a 1-2 in his jaw and temple, drawing blood from his head before finishing the combination by drilling a knee into his liver, nearly causing Kentei to buckle on the spot. Why did you kill him? Hugo spat at Kentei in between strikes. He was the last chance at salvation that this disgusting world had. Now bruised, bloody, and battered, Kentei dropped to one knee. Hugo stepped in for the finishing blow, or what I thought was going to be the finishing blow. Kentei managed to catch the strike, surprising just about everyone watching. His forehead veins bulged as he looked up at Hugo. His face twisted in an inconceivable expression of demented wrath. I killed him because he stood in the way of justice. In a split second, Hugo was knocked backwards, having his chest completely caved in.
What?
He wheezed out as he bent over, trying to funnel air into his lungs.
He's stronger. Be careful.
Kentei picked him up and judo slammed him into the rail before he could get the sentence out. I never cringed as hard as I did while watching his spine get instantly bent into the worst possible shape.
Hugo!
Kale yelled, charging at Kentei. A valiant but fruitless effort, he was picked up and brutally ragdolled into the wall and floors. Kentei finished the ruthless display by slamming his back into the wall. Kale crumpled like a pancake, with every bone in his body just about broken. Recovering from that, it's going to be a tall order.
Fuck!
He sputtered out, unable to make another move. Suddenly, Senju was back on his own, heavily injured and looking far less confident than he was before. We can't let him win, Sanju said, his expression a combination of frightened and resolute. Oh, you're not watching the kid anymore? What a surprise, Adrian said. I shook my head. I mean, what the hell are we supposed to do? Instead of answering my question, he just brushed by me, before abruptly sprinting out the door. Hey, what the hell, man? I called after him. No use. He was already gone. I fumbled around in place for a moment. On the one hand, I really didn't want to go out there. But on the other, he was my friend. And I, as much as I wanted answers, also wanted to make sure he didn't do something he wasn't going to have the chance to regret. A few moments of frenetic contemplation, I found myself chasing after him. What the fuck are you guys gonna do? I could hear Adrian call out from behind me. At this point, he was the least of my concerns. Chills ran down my spine as I traversed across the blood-stained halls, decorated by the mangled corpses of my former guards. It was a sight that I had experienced in my nightmares before. I'm sure just about every guard had. Seeing it in real life was jarring, to say the least. Sure had been one hell of a day, but the inevitable dusk finally seemed to be closing in. Sandu, what the hell is going on? My shouts were in vain as he pressed ahead, traversing through the blood, guts, and gore left in the wake of the voids without a second glance. I chased him for what felt like 15 minutes before he halted to an abrupt stop. What are you? I gasped in between breaths. But then I saw who we were really standing in front of. The kid. He was still sitting tight in his cell. His eyes remained glued to the floor. Sandu just stood there for a moment and stared at him. AJ, he finally muttered. The kid, whose name was apparently AJ, shook his head. I could see tears falling from his face as he did so. No, he choked out. I can't. Sandu smiled, tears beginning to well up in his own eyes. I know that I said you wouldn't have to, he began. I'm sorry. I promised that I'd get you out. Before I had no idea how, but there's a chance here. We can't avoid it now. AJ looked up, utter fear pervading his expression. I can't face him. Sandu slowly approached him. It's okay, he said. AJ seemed to recoil at the seemingly innocent statement. It's okay, Sandu repeated, kneeling in front of him. Your gifts are your own. Your right to use. AJ continued shaking his head. You remember what happened? That wasn't your fault. But it was! His voice was beginning to quiver. Sandu grabbed AJ by the face, looking him deep in the eyes. You've been lied to by bad people. Those same people are here with us right now. The ones that killed the people you loved and trapped you in this place. Anybody at your age with your ability would have made that mistake. That's not your fault. AJ wiped a tear from his face. If I let it out, everybody's gonna die. Sandu shook his head. No. You've been practicing and I've been watching. Better and better every day. Now it's time to be strong. Your father would have wanted that, no? He would have wanted you to face it head on. AJ remained silent. I'm sorry, but we're out of options here. Sandu's tone had gone more serious. The man who killed your family wants to kill you as well. I can't stop him. Nobody can. It's all up to you. So what are you going to do? Despite still looking at the floor, AJ suddenly clenched a fist. I'm not sure if it was my imagination or what, but I could have sworn that there was a spike in the air pressure around us, some kind of intense, overwhelming aura emanating from the kid's general vicinity. Or maybe I'd simply seen too much that day. Soon enough, AJ was standing. Sandu looked both proud and utterly terrified. He took a deep breath before turning to me. It's a long story. I'll tell you all about it later. What's about to happen? He lowered his voice. It's going to be dangerous. You don't have to come with us, just hang back. And after all this is over, you can all leave together. It was a vague warning, and one that didn't fill me with the highest degree of confidence. I could have told you myself that things were about to get dangerous. That much was obvious. I'd been watching that danger unfold over the course of an entire day, but now I had a decision to make. Did I really want to be in the thick of it? Did it even really matter? Truth be told, I'd been feeling the prospect of death looming over me since the first alarm sounded out. I didn't have too much time to think about it, though. Before I knew it, AJ had taken off sprinting, a furious beat in his step. Sandu hastily followed after, leaving me standing there with a million thoughts racing through my mind. I didn't want to be alone in that place. and I sure as hell didn't want to hang out with Aeryn anymore. So I followed them. Kid was kind of running blindly, so Sandu had to direct him towards where Senju was about to make his last stand against Kente. I was more or less certain that nothing but a gruesome scene would be waiting for us. And I was right. Once we got there, Kale was still a pile of flesh and bone against the wall, while Hugo could do nothing but lie still, his life undoubtedly hanging on by a thread. Along with them, Senju was flattened against the floor. I'm fairly certain it was him. Looked like somebody had been run over by a steamroller. Kale and Hugo looked both beyond sullen, their faces wrought with bitter and painful defeat.
You guys come to finish the job?
Kale asked us, before letting out a short chuckle.
Well, nothing's stopping you.
No, I stammered out. You guys alright? Stupid question.
Top condition, pal. Never been better,
Kale responded. Where'd he go? Sandu spoke up.
Big psycho dick? He took off.
He stretched his neck out, gesturing towards the walkway on the other side of us.
Guy didn't even look human when he turned Buddy over there into a pancake. Muttering shit about finishing the job and executing justice. What a fucking clown.
Thanks, Sandu muttered before turning the head off. AJ was also starting to look a little bit antsy. Something had certainly changed his demeanor. Something dark.
Wait, hang the fuck on. Are you going after him? Aren't you guys like guards or something? How's that gonna work out? And that kid, isn't he? What the hell's going on?
Kale called after us. It's a bit complicated, I responded, but I think it'll work out. I wasn't confident. Not at all, really. Kale scoffed and chuckled.
Right, okay. Of course, well, it's not like I want you guys to lose.
He smirked.
Go kick his ass.
I smirked back and nodded.
And before you leave, do me a favor. Is the priest still alive? Hasn't said anything in a while. I think I saw him twitching a bit.
Looked over at Hugo. Despite his dead expression, he was still blinking every now and then. Yeah, I responded. Kale rested his head on the wall and nodded.
Okay. Good to know,
was all that he said. After that short exchange, we were off running to face the insurmountable wall known as Kente. While we were looking for him, he was sure as hell looking for us as well. As we moved, I tried to gauge what Sandu was thinking. It wasn't terribly clear from his expression, but I could tell that his conviction in that moment was less than strong. Given what I knew, I could have viewed the situation from a lot of different possible angles, many of which would have led to Sandu acting as a less than moral party. But there was lost context here. I knew the guy, and unless he'd been acting all these years, there was only one conclusion I could have reached myself. For the sake of the kid, there was something that we had to do. Hell, I never believed for a second that he was malicious in nature. My thoughts were running too fast. Before I knew it, we were standing right in front of Kente. His suit had been damaged pretty badly, and he had dried blood caked all over him, although I doubted that most of it was his own. But besides one of his forearms, he wasn't injured for the slightest, meaning that taking him out was going to be a tall order. But then again, I had no idea what the kid was capable of either. Kente sneered as he walked towards us, his bloodlust seemingly transferred into the physical atmosphere around us, putting a dark, sinking feeling in my gut. But all of his attention was on the kid.
Found you,
he snarled. Sandu looked at AJ and nodded. AJ, it's time. No response. In fact, the kid was frozen on the spot, his eyes enlarged in sheer terror. I was afraid something like this was going to happen. Oh shit, Sandu muttered, before shaking AJ's shoulders. Come on, he's coming towards us. AJ! AJ! His voice was getting exponentially more desperate. In reality, this whole move was like a big gamble. Nevertheless, it was a gamble that he was definitely aware of beforehand. With their backs against the wall, Sandu stood firm in his promise to protect the kid. He exhaled before shielding AJ and getting himself ready for a valiant but futile stand against Kente.
You think I won't kill a guard if they stand in the way of justice? Kente boomed. Sandu scoffed. No. Think you'll kill just about anybody, you big fucking psycho. An oversized vein bulged in Kente's neck as he tensed his arm, ready to deliver a head-shattering blow. At that moment, I was simply frozen. I knew there was nothing I could do. However, as Kente put one foot back in preparation for the strike, a dark, ghost-like hand wrapped itself around his calf before pulling him down and dragging him around. I looked over at the perpetrator, a nightmare-inducing entity resembling a distorted gorilla with bulky, oversized arms. It dragged Kente around on the floor, slamming him through a gauntlet of rails and pillars in the process. The gorilla creature didn't have the upper hand for long, though. Kente let out an unworldly shriek before chopping one of the creature's arms off and ramming his fist to its head. As the entity fell limp, some kind of portal opened up underneath it, pulling it through. From the shadows of an adjacent corridor, Ken stepped out. Ken, the fugitive Rio. Korean-American from Brooklyn. Not a super malicious guy, kind of just did whatever the hell he wanted. Problem is, a lot of those happen to be illegal, unethical, let's be honest. You're not gonna make this easy for me, are you, buddy? He said, grinning. I always knew you were evil, Kente growled. I just have to eliminate everybody here. He was slowly but surely devolving into an overpowered, primal, rage-driven beast. Ken, why are you... Sandu spoke up, sounding reasonably confused. Ken just shrugged. Promise is a promise, remember? More lost context. Just, what the hell had Sandu been doing over the years? Look out! Sandu's warning had arrived at an opportune time. Kente had stepped forward, launching one of his colossal fists straight at Ken's head. Luckily for him, he managed to summon a creature to take the blow for him just in time. He dove out of the way of a follow-up strike seconds later. Fuck, Ken muttered. This is gonna be annoying. He looked up at AJ. Come on, kid. I know you know what to do. I can't, he muttered, cowering down and visibly trembling with fear. I'm gonna kill. We're gonna die if you fucking don't, I found myself shouting. Listen to Sandu, huh? There's no other options here. My outburst probably wasn't all too helpful, but it was my own instinctual fear speaking for me. During the split second where my attention wasn't trained on Kente, he'd gotten within inches of me. Before I knew it, I was feeling his iron grip around my right forearm. I could feel my bones being crushed in an instant, before I was tossed hard into a wall. My vision faded for just a moment, before all the pain hit me at once. If I was useless in the fight before, I was entirely out of commission now. I could hardly move as my body slid down the wall, flopping onto the floor. Fuck, I spat out, a wave of blood arriving with the words. I could only watch now. With the kid still being scared shitless, there was really only one person capable of fighting. Ken opened up around 10 portals in a circle around him. Ugh, he winced, his forearm veins pulsing like hell while a stream of blood began flowing down from his hairline and nose. God, I hate doing this. All at once, a petrifying roster of esoteric, incomprehensible entities emerged from each one. From what I saw, there was a dark blue, human-shaped eagle that seemed to be comprised of ice, some kind of colossal demonic samurai with a flaming sword, a six-legged creature with a large, jagged blade jutting out of every corner of its body, a zombified gunslinger seemingly left over from the Old West, carrying giant revolvers made out of writhing gray flesh, and a ghoulish humanoid with 4 horns, 5 eyes, 6 arms, and a giant glowing green eyeball on its torso, amongst many others. Ken sighed upon seeing the unsightly creatures he'd summoned. Couldn't I have just had telekinesis or something? He'd assembled a horde that would have made even the strongest man's knees tremble. But Kente was hardly human anymore. He didn't hesitate for a second. He darted forward in a flash, pulverizing every one of the creatures that stepped up to face him, taking only a few small cuts and insignificant strikes in the process. That was until he got the horn guy with one eye in his torso. That one managed to catch Kente's punch with one of its many hands. Evil creature, he snarled, before throwing a cross with his other hand. It was caught again. While Kente had run out of hands, the creature still had 4. It landed a quad combo of devastating punches at Kente's face and upper chest, causing his head to snap back, blood squirting from his eyes and nose. However, his head came back as quickly as it went, drilling into the eye creature's temple and destroying 2 of its eyes. They were both pissed now. They synchronized primal roars before blasting each other with a series of catastrophic strikes. Neither of them bothered with any defense or any kind of strategy for that matter.
They were simply out to deal as much damage as possible, hitting each other with everything that they had. During the exchange, I began noticing something strange about Kente's appearance. He was taking a metric fuck ton of damage for sure, but the difference didn't only stem from his wounds. He was changing. His veins were beginning to squirm underneath his skin, almost like trapped snakes trying to burst out. On top of that, he seemed to be getting bigger. In fact, he'd been getting bigger ever since he fought Wu. I just hadn't quite grasped until that point. He towered over Sandu, whom he only supposedly had 2 inches on. Now he was even dwarfing the eye creature, who'd been a comprehensible size to him mere minutes ago. What the fuck is this guy? I wondered out loud. Sandu had undoubtedly noticed it as well. I could see his eyes widening in terror at the sight. The creature lowered its head before rushing at Kente horns first. It rammed all 4 of them into his abdomen, managing to dig each of them about an inch deep into his flesh. Kente's roars had also changed. They'd lost any sense of humanity. He was truly in the process of transitioning into a legitimate, bona fide monster. He'd been drifting away from conventional martial arts. He stuck his fingers out, thrusting 2 of them into the creature's eyes before gouging them out in a bloody, slimy mess. Without giving an inch, he followed up by sinking his teeth into the creature's chest, tearing out chunks of pulsating green flesh. He finished the deadly combination by drilling his knee into the creature's torso eye, taking it out while dissolving his own flesh and bones in the process. As he began to collapse, he grabbed the creature by the neck and took it down with him, putting it in a brutal one-legged guillotine choke. He exerted so much pressure that its head popped off completely after a few seconds. Ken was starting to look very worried. With blood still dripping from his nose, he summoned another portal, in which a humanoid squid creature emerged. No use. He was taken out by one swipe from Kente, who blitzed it from a one-legged crawl-run hybrid. Oh, fuck. That was all that Ken managed to get out before being picked up and slammed savagely onto the floor. That would have been the end for him as well, had he not summoned another portal underneath his back at the last moment, allowing himself to land on the soft body of some kind of slime creature, as opposed to the hard metal. He rolled away, hardly managed to dodge a follow-up stomp that not only decimated the creature, but the floor itself. Now wheezing and bloody all over, Ken looked up at Sandu, his face twisted in a fearful desperation. No, not at Sandu. He was looking at the kid. "Come on," he muttered. "I know you can do it." The kid's expression didn't waver, no spark returning to his frightened eyes. It's hopeless, I thought to myself. Do your memories really flash before your eyes when you think you're about to die? Well, some of them do. The ones worth remembering. An attempt to justify the way you lived, the decisions that you made. You come to one daunting realization. You were there, in the midst of the mystery known as life itself. And now, it was all about to fade. As another tear began rolling down the kid's cheek, I could feel one rolling down my own. Ken sighed. "I know you're scared. We don't have any time here, please." Sandu put his hands up, stopping Ken mid-sentence. He had a stone-like expression on his face. "It's happening." Ken looked confused. "What?" I wasn't quite sure of the answer myself, but I got the gist of it. AJ's body was beginning to visibly vibrate, or something to that effect. It started out slow enough, but seemed to intensify drastically with every passing second. Before long, his body had become a dark, formless, stationary blur. From within that blur, 2 sharp, burning red eyes surfaced. And then, I could feel the floor begin to tremble around me. Shit. It was the only word that I could muster out upon encountering the incomprehensible pressure that had just filled the space around me. The kid wasn't himself anymore. I was starting to understand. It wasn't his own power that he had a hard time trying to control. It was something residing inside of him. As his metamorphosis continued, he'd become only about a head shorter than Kente. His form was so fluid while remained solid at the same time, like a floating, gaseous form that vaguely resembled a human. Afterwards, his original dark gray color quickly began morphing into a blinding, golden light. After about 5 seconds, his dynamic body finally settled on a concrete form. There was only one word I could really use to describe it. A warrior. Tall and lean, with thick flowing hair that extended down to his shoulders, he held a lance seemingly composed of sheer light, along with a complementary shield. He had armor on, albeit minimally, just chest-shoulder plating along with a pair of knee-length shorts. The potential origin of such an entity was lost on me. The mere presence of it evoked a sense of awe, danger, and beauty all at once. Surprisingly, Kente began smiling at the sight of AJ's transformed state. A bloody ear-to-ear grin devoid of any humanity at all.
"Looks like the evil's finally come out," he bellowed,
before bolting at him. AJ's warrior form managed to counter all of Kente's initial attacks before delivering a brutal sequence of his own. He slashed Kente across the stomach, creating a deep gash, before impaling him through the torso and smashing him through a metal side beam. Still, I couldn't get too excited. The whole situation seemed oddly familiar. Kente encountering an enemy initially more formidable than himself, getting beat down at first, only to end up massacring them in the end. Regenerating nearly instantly while also getting bigger and stronger in the process. We were going up against a rapid evolution, which was one of the worst powers you could possibly hope for an opponent. In any case, it seemed as if AJ was intent on finishing the job early, which was really the only option here. He took his lance and swung it with inhuman speed, slashing Kente more times than I could possibly count. It was a gruesome sight as blood gushed out of every inch of his body, staining the metal beneath him red. AJ went for another stab, but this time Kente managed to deflect the blow and close the distance between them. "Got you!" he screamed. He was wrong. AJ took his palm and rammed it into Kente's neck, causing him to spit out what looked like a gallon of more blood. AJ then took out the butt end of his lance and drilled it into the other side of Kente's cheek, puncturing it all the way through. "Fuck," I muttered. That gruesome sight. Of course, Sandu didn't seem too surprised. He'd seen this before. But at the end of the day, the only thing that mattered was getting rid of Kente right then and there. AJ grabbed his lance and pulled it down, creating a massive gash down Kente's cheek, down to his jaw, ripping through his gums and breaking teeth in the process. But even that wasn't enough. Kente howled like a maniac and managed to grab AJ's neck, ripping a good chunk of his flesh out. AJ reeled, but was still able to thrust the lance straight through Kente's torso once again. Still not enough. Kente swiped at AJ's head, twisting it around completely. At that moment, I was sure that he was dead, but Sandu didn't seem all too worried yet. Another blinding flash of light burst through AJ's body before he seemingly morphed again, taking on a new form entirely. This time, he resembled an archer atop an armored horse, still with the golden aura surrounding him. I remembered something. Each void had an official description assigned to it for database purposes. Most of them were a few paragraphs long, save for AJ's. His was short and vague, containing only one short phrase: the warrior's spirit. I never knew what to make of it before, but I was starting to understand now. AJ directed a flurry of arrows at Kente, sticking him with about 6 of them. However, that form was also quickly obliterated as Kente dragged him down from the horse and stomped his head like a watermelon. After a flash of light, this time I closed my eyes. Upon the death of one form, he began cycling through others, manifesting into various warriors throughout history: a hulking, powerful Viking, a skilled, relentless Zulu soldier, a fast, unyielding samurai. With each transformation, he dealt Kente more and more damage. But that was the problem. Kente just kept getting stronger as a result, and AJ couldn't seem to finish the job. After 5 cycles, Kente was bordering on the size of a house, with his veins resembling steel pipes. He picked up another of AJ's warrior forms by the neck and began taunting him.
"I know evil. I've seen it, and I'll never lose to it."
Using a single arm, he lifted him up and slammed him into the ground.
"Years of destruction and rebirth, forced evolution, surviving the abyss that lies before death, over and over again until enlightenment is forced onto you."
To the uninitiated ear, that might have sounded like the ramblings of a madman, but to me, it yielded a daunting realization. Sandu recognized it as well. I could feel the horror in his eyes. Throughout history, humans have done too many cruel things to each other to possibly count. Yet for what reason? Well, that list is unending. But even amongst the dark sea of bloodshed, war, and torture, There's one brutal practice that stands out among the rest. The true origins of it are a mystery, both in date and location. Some believe it was developed by the Aztecs, some by the Spartans, Mongols, Ming Dynasty, Roman legionaries, Nazi Germany. Some even claimed that some modern militaries still made use of the practice. The only thing that we knew for sure was that it existed. And it sounded horrific. I'm sure it goes by a lot of names, but the one given to it by the government is the evolution ritual. In my opinion, that name doesn't do its sheer brutality justice. I'll try to paint a picture. Imagine an empty, medium-sized concrete room devoid of any windows, illuminated only by a few dim light bulbs above. Fill that room with about 25 to 50 men specifically selected due to their exponential combat prowess, as in fighters, soldiers, mercenaries, etc. Now seal off all the exits and inform the subjects that only the last man standing will be afforded the right to leave. Leave them to fight to the death. Conduct hundreds, or however many of these death matches at once. Next, divide the winners into smaller groups and repeat the process until only the last men amongst hundreds, possibly thousands, are left. Next, seal those men off into a dark, confined space for 50 days. No food, no water, or any kind of stimulants. The one that manages to survive all of this are the successes. The conjecture went as follows. If any individual's mind and body managed to endure such a torturous gauntlet, they would have eclipsed some kind of threshold, undergone some type of rapid evolution. These were the men with exceptional latent potential, the ones who possessed something more than conventional strength and willpower. Under such drastic circumstances, their minds will have tapped into a reserve of power beyond human physical and mental limitations. I'm gleaming over some details, of course, but that's the gist of it. Sounds like bullshit science to me, but hey, what the fuck do I really know at this point? Sandu and I learned about the existence of this ritual following an internal branch of information that was even classified for us. We also learned that sometime after World War II, a unit of soldiers and intelligence officers came across the aftermath of one of those rituals in a large, remote, and decrepit building somewhere in the desert. After the White House received some kind of obscure message containing a pair of coordinates. Inside, there were upwards of 1,100 human skeletons, all scattered throughout various rooms in the structure. The strangest part? There was a set of small chambers at the center of the building, where 6 emaciated, horribly scarred men were shackled to the walls. However, while certainly dead, they hadn't even begun decomposing yet. Except for one. One man was still alive. The mysterious figure was dubbed the Unkillable Man. To this day, we have no idea what kind of organization conducted the ritual, or who sent the coordinates. And the biggest question? Why? I'm getting off topic here, though. We also couldn't figure out who this mysterious unkillable man might be. And although this was by no means definitive, we now had a clue. Before AJ could get another word out, Kente killed him again. By this point, I'd regained some movement in my limbs, which allowed me to crawl over to Ken and Sandu, who were now certainly looking worried. "Sandu," I said, "how many transformations can the kid go through?" He just shook his head, as if he knew the answer, but didn't want to say it. I looked over, watching as the kid, who'd now become some kind of centurion, tried desperately to put Kente down. Now, I'm not sure if the kid was getting weaker, or if it was Kente who was getting way too strong, but the problem was obvious here. At that point, the kid was only delaying the inevitable. Something else needed to happen, and soon, or we were done for. "I know what happens when he gets pushed to the limit," Sandu spoke up, "but he's really scared of. If that happens, then..." He trailed off for a moment. "I didn't want it to happen," I thought. "This was going to be enough." "Don't like the sound of that," Ken muttered. Kente killed the Centurion by strangling it. This time the kid transformed into a hulking Templar knight. I could see Sandu visibly gulp. "That's it," he said. "That's the form he takes before everything goes to shit. If Kente kills this one, then
God, I fucked up.
At that point, Kente had become so durable that the kid's attacks hardly fazed him, yet he didn't even attempt to stay down. I suppose that was the so-called warrior spirit, fighting even in the face of impossible odds. At the same time, all we could really do was watch. But before the two could engage in their penultimate clash, we could hear whistling from just behind them. Everybody turned around at once to see Nassar, casually strolling towards us.
"Wow, when did you get so big?" he said,
his eyes wide in awe.
"Have you become evil as well?"
Kente growled. Nassar put his hands up in a defensive gesture.
"I'm just here to have fun, big guy." "What does that mean?"
Almost like an answer to his question, we could hear a set of booming footsteps approach from behind Kente. A colossal figure was barreling towards us. The Titan had arrived, and from the way that Nassar was grinning, I can only assume that he was the one that released it. As primal logic would dictate, the Titan went for the biggest guy in the area. Kente, who was now around the same size as the Titan, crouched in a defensive position.
"I won't let evil—"
He was cut short by an abrupt headbutt. For such a big thing, the Titan was disturbingly fast. Their exchange was short, but utterly brutal. The Titan slashed at Kente's chest, tearing a large gash through it. Kente strikes the Titan's jaw, dislocating it. The Titan rips off Kente's left trapezius muscle. Kente gouges all of Titan's eyes out. The Titan crushes Kente's right hand while swinging blindly. Kente drills his fist into the Titan's crotch area, demolishing its goods. In the fit of blind rage, the Titan grabs Kente's head and slams it into the wall, planting it deep before dragging it along, tearing through the metal like butter. Kente grabs the Titan's head from behind and drags it down hard, causing the bones from its neck to snap, piercing through its flesh. I could have sworn Kente had grown 3 feet from that exchange alone. As he tossed the Titan aside, he looked back at us. Half of his face now torn to the skull. Nassar looked like he was about to pass out from excitement.
"Fuck yeah!" he shouted, jumping up and down. "That was fucking awesome!"
Kente silenced him with one punch, easily vaporizing him. There wasn't much hope before, but there was even less now. Sandu's warning had been vague, but I doubted that it was any kind of exaggeration. The kid readied his sword, a vain effort considering the fact that he was about to go down. And then, we were all screwed. Or so I thought. The time that the Titan had bought us was about to prove more than valuable. As Kente prepared a blow that likely would have finished the kid off on the spot, a stream of projectiles hit his face, causing him to flinch just slightly. I turned to face whoever done that. To my surprise, it was Bella. For one reason or another, the bloody painter was back.
"You!"
Kente roared. Ken was happy to see her, of course. "You came back," he said before his face dropped. "But now you're gonna die." "Have some faith in me, won't you?" she said. "I wouldn't be here if I didn't have a plan."
"Plan?"
Kale suddenly appeared behind her.
"Well, I guess you can call it a plan. Didn't have much time to put it together, though."
In any case, we were hardly in a position to protest. Kente barreled past the kid, nearly foaming at the mouth, as he rushed Bella with overwhelming killing intent on his face. I'd like to say that Bella looked unfazed herself, but that was far from the truth. She narrowly dodged his tackle, hardly looking calm and collected at this point. Kale attacked Kente from behind, attempting to sink his teeth into his skin. His fangs broke immediately upon contact.
"Oh, fuck this,"
he said, before being tossed into a wall. However, he managed to distract Kente long enough for Bella to make a move, running to an adjacent intersecting wall and looking down. "Shit," she said, before looking back at us. "Distract him! 30 seconds, that's all I need!" 30 seconds might as well have been an hour. Before Kente could rush back towards Bella, Ken snapped forward, forming a couple of portals on the ground in which 2 crocodile-like creatures emerged. They were destroyed in 4 seconds. The kid went after Kente next, which posed another problem.
"No!" Sandu shouted. "Don't let AJ get near him!"
Kale groaned, pulling himself back.
All right."
He jumped in between Kente and the kid, pushing the latter backwards before blocking a punch from the former with his arm. The arm was obliterated as he was launched backward once again, but he managed to buy about 3 more seconds while doing so. Ken opened up 3 more portals, blood now pouring like a fountain from his eyes, nose, and temple.
"God fucking damn it,"
he mumbled, shaking as he forced his ability to the limit. But then he smiled. "Guess I trust you, though." 2 of his creatures attacked Kente, while the other one kept the kid occupied. That move managed to waste another 7 seconds. I looked back over at Bella. She was holding up 10 fingers. 9. 8. But Kente was already on the move. He reached her in about 3. To tell you the truth, I can't say that I've done a lot of heroic things in my life. I mean, sure, I stood up for a kid that was bullied back in the 8th grade. Intimidated a guy out of breaking into a parked car once. Broke up 2 bar fights before. But nothing that had actually put my life on the line. Truth be told, I was never really willing to do so. I'm sure it's a sentiment shared by most. And it begs the question, if you knew that your inactivity would lead to death regardless, would it really count as a heroic act in the end? But knowing that I didn't have much time to think, these thoughts were racing through my head as my feet were already moving. "Hey, asshole!" I screamed. As I got within about a meter of him, Kente turned to face me. I nearly shit my pants on the spot. I had no plan, no set strategy. I wasn't even planning on throwing a strike. That would have been pointless anyway. There was also no way that I was going to block or dodge any of his attacks. I suppose that right there and then, I was fully prepared to die. Maybe I hadn't even realized it myself. But then, the luckiest thing that had ever happened to me happened right there and then. I always prided myself on having good balance. Rarely skidding on ice, never swaying on boats or trains. Always pretty good at sports. However, in that moment, I slipped on a patch of blood. And by some miracle, it came at the exact moment Kente's fist was about to contact with my face. Instead of my skull being pulverized, his knuckles only grazed the side of my cheek, ripping a large gash through it as he did so. And sure, it hurt like hell, and I wasn't going to be taking any girls for a while. But I managed to buy enough time. Bella shot another stream of blades at the back of Kente's head, turning his attention away from me. The next few moments went by rather slowly in my mind. I watched as Kente darted forward in a flash while Bella scrambled like hell out of the way. As she was doing so, a figure had stepped out of the adjacent hall behind her. I didn't need to know who it was. His moves spoke for themselves. It was the dancing guy. Shuffling cheerfully along, Kente himself even hesitated for a moment, but it was too late for him. As they collided, the dancing guy's MP3 flew out of his hand. For a moment, time seemed to stop. The dancer froze in place for what must have been 10 seconds. During that time, even Kente couldn't seem to bring himself to move. It was the calm before the storm. For a split second, the dancer's expression contorted into something that I'd likely never be able to get out of my head. It was an indescribable look of sheer, otherworldly rage. I blinked once, and when my eyes opened back up, I was met with a wall of red mist and flying limbs. One of Kente's oversized arms even flew at me, nearly dislocating my shoulder as it did so. The man that we'd previously deemed as immovable, insurmountable, a wall, had been demolished in less than a second. Now dripping in blood, the dancer strolled over to his fallen music player and plugged it back in. All of us watched in stunned silence as he shuffled off and out of sight towards the opposite hall. Kale was the first one to speak up afterwards. "I'll be honest. I was 99% sure that wasn't going to work." Bella let out a laugh of half relief, half disbelief. I looked over at the kid, who was still in his night form. However, he looked confused, almost as if his reason for existing had suddenly vanished. Soon enough, he had reverted back to his original human state. AJ fell to his knees, coughing up blood in between sobs. Sandu quickly rushed over in order to tend to him. Is everything done? I thought to myself. Save for Clint. TFVNH was dead. So were all the voids, except for the dancer, and the still contained Calamity. Guess it's over then.
That was ballsy, man.
I looked over to see Kale grinning at me.
Running at Kente like that? Fucking hell.
I let out a slight chuckle, hardly able to believe it myself. Yeah, I guess. How's Hugo? Kale shrugged.
Guess some things can't be helped. Think I gave him a good send-off, though.
In the meantime, Bella was talking to Ken. "I'd help you out, but," she said, wiping some of the blood off of his face, which was entirely covered with it. I don't I don't know what to do here. Yeah, it's more of an internal pain. It's got a badass, though, doesn't it? Looks kind of gross, actually. They both laughed. That was great. What did you do there? He said. Let's call it lucky. Thanks for trusting me there, though. Thanks for coming back. I really appreciate... Oh, shut up! You guilt-tripped me into it, you asshole! Before he could speak again, she pulled him in for a kiss. Not wanting to make things awkward, I directed my attention back to AJ, who was beginning to settle down. You alright? I asked Sandu as I walked over. In a place of response, he simply got up and hugged me. I owe you. A bit longer and we'd all be... His voice began to tremble. Hey, it's alright, buddy, I said. Don't worry about it. At least it's over now. He let go of me and looked at everybody else. I owe all of you. About time I did something good for once, Ken responded. Bella sighed before smiling. Yeah, same.
That dickhead killed the first friend I made in a long time, Gail added. He had it coming.
A period of silence followed, as we all began coming to terms with the events that had transpired. Not the easiest task. Aww, how touching. A familiar but completely annoying voice reverberated from behind me. I knew I'd forgotten about something. I turned around, seeing Adrian standing right there, wearing his signature stupid smug smirk.
Who the fuck is this?
Kale blurted out. Adrian ignored the question, looking over at the kid instead. That's a cool little ability you got there, he said. You know where it'd come in real handy? Oh no, I said. Please don't say it. His grin grew wider. The evisceration matches. How the hell did we get here? At that moment, it was all I could think about. As fun as this has all been, and it certainly has, jeez. Adrian laughed to himself. I almost forgot what I came here for. Coke is deadly sometimes.
There's no way in goddamn hell. Don't even fucking say it.
Sandu cut him off. Adrian raised a brow. Yeah? Is that so? Look, I get this whole guardian protector role you're trying to play here. Commendable, really. And I'm sure the kid's been through a lot, but... His lips curled into a malicious grin. I've been through a lot as well. And you know what I've learned? This kid's gonna fucking croak. If he keeps hanging out with you, he's strong, sure, but he can get a lot stronger. You guys got lucky against Kente. It won't happen every time. You don't want that, do you? You literally want to send him off to death fights on some godforsaken planet. What the fuck are you talking about? I interjected. Adrian groaned. Oh, why don't you shut the fuck up? Just shut the fuck up. As much as I hated to admit it, the sound of him raising his voice caused me to go quiet. There was a powerful aura surrounding him, like a switch in his demeanor that would flip instantly and aggressively. In all honesty, my will simply wasn't strong enough to challenge him any further. Out of everybody there, I was certainly the weakest. Look, Ken said, stepping forward, I have no idea where the hell you crawled out from, but we kind of went through a lot just now trying to protect this kid. We're not going to let him go just like that. Adrian clicked his tongue. I don't like getting my hands dirty, but... He moved in a flash, rushing towards Sandu with startling velocity. However, his strike was intercepted by Kale at the last moment.
Shit,
Kale muttered, holding Adrian's fist back.
How is this guy strong as well?
Adrian struggled for a moment before breaking Kale's wrist and slamming a palm into his jaw. He went back at Sandu, only to be stopped again by streams of blades from Bella, shredding his right arm as he blocked it. Fuck! He shouted. Why the hell are you people so hung up over this kid anyway? Are you an idiot? What kind of question is that? Ken said, stepping forward. With his caked-in dried blood, he looked as if he was about to pass out at any moment. Still, he offered the challenge. I couldn't live with myself if I let a freak like you near him, he said before opening up another portal. This guy's one of my favorites. Glad he's still around for you. A massive skeleton with bits of charred flesh hanging off of its oversized bones emerged from the portal. It revved up an equally oversized chainsaw before charging at Adrian. What the fuck? He barely got the words out before he was forced to evade certain decapitation. He bobbed and weaved away from the devastating blades before eventually taking a few nasty cuts. At the same time, Kale went back to his feet, giving Adrian further trouble on top of all of it. Bella soon joined in, forcing his back against the wall. Fuck! He screamed, before leaping into the air and obliterating a good portion of the skeleton's skull with an elbow strike. Not enough. The skeleton grabbed him by the neck and thrashed him onto the floor. As he struggled to pull himself up, Kale swooped in, knocking him back down.
About time to give up, don't you think?
He grinned. Adrian spat out a good amount of blood. You really don't want that. He bolted up, drilling his head into Kale's chin, before launching himself headfirst at the skeleton's torso. I figured it out, he screamed. I just need to get rid of your fucking arms! He did just that, snapping both of the skeleton's elbows at the joint, causing it to drop the chainsaw. He was about to go for the killing blow when a stream of Bella's shards hit one of his eyes, blinding him. Fucking bitch! He shouted. The skeleton capitalized on the momentary distraction, kicking him into a wall. Safe to say, things were not going Adrian's way. He looked at Kale, Bella, and the skeleton beginning to converge on him all at once, his expression still rife with frenetic, concentrated rage. However, it didn't linger. Soon enough, he began smiling. Okay, all right, he said, holding up his hand. Can't say this was a fair fight, but you got me. Damn, I thought I was tougher than this. He stood up, the grin still plastered across his face. Guess it's time for Plan B. What the hell does that mean? Ken asked. Well, I can give you a hint. You are not going to like this. From his pocket, he pulled out some kind of clunky switch wrapped in a mess of wires. I'm releasing the big boy. The Calamity. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Kale began stepping forward, but Adrian held out his hand. Are you dumb? You're nowhere near fast enough to get to me in time. He suddenly looked over at Bella, who was visibly itching to spray him with some more blades. You too. Don't even try it. You don't know how stupid of an idea this is, Ken said. Okay, Prof, lecture me more. I mean, you guys brought this onto yourselves. I had a simple request. He let out another insane laugh before abruptly going silent. Last chance. I mean it. Nobody moved. In fact, nobody said anything at all. We were all at a loss for what to do. How could you have figured out how to release it? Ken finally spoke up. You're bluffing. Yeah? Well, you're pretty fucking annoying. He flipped the switch before dropping it on the ground. I'm a fucking genius, he said. I can do anything. As Adrian continued to grin with malicious anticipation, the rest of us waited in tense silence for what felt like 5 minutes. But nothing happened. Ken broke the silence. You know, when people bluff, they usually don't go this far. Adrian's face contorted into confused rage. Give me a fucking break, he spat out. All this work for nothing. He took a glance over his shoulder. This is bullshit. I'm not an idiot. Like a bat out of hell, he took off down the opposite corridor. He's checking the panel, Ken said. That's right, I thought to myself. The panel was the only real way we can confirm whether or not he was bluffing. Truth be told, none of us had any idea what the Calamity could have been. We all just assumed it was going to be some colossal monstrosity, some creature that was going to be bent on immediate destruction following its release. But we didn't know. Perhaps the danger it posed was more esoteric, something non-direct. We should go see for ourselves, I spoke up. At this point, whatever happens is going to happen. It didn't take too much convincing. Ken created another portal, pulling the skeleton back through it. With a fog of demise looming on the ground around us, the 6 of us began making our way. The fighting was finished. The only thing left to do was to confirm our fate. When we got to the panel, we were met with an unfavorable sight. The light was yellow. Escape in progress. Not only that, but a trap door had opened up in the front of the side, with a set of stairs leading down it. Adrian was right there, leering down into it. What'd I tell you? He said. I'm not an idiot. Well, what the hell are you gonna do now? Ken asked. Go down there? Then what? Tame it or something? Tame it? Die. We'll see what happens. Not like it matters anymore. Unless you want to give me the kid. Sandu didn't budge. Adrian scoffed. I'll be honest. I was planning on releasing this thing regardless. You can't just keep something like this all locked up, you know? His remaining eye was wide with excitement as he said it. He looked back at the trap door. The great unknown, huh? He muttered before bolting down the stairs.
Should we have stopped him?
Kale asked as Adrian disappeared into whatever abyss was waiting for him. I don't know, Ken responded. Would there have been a point? A long period of silence followed. Could have been an hour, maybe close to 2. But regardless of the time, nothing happened. No giant creature bursting out of the floor, no portal sucking us into hell. But one thing did happen. The light on the panel turned from yellow to red. The calamity had escaped. But that happened a while ago. Adrian never came up. Safe to say, we were at a loss for any kind of explanation. So, what now? Bella asked. Do we leave, or...
Feels weird leaving it like this, doesn't it?
Kale responded. I guess, Ken added. Don't really know where else to go from here, though. There's one other option, I said. It was an instinctive outburst, something I was hardly thinking about myself. What is it? I gestured towards the open door. We could go down and see what happened for ourselves. Ken blinked a few times in disbelief. Are you fucked in the head? Was I? It was a fleeting thought. Aren't you curious? I asked. About what they've been trying to contain this whole time? Ken laughed. Well, I never wanted to be here in the first place, so it really doesn't matter to me. If you want to go, then make it quick. I'm sure this place won't be quiet for much longer. I stopped myself for a second. Is this really what I want? I thought to myself. I didn't really know. Yet there was some kind of strange impulse driving me forward.
Maybe there was never really a calamity in the first place.
Kale spoke up.
What if it was just a scare tactic?
That theory could have held some weight, but it didn't answer the question of what the hell had happened to Adrian.
Oh, it exists, for sure.
A new voice came from behind us. We all turned around, already on edge from everything that had happened. But it was Clint, still bloody and beaten from his bout with the warden. Clint? Ken grinned at him. Geez, you're still alive? Nassar and I made a bet about whether or not you were going to survive. Can't really collect now since he's dead, though.
Yeah?
Clint smiled back.
How much you put on me?
About 600.
God, I'm offended. Do you have any faith in me, buddy? I know you're a high roller, at least in Vegas. You know, it's great that you guys are friends and all.
Kale interrupted.
What the hell are you saying about that calamity?
I'll tell you. First you gotta tell me something. Who the hell opened up the door? This crazy fucking guy? Don't think you know him.
And he's down there right now?
I nodded. Clint's expression turned dead serious.
God damn it,
he muttered. He drew a handgun from his belt and began rapidly descending the stairs. The rest of us looked at each other in confusion before quickly following after him. It was a longer journey than I had anticipated. It really begged the question of why such a lengthy set of stairs was constructed in the first place. Once we got down there, we found ourselves in some kind of laboratory with dusty monitors and haphazard stacks of documents strewn everywhere. At the very end of the lab was a metal door that was wide open. We could see Adrian standing inside of the room that it led into. Couldn't really tell what he was doing at first. It kinda just looked like he was standing still. And then I realized that's all that he was doing. He paid no attention to us, he was simply staring ahead. Although I couldn't quite see what he was staring at. At first, that is.
Whatever you do not look inside the damn room,
Clint shouted at us. He said it a little bit too late. I don't know how I can describe what I was seeing. On the surface, it's simple. There was a monitor. Adrian was simply staring at a monitor. But what was on that monitor was harder to explain. An amalgamation of incomprehensible shapes and figures, shifting and moving in ways completely alien to human perception. And then there were colors. Colors I'd never seen before in my life. Colors that I'm pretty sure didn't exist. In that moment, I could feel my mind fading. My sense of self dissolving into the void. I was utterly transfixed on whatever the hell was on that monitor. I could feel some kind of strange pleasure overwhelming my senses, but at the same time, I was trying my absolute hardest to look away. My emotions were utterly conflicted, which only worsened the already perplexing situation. I was eventually snapped out of it after some unknown duration. I remember jumping at the sound of multiple gunshots, with a feeling of a debilitating migraine and experiencing fleeting memories of blindness. I bent over in pain before blinking a few times and looking back up to see Clint carrying Adrian's limp, bullet-ridden body, with the door to the room now shut behind him. As soon as he was done with that, he pressed his back against the wall, eyes wide and breathing heavy like a child who'd just seen a ghost. The hell was that about? What the fuck is wrong with you? Ken asked him. Just nobody else had gotten a glimpse of the monitor because they wouldn't have been asking that. I understood why that thing was far more dangerous than anything in the prison could have ever been. It truly was bizarre. The pleasure I felt from watching it was an immediate high. As soon as I was taken away from the stimulus, I was hit by an immediate jarring low. Not like the come down that coincides with taking dopamine-releasing drugs. It was like, one moment I felt like I understood something. And for that thing was letting me in on some kind of forbidden secret. But for the moments following, it felt as if my comprehension of the world had shattered entirely. As if my brain was trying hard to reject what I'd just learned, putting me in some state of existential dread. That's the best way I could put it. That was the calamity, wasn't it? I said, still mentally reeling from the experience. Clint looked at me and nodded. But what? I could barely get the question out, but Clint answered regardless. Some things don't have simple answers. All I know is that somewhere out there in the vast expanse above us, there's something we were never meant to see. Something we cannot cross paths with. But if it's up there, then we shouldn't have to worry about it then, right? What's with all this shit? Why the hell are we monitoring it? I asked. Clint sighed. Here's the thing. As soon as we found out about its existence, we found out about ours. In a way, we're linked to it. Every second that a human eye perceives that thing, it reciprocates that attention. If anybody looks at it for too long, they're pretty much inviting it right over to us. I could hardly respond to this shit. I guess I should tell you all this part as well. It's already coming towards us. Best ETA's putting it maybe 19,000 years away. But after today, probably a lot closer. He looked at Adrian. This asshole just shortened humanity's lifespan by a couple thousand years. Then he looked at me. I saw you looking as well, he said. Luckily, I snapped you out of it before you went insane. Or it just cost us about 50 years as well. Okay, Kale spoke up. Not that I'm following any of this, but how are we stopping this thing from arriving? Clint let out a dry laugh. That's what they've been trying to figure out. Why they built this fucking lab in the first place. It's funny, though. All their research probably just brought it closer. Huh, Ken said. So that's the deal with the calamity? Wouldn't have been my first guess. Yeah, well, pretty wacky shit, Clint said as he got up. Well, we better get the hell out of here. The place is about to be swarmed. Sure, but where the hell would we go? When we try to get off this island, we're getting shot at. Maybe it's better to just take our chances here and explain the situation, Kale said. No fucking way we're staying here. Sandu, Ken, and Bella responded in unison. We better figure out something soon, Bella said. Getting out of here is going to be tough. It won't be tough. It's going to be impossible. What? The island is already surrounded, and the Cavaliers ready to pounce on any stragglers. They know about everybody who was supposed to be in here, and they're going to hunt down the ones who don't get accounted for.
Oh, it won't be tough. It's going to be impossible.
What?
The island's already surrounded. The Cavaliers ready to pounce on any stragglers. They know about everybody who was supposed to be in here, and they're going to hunt down the ones who don't get accounted for.
He paused for a moment.
In other words, you guys would be fucked.
And then he grinned.
Yeah, if I weren't here.
He took out a bizarre-looking cell phone and dialed a number.
Hey, I'm done.
He spoke into it.
Come pick me up.
Before we could ask any questions, a small blue portal opened up in the ground a few meters away from us.
So you can do that too, huh?
Ken said.
Yes, sir, Clint responded. There's no monsters coming through this one.
Moments later, a well-built man with a heavy mass of a beard who looked to be in his late 20s popped out.
What the hell, Clint? Where's your own fucking transporter? Warden broke it.
The man laughed.
Oh, right. How was that, by the way? What do you think, Pete? I almost died.
I'm surprised you made it out at all. That warden's a tough bastard. You brought company, huh? He looked over at us before gesturing towards the portal.
Don't be scared. Jump in.
There were a few more objections, of course, mostly from Kale and I. Kale was still clinging on to his identity as some reprehensible criminal who belonged in this place, while I was shitting myself at the prospect of jumping through some blue hole in the ground. However, everybody else was raring to go. I suppose they all had their reasons. The kid looked as if he was about to pass out, but he really didn't have a say in the matter. Sandu was just trying to get him the hell away from this place. I'm not quite sure how to describe my journey through the portal. Disorienting, I guess? But at that point, my senses had become pretty dulled anyway. We were transported to the top of a metal tower overlooking some desert-like expanse. The surface was calling with ghastly creatures that looked to be some kind of coyote-scorpion hybrid. They sure as hell were aggressive, constantly attacking, ripping apart, cannibalizing each other. At the edge of the platform we were on, there was a sniper rifle mounted with a stool at the bottom. There was also empty boxes of snack cakes and beefy jerky packets strewn about the floor.
Why are you hanging out in this dump?
Clint asked him, looking disgusted at the sight below.
Target practice,
Pete responded.
Remember the guy we were supposed to kill off in Paradise X? Couldn't hit him for shit. I nearly got my dick chopped off. Hold on. Are you just not gonna explain where the fuck we are?
Kale interrupted, sounding somewhat exasperated.
I mean, I thought what just happened was pretty obvious,
Pete responded.
We hopped to another dimension. Congrats. You're a jumper now.
A jumper? Didn't Adrian say something about that?
So, where do you want to go next? Clint asked.
Wait, what do you mean? Kent responded. Like, to another dimension? Clint nodded. Well, I thought we were.
Geez, Ken, I thought you were a little more adventurous than that.
Ken sighed. I don't know. I make my way around Earth pretty well, you know. I'm down, Bella said, causing Ken to whip his head around. You serious? Yeah. I mean, what's left to do on Earth? Might as well see something cool while we're alive. Besides, if you go back, you're just going to get captured again. You really aren't as slick as you think. And what was that thing you told me all those years ago? Ken raised an eyebrow. I'll follow you anywhere, Bella said mockingly. Ken chuckled somewhat nervously. I never said that. Maybe it was similar, but wasn't that lame? Whatever, Bella continued, walking towards Clint and Pete. I know where I'm going, and it's not back to Earth. Ken hesitated for a few more moments before ultimately relenting.
Jeez, he said. This is fucked up.
What about you, vampire? Clint looked over at Kale.
I'm not sure, he responded. I think a vacation's more than I deserve.
Clint continued.
So you still think that rotting away in a prison's gonna do anybody any good? I'll tell you something that might pique your interest. There's a planet named Genea out there, in an area called the Dark Zone. There's no rules there, no interdimensional government has any jurisdiction over it, and any task force they send gets obliterated. Trust me, there's some bad shit happening to innocent beings over there. Shit that makes your blood boil just thinking about it. Can't be helped, I guess. Nobody's coming to take out the bad guys and stop the suffering. He looked Kale dead in the eye. Look, you're not the strongest. You're strong enough to make a difference, not to mention, you can get even stronger. Don't waste your life. Go and help those people. There's a militia of vigilantes called the Deliverance, pushed back against the gangs and traffickers controlling that place. You can get over there, then you can go and find them. Join them. Tell them I sent you. It took a moment, but Kale ultimately relented to the proposition. Even though he was acting reluctant, I could tell he was glad. He had a purpose once again. Now, Clint said, turning to us, what do we do with you guys? AJ still looked terrified as he clung to Sandu. Geez, Clint, Pete said as he fired another sniper bullet down into the mass of creatures. You getting kids caught up in your mess as well? Sandu sighed. Look, I appreciate you getting us out of there, but we need to go back. Clint and I both raised an eyebrow. What? They'll track you guys down for sure. That's a terrible idea. Maybe so, but it's out of my hands. I have one more thing I need to figure out. He looked at AJ. One more thing I need to figure out. For his sake. Trust me. Clint sighed. Fair enough. Well, you want me to come along? I asked. Sandu smiled at me. Nah, this is something we need to do on our own. Well, it's been a ride, man. It felt weird saying bye to him like this. Yeah, sure has. But if things work out, you'll definitely see me again. And just like that, everything had been settled. Sandu and AJ were headed back to Earth, their exact destination. I'd rather not say it on here. Kale was headed to Ganea in order to join the Deliverance. Pete stayed on the desert planet in order to continue his shooting, and once Clint had fixed his transporter, him, Ken, and Bella went off to God knows where. Well, to be more accurate, I went with them as well, but things got complicated pretty quick and we got separated, so... Where am I now? It's a long story for another time. I'm back on Earth right now, but I won't be able to stay here for long. The chasm has been rebuilt. They've appointed an actual head warden who's been looking for me. I hear he's a real hard-ass. On top of that, I have piles of unfinished business scattered here and there. If I don't deal with those, then, well, they'll definitely be coming back to haunt me. But I think things will work out in the end. Or at least, I hope they will. If you were to tell me a month ago that walking into a television station in South Nebraska would change my life forever, I probably would have laughed my head off. I had rode the bus from the state line on Monday based off of a bland newspaper ad no bigger than a baseball card. Got storm footage no one else wants. We paid top dollar at Channel 46. KTHU, the forecast is calling. There was a little picture of a sun that was smiling and looked like its rays were branching off to form golden tentacles. Below that, there was a phone number and an address to someplace called Emerald Bay, Nebraska. Something about it felt off. Besides the obvious, like someone had placed it there for me to see. Since I was a boy, I've always had a fascination with the elements that I can't really explain. Out there, amid the thunder and rain, you lose yourself. Call me a dreamer if you want, but I have always felt a connection to Mother Nature that others haven't. And in a storm, facing life and death, I can't really describe anything more exhilarating. Storm chasing was my calling, just like the ad said. And thanks to some amazing footage I managed to snag over spring break, this seemed like my golden ticket into the business. So after several false leads and misdirection, I finally figured out where the town was at.
Despite its name, there's no body of water near to Emerald Bay. In fact, the only thing it seemed to have an abundance of was rundown cars just sitting in the street and closed down storefronts that now served as shelters for the homeless and the vagabonds. Everything about the place felt off to me, especially because there didn't seem to be any broadcasting towers in sight. I made my way to a diner near the main thoroughfare, hoping to get some information. Of all the buildings so far, it was the cleanest, and that wasn't saying much. There was grime on the floor, mold on the ceiling, and smoke stains on the walls. I tried my best to hold back a gag at the smell and walked up to the counter to ring the bell. While I waited, I glanced at the breakfast menu and casually saw that Channel 46 was on the TV hanging above it. Strangely, there didn't seem to be anything playing besides the test signal. "Can I get you some coffee, hon?" a voice asked, breaking me from my distraction. When I turned, I found myself staring at an elderly woman wearing what looked like a rain smock made in the 50s. Besides her bizarre clothing, the most notable feature about her was the fact that both of her eyes had scars running across them, like someone had deliberately made her blind. "No, I actually... I'm looking for something. Do you know where Channel 46 is stationed?" I asked, gesturing to the TV. "What you going there for?" she asked, as she went ahead and grabbed the pot for me. "I'm Storm Chaser. At least I want to be. We get lots of those around here," she agreed absently as she looked towards the road like she was thinking of something. "Won't be long, another will roll in. Always does this time of month." I grabbed the remote and started flipping channels to see if there was any other signals coming in when the old lady grabbed my arm, her glazed eyes filled with fear. "Don't turn that off." She snatched the remote away and muttered, "Have to listen for the weather. Can't go out in a storm. Not here." I looked towards the clear skies. "Forecast looks clear to me. Maybe I can get to the station before it hits?" The old woman looked blankly at me for the longest time. "Sure, of course you can. I apologize for that." She started to wipe the counter furiously. "Yeah. So, where is the station anyway?" "Well, you can find KTHU on the outskirts of town, near a group of hills that cast a shadow over any road that leads you towards it," she said, as she went back to her kitchen. I meant to tell her thanks, but she had already disappeared from sight. Since there didn't seem to be any running taxis in Emerald Bay, it looked like I was in for a long walk into the middle of the woods. To make things worse, a soft, icy rain began to fall, just like the old woman had predicted. The tree cover was just enough, though, where I knew I wouldn't catch my death of cold. Once I got to the foothills, the broadcast station stood out like a sore thumb. There was yellow graffiti on the outside of their building, which looked like it had been on the brick longer than anything else. The roof was slumped in, and the windows that weren't smashed were boarded up. Even the letters for the call sign on top of the building weren't working, just a flicker of their former selves gently illuminating the foggy woods that shrouded it on all sides. If there was a poster child for forgotten abandoned television networks, it would probably be in the top 3. Upon entering, a short blonde receptionist popped bubblegum and asked me what I was there for. I showed her the newspaper clipping, and she buzzed someone on the intercom to come up and walk me to the back. A few seconds later, an imposing older black gentleman walked through a set of double doors and gave me a once-over. "You a cameraman?" I swallowed hard and responded. "Yeah, I'm Dylan Pruitt, sir. I'm from..." "Come with me, then." "Thanks, Nat," he ordered, waving to the receptionist and walking off before I got the chance to even give him a well-prepared speech. 10 minutes later, I was fidgeting with the tape I brought in my right hand and biting my cheek when a young reporter walked past and started pouring some coffee. I think I noticed her because of her age. She was a girl, probably about my age, able to lead the life that most only dreamt about. It made me jealous to think that she probably had experienced more adventure than my whole college class combined. The girl noticed me, too. Well, she noticed the old VHS I was holding, and asked about it. "It's for Mr. Kearney, from the F4 we had back at the end of March," I told her. Her ears seemed to perk up. Are you a chaser? She asked. I hope to be. Well, the boss is kind of busy. If you want, I can take a look at it and tell you if you're wasting your time or not, she said. I hesitated, surprised by her sudden interest in my footage, but I was too exhausted from the trip up to think of a reason not to give it to her. Wait here, she instructed me. It was probably only 20 minutes she was gone, but it felt like eternity. When she did return, a stout-looking man was at her side, looking anxious and excited all at once. Young man, are you the one that brought us this footage? He asked. Yes, sir. His sharp voice intimidated me. Where did you get it? The girl snapped. Her brash words made me even more nervous, like I was being tested. During that F4 back in March? I was on the 330. There's no way anybody could have gotten that footage. Too dangerous. The stout man proclaimed, and then added with a fluster, We need to run this by Martin. Have him check for any discrepancies. Hold on, I said as I stood up. That belongs to me. The girl let out a sigh and took out her checkbook. All right, how much? What? I don't want your money. I want a job. Her laugh echoed down the hallway this time. You've got guts. I'll give you that. Trust me, you want to walk away from this. So, how much, or do I just leave it blank? I looked to the stout man to see if this was some kind of joke. But it was clear she wasn't budging. Neither was I. Mr. Kearney would be the only one to decide what to do about my footage, I said to her sternly. She gave me another glare like she was about to slap me. Then a smile crossed her face. All right, wise guy. Have it your way. I'll have my dad look at it right away. As I took a moment to register what she just said, she snatched an old walkie-talkie off a shelf and shoved it into my open arms before disappearing into the office doors just past me. The stout man shuffled his head and mumbled an apology. Sorry about that. Olivia tends to be a bit of a hothead. Comes with being the boss's daughter, I suppose. That explained how she was able to get a job here so young. My jealousy actually felt justified. What's that for? I gestured toward the walkie. Set it to frequency 2. When Mr. Kearney makes a decision, Liv will call you in there, he explained. Do you people not believe in cell phones? Cell phones interrupt signal, he muttered as I strapped the walkie to my belt. She's right, you know. Now the stout man was standing right in front of me. You should take the money and walk away. No one wants to work here. Her least of all. Naturally, after my little encounter at the diner, that piqued my interest. I don't have anywhere to go. Nothing to lose. I've been to the bottom, nowhere left to go but up. He gave me a lopsided smile. You remind me of myself when I was younger. What'd you say your name was? Dylan. Dylan Pruitt, I told him. Jim Lasher. I'm the chief science officer to this whole shindig. Put her there, he said as he gripped my hand and shook vigorously. It felt like he was going to rip my arm off, to be honest. Once he was done, I stretched my hand a bit and decided to start asking some questions of my own. How long have you been with Channel 46? Huh? Probably 9 years now. Since Liv was a teen. Maybe she was 10. Kind of hard to remember. I still can't believe we've been in business this long, Jim answered. You like the job? That's a joke, right? Have you looked around, kid? This place is a dump. With the rejects. From the looks of you, you'll fit right in. That made me look down at the carpet in embarrassment. Jim rubbed the back of his neck as though he was regretting his words, then glanced towards the office door. Look, they'll be in there for a while. Mr. Kearney is very particular about this kind of stuff. Why don't you go get some rest? My face was red now. I don't have anywhere to go. Oh, shit, sorry. Jim mumbled something under his breath and reached into his pockets to give me a wad of cash. Here, take this. Should be enough for a motel. Then the black man I met earlier stepped through the doors, wielding a camera on his shoulder and some sort of spherical metal object under the other arm. Hey, Martin. You about to head out to meet Caleb? Jim asked as he walked past us. He paused in irritation, clearly having other things on his mind, and muttered, Kinda busy. What is it, Lasher? This young man could use a lift to Bad Moon Motel. Think you can help out? Martin shook his head and looked at me and then grunted. Storm's rolling in. Don't need to be going anywhere. Motel's in the safe zone. If you leave now, should be fine, Jim suggested. Both of them seemed to be sharing a private conversation silently as I stood there awkwardly. Martin sighed and pushed the back door open with his foot. Come on, then. I jumped, said thank you to Jim one more time, and then ran towards the parking garage behind Martin. A few moments later, I was helping him put the equipment into one of the bulky vans. It had the broadcast logo on the side and was entirely painted a bright yellow, like a school bus. Aren't weather trackers normally painted white? I muttered as I got into the passenger seat. Anything about KTHU seem normal to you? I had to give him that one. The short drive to the motel was filled with awkward silence except for the occasional bump in the road and a rumble of thunder. It felt longer than any leg of this journey had to so far. Finally, he slammed the brakes in front of the cheap motel on the outskirts of town. This is you. Thanks. I guess I'll see you in the morning. Before I stepped out of the van, Martin grabbed my arm and made me look him dead in the eye. You really set on joining our crew, huh? I wouldn't have come all this way just for a few bucks, if that's what you mean. Can I give you a piece of advice? Pat asked. He hadn't sounded as mean anymore. Almost sounded like he was genuinely concerned. If you're going to tell me to ditch town, it's not happening. Nah, too stupid to listen to common sense. But maybe you'll hear what I have to say about the storms in these parts. I turned toward him, excited to hear more. I've heard the weather can be pretty wicked. Hailstorms the size of golf balls in the spring, tornadoes in the summer. Honestly, it sounds right up my alley. Pun intended. You haven't heard shit. Storms out here aren't normal, son. You know why you couldn't find Emerald Bay on a map? People who come here die. They die, and it's always for the same reason. The storms roll in, and they bring something sinister with them. He had a wild look in his eye. Reminded me of the lady in the diner. It was enough for me to not question his words. There'll be one tonight, so listen close if you want to live. You're going to go inside your room, you're going to lock the door, and close all the windows, and don't come out until it passes through. That's important. No matter what you do, don't go out in a storm. And for the love of God, don't look at it. You hear me? I nodded frantically, and he pushed me into the curb and added, one more thing. Keep your TV on channel 46, no matter what. A little voice in my head told me that he was just trying to scare me. And after all, he was the veteran cameraman on the crew. New blood like me might be considered a threat. But another voice, nagging at that unease I had felt since arriving in Emerald Bay, told me to listen. That voice grew louder when I walked to the motel office and found the young man running it had the same scar on his eye as the woman in the diner. You looking for a room? He asked pleasantly. Yeah. Cash your card, he asked as he took out an old ledger from under the counter. There wasn't any other names in it. Cash. I brought 40. Despite his disability, he was able to take out the exact change I needed from the register and then pass me the correct key card. Number 11 on the end. Enjoy your stay, he told me. I spent the next 2 hours looking out towards town and seeing the storm clouds grow bigger. It did look pretty deadly. Martin's words kept ringing in my head. Despite my better judgment, I went ahead and I closed the blinds and I locked the door. Then I found the TV remote and I switched it over to channel 46. Once again, nothing besides the test signal came through, and it was so loud I immediately reached for the dial and switched the set back off. Over the next few hours, I tried to get some sleep. I've always been something of a lightweight, and the rain started to get heavier, and I found myself instead listening to it beat down outside. Amid the strong rain, I heard what sounded like shrieks. It's this low, guttural noise that a wild animal makes when beaten with a whip. It's the best way to describe it. Car alarms went off, rumbling noises and tremors shook the motel like a leaf. While distracted by the noises outside, I heard a raspy voice at my door, and I spun around to hear someone desperately trying to open it. Instantly, I leapt to the handle and pressed my body against it. "Who goes there?" I asked.
"Let me in. Please. You have to help me."
It sounded like the old woman. She was scratching at the wooden paneling, crying. I kept hearing the storm rage on. I hesitated. Something about her voice sounded off.
"It's getting closer. Please. I'm begging you."
She was trying so hard, I thought she might break the door down. "I'm sorry, but I can't," I told her. Suddenly, her desperate cries for help turned to outrage and feverish clawing. The door began to splinter, and I ran to the dresser. It took all my strength to push it, and even then, I wasn't sure that it would be enough to stall whatever was on the other side. I closed my eyes, listening to the thrashing and praying that I made it through to the morning. Above me, the shrieks caused the electrical fan to short, and darkness covered the room. The wind was picking up, and the whole motel felt like it might cave in. And quickly, I snatched up the remote and used the light from the TV to see if she finally broke open the door. But what stood there was not a human being at all. Her lower body was stretched out like a snake's, with long, jagged legs skittering inside as the storm raged louder. Just as she was on top of me, her mouth stretched open to reveal rows of tiny, sharp little teeth. The broadcast from 46 began to play. The snake woman stopped in her attempt to swallow me whole and hissed loudly as the test signal grew louder. I kicked at her face and slammed what was left of the door shut on her as she slithered away. After another moment, the thunder stopped and the air outside began to fall silent until at last nothing remained but that one high-pitched sound. I collapsed on the floor of my room, covered in sweat and confusion. Then the walkie on my belt crackled to life. But instead of a voice, it was just a series of chirps. It took me a minute to recognize the pattern. Morse code. Job is yours, if you still want it. To be continued. Morning light crept its way into my room less than an hour after I got the message from Olivia Kearney. I probably stared at that note I scribbled for the longest time, though, trying to decide whether or not I was in or out of this mess. Then before I knew it, there was another rap at my door. "It's open," I muttered. Somewhere between the hours, I managed to stumble back to bed and get sleep. I heard the door crunch. Then the newcomer pulled at the blinds and made a loud popping noise right over my head. Shielding my eyes from the sun, I sat up and found myself staring at the young blonde from the station. "Rise and shine," she said, popping her bubble gum again and tossing me some clothes. "Take a shower, put these on. We meet outside in 10. After stretching and letting her leave, I took a minute to peek out the blinds and see what sort of damage the storm had done to Emerald Bay. Much to my surprise, however, the ghost town looked no more desolate or run down than it had the day prior. It made me wonder if whatever I had heard and seen the night before was some sort of smoke and mirror set up by KTHU. Was the old woman an actor in whatever scam they were pulling? The reason for this doubt is because before I came here, I can't say that I've ever heard of that call sign before. It was just Emerald Bay. It doesn't seem to exist anywhere, not even in the corners of the darknet. How did Channel 46 remain that much of a secret? After a quick shower, this doubt I felt that they were hiding something only grew when I saw the impressive outfitted Hummer the girl was driving. There was no way a place like this could afford something like that. "Busy day today. Let's grab a bite to eat before we head to the station," she suggested as she revved the engine. I tipped my head to her with a polite smile. "I don't think we've been properly introduced, miss. Natalie Costello. But you can call me Nat. Everyone does. Astronomer and mathematician. Welcome aboard, newbie," she said with a giggle and then sped down the road. "So, how long have you been with KTHU?" 6 months. Nice to finally have some new blood. Just hope you last longer than the last cameraman." That gave me pause. I take it you seem to have job vacancies often? Nick was a good one. Really thought he would make it, she admitted as she turned the corner and started rambling. You know, the way I see it, the boss should have been more open with y'all about what we're up against. It's not like telling you is gonna change nothing. She spat out gum and pulled up to the front of the diner. Nobody listens to me anyway, except for Martin. He still remembers what it was like before all this. They kept quiet, too afraid that if I interrupted, she might second-guess what she was saying, and we walked inside. Unfortunately, my hopes of the conversation continuing were dashed to pieces when Natalie saw the diner was full of customers. All of them seemed to be of the same breed, long-faced, bulging eyes. Their skin showed signs of severe dehydration. Where did all these people come from? I muttered as Natalie grabbed my shirt and whispered, "Stick close to me." We walked up to the counter as she rang the bell, glancing nervously up towards the TV monitor. It was blank. From the back, the old woman appeared and offered a blank stare to both of us. "Morning, Maggie. Something wrong with the set?" Natalie asked with a tense smile. "Storm knocked out the power. Must have blown a fuse, 'cause it hadn't been working all morning," she said dismissively as she got out her pen and paper and asked for our order. Natalie stood back up. "You know what? I think we'll just take a rain check on that, Maggie. It's a new guy's first day. Probably shouldn't be working on a full stomach." She grabbed my arm and turned to leave, bringing us face to face with one of the old townsfolk. "What's the rush?" the fellow said with a wide grin. Looked unsettling. "Stay," the second person insisted, and pushed us both down on the shoulders. "You can't leave," the first agreed. "Natalie? What's going on?" I asked, still trying to determine if any of this was real or not. Suddenly others in the diner started chanting the same three words. "You can't leave!" Natalie reached in her purse and grabbed the keys. "On the count of 3, we're gonna make a run for it," she told me. "What?" Their chanting was getting louder. 1, they were all standing up and staring at us, looking dead-eyed. 2, Natalie, I think we should... Before I could get the word out, she yanked at my hand, and we were dashed towards the parking lot. The crowd was on us, snapping their mouths like piranha as we pushed to the door. Out in the parking lot, Natalie clicked the doors open and shouted for me to just get inside. As I saw the townsfolk beginning to scramble out of the diner like a flood, I didn't have to be told twice. Cranking up the engine, Natalie instantly put the Hummer in reverse. "Buckle up," she warned me. A few of the patrons from the diner were weaving their way into the road, but that didn't stop her. I let out a gasp as she plowed the vehicle into the first one, and then picked up speed. I gripped the seat and looked back towards the pedestrians we had run over, only to find he was already standing back up and staring at us ominously. "There's a walkie in the center column. Switch it over to frequency 2, she told me as she made the next block. I opened the middle console and reached for it. A burst of static filled the air as I saw more of them rushing towards us, faster than wild dogs. "Nat, this is only meant to be for emergencies," that was Martin's voice. "Martin, we're coming in hot. Get the garage open now," she ordered him. "Shit, seriously?" the black man muttered as she stepped on the gas and passed from the city streets into the back roads. The strangers were still coming through, running down the trail like a flock of angry zombies, shrieking and hollering as I spotted the gate in the station. "Hold on," Natalie ordered as she twisted the steering wheel hard. Another attacker knocked aside. We drifted straight through the old metal doors as she slammed on the brakes, and I heard the townsfolk begin to beat down the station, desperate to get inside. I fumbled out of the car and watched as they kept scratching at the metal with their bare fingers, till at last a strong, deafening noise emerged from all through the station. The strangers began to thrash and bang their heads against the glass, angrier than ever before. Then they all collapsed onto the ground, writhing and shrieking mindlessly. Natalie grabbed my arm and pulled me inside as Martin closed the garage up completely. "What the hell, Nat? They almost breached us that time," Martin muttered as we walked quickly down to the control room. Jim was inside, handling the controls, watching the monitors as the group of 30-something individuals kept flopping about on the ground like fish out of water. "I'm sorry, I went to grab Dylan, and I thought we had time to grab a bite to eat," she said anxiously. "God damn it, girl, you know not to go down into town after a storm," the black man said as he paced the room, and then turned to Jim. "Is it working?" "Give it a few more seconds," the stout man replied as he looked towards my face. "You okay, son?" Jim asked with a smile. I clenched my fists, looking from Natalie's pale face to Martin's stern one, and then said, "I'd really appreciate it if someone told me what the hell is going on around here." A few seconds later, the townsfolk stopped shaking. Then I heard a door slam behind me and Olivia entered the room. "That should be good, Jim," she said. The stout man reached towards a control panel and the sharp noise stopped, leaving the room silent except for the awkward tension between the group. "What the hell happened?" Olivia asked. "It was my fault. I didn't know the power would be cut. I just wanted to grab a bite to eat." Natalie fumbled over her words, and the younger girl sighed irritably. "We'll deal with that later. Go watch the phones or something. Jim, start up the generator. Dylan, you're with me." I blinked a few times and then followed her down the hallway wordlessly. I was too anxious and excited to meet her father to ask her more prying questions about the things that I had just seen. After a short, brisk walk, she knocked on the door and a raspy voice shouted, "Come." She pressed the metal frame open, making it give a sharp creak. We found ourselves standing in a smoke-filled room. Amid the clouds of cigarette smoke sat an older, balding man wearing square glasses and a pressed suit. "Did the signal push through?" the man asked, his attention completely focused on Olivia. "For the most part, but there's a problem at the diner again," she said. "I heard," he said, taking another smoke. I coughed softly, and his eyes briefly flicked towards me before going back to his daughter. "Make sure the backups are online, and dock Natalie's pay a week," the boss decided. She nodded and stood there for a minute before gathering that her father wanted to talk to me alone, then left the room as quickly as she had come. "So, you're the chaser," the old man said dryly, reaching into his pocket to grab a lighter. "Yes, sir, Dylan Pruitt," I said, extending my hand to him, but he left it lingering in the air as he pulled out the cigarette and muttered, "Olivia tells me you had to come quite a ways to reach us." "I'm, originally from Missouri, sir," I said to him. "Well, Dylan Pruitt from Missouri. Hate to break it to you. We're not hiring right now," he said. "What?" "But the ad said we were looking for footage, which we will compensate you for, and give you enough extra to make it back home," he said as he reached for his checkbook. "I told your daughter I didn't want your money." "Maybe not. But I'll give that to you and something more. This contact info is the best way to get yourself a job at any news agency in the West Coast. You'll be able to pursue your dreams of chasing death anywhere you want," Mr. Kearney said, sliding the info across the desk. I took a look at it, having no doubt in my mind that it was a legit offer, but instead I simply passed it back to him and replied, "I appreciate the offer, but after everything I've seen these past few days, I'm afraid I'll have to decline." He nodded absently, tapping the business card on the desk before commenting, "Who did you lose?" "I'm sorry?" "Nobody chases storms with a zeal like this, except for one reason and one reason only. You lost someone in a storm. Someone close." I opened my mouth to make a reply, but before I got the chance, another person slammed on Mr. Kearney's door. "Sorry to interrupt, boss, but I got a signal," Jim said as he creaked the door open. That was enough to make him sit up straight. "What? How?" "Martin's probe. Caught the tail end of it just outside the county line. Looks mighty promising," Jim said excitedly. Before Mr. Kearney had a chance to respond, his daughter pushed the door open and remarked, "Don't even think about it. We still haven't heard from Caleb." "Who's Caleb, anyway?" I asked, recalling the name as Jim spread a map out right in front of their boss. "It's all flatland out there. Should be a done deal. We could get in and out before anything went sideways," Jim insisted, ignoring my inquiry. "And who's going to be manning this little expedition, Lasher? You?" Olivia snapped. Jim rubbed the back of his head and muttered, "Look, Paul, we might not get a chance like this for a good long while. Me and Nat can watch the base, and we can do this. We have to." "There's no way I'm leaving my father's life in your hands," Olivia snapped. "Enough," Mr. Kearney said sharply as he looked at the chart, and then towards me. "You familiar with these roads, Pruitt?" I glanced at the map and nodded. Yeah, I could get you there, no problem." "What? You can't be serious," Olivia said, as her dad grabbed something from under his desk and then leaned on it to stand up. It took me by surprise, as I saw him lean against a crutch, and then realized his right leg was completely gone.
Martin will have his hands full with the camera, and I sure as hell can't drive, he said dryly. The old man tossed a pair of keys to me and remarked, "Congratulations, Mr. Pruitt. Looks like you'll get to chase that dream after all." To be continued. If I thought my time with KTHU was already strange enough, then the items we loaded up for our chase were the icing on the top. Martin and I had gotten 50 feet of rope and 3 different compasses, along with enough food and fuel for a day, and then electrical computers and a spare tire. Last but not least were the weapons. 2 crates of C4 and a couple of old hunting rifles and harpoon guns. Are we off to chase storms or do war? I chuckled nervously as I lifted the last crate of wiring. As we made it back out the garage, though, we were stopped short to find Olivia blocking the driver's side of the weather van. "If I can't talk you out of going, I'm coming with you." Mr. Kearney leaned against his crutch and muttered, "Out of the question." "You're right, it is, because if you don't let me go, I'll cut your fuel line and then you'll be up a creek until Caleb gets back," Olivia snapped back. Her father flared at her angrily, looking like he was ready to smack her face, and said, "You wouldn't dare." She got right in his face. "Try me." I held my breath, unsure what might happen next. "Fine," Mr. Kearney decided, as he took his crutches and slid them into the van as well. Then Martin helped him in and gave Olivia the stink eye as well. "Hold down the fort for us, Jim," Olivia called out, the stout man that was checking the garage door for any breaches in defense. And then we were off. "Quickest route is down the interstate," Mr. Kearney said as we got onto the road out of town. "Bad idea. We should take 515. Get us there in half the time," the daughter chimed in. "The 515 takes us out of the way," the older man snapped. Then they began to argue. "No, it doesn't. They've opened it back up." "How would you know?" "I was there a month ago with Caleb." "You went without me." "Hey," Martin shouted as we drove out of town. "I've got an idea." The 2 stared at him as we passed the motel. "How about we let the new guy decide, fair?" he suggested once he had their full attention. Olivia glared at me. "Sure, whatever." I hated being stuck in the middle, but it seemed like the best option, so I checked the map again and then made a decision. Olivia's right, the 515 will get us there quicker. Mr. Kearney made a humph, then closed the little window between the back of the van and the front, leaving Martin and I a chance to finally talk. It took me another 2 miles before I got the nerve to say something. "I never got a chance to tell you thanks. For the other night?" Martin kept his eyes on the road and shrugged. "It wasn't anything. I'm alive because of you. Nobody else on the team saw fit to do that," I told him. "Hate to lose you before you even get started," Martin muttered. Behind us, I heard the father and daughter begin to bicker again, and I chuckled. "They always that way?" "Didn't used to be. Things changed after the mom left. Or so I've been told. I wasn't around for that leg of the journey." "What happened?" I whispered as we made our turn onto the open highway. "The way Jim tells it, she was tired of this life. Emerald Bay, the storms, everything. But Paul couldn't give it up. Just couldn't. So they went their separate ways." He glanced toward the rear of the van and added, "Messed up lived pretty bad. In fact, I'd say that she hasn't been the same since." I nodded and watched as the miles flew back, considering everything I'd seen so far since joining the crew. This life isn't for everyone, I suppose. Not for a family, anyway. Guess that makes us lucky, huh? "What do you mean?" he asked. "Loners. We don't have to worry about that sort of thing. Nothing between us and our dreams. Except the sky and the earth," I told him. Martin clenched the wheel a little harder and didn't respond. From what I gathered, I had said the wrong thing. The conversation was over. So for the next 4 hours, we listened to the occasional radio broadcast and followed the charts where the monitor took us. Finally, we reached a stretch of 515 about 5 acres wide, with nothing but green grass and power lines dotting the road. "This should be a good spot, Martin," Mr. Kearney said. He parked a few feet off the road, and then Olivia began to help her father set up a tripod, while Martin checked the cameras.
The sky was so still and quiet, it's kind of hard to believe we were even tracking anything. In fact, come to think of it, I checked my phone on the way out and I hadn't seen a blip on the Doppler. So, what the hell were we following? While everyone else got to work, I fiddled with the controls to familiarize myself with the van and how to handle it. I wanted to make sure I could switch between the gears and get us going at top speed if necessary. I didn't want to come up short on my first chase. Popping open the glove compartment, I saw a few stray papers and slid them out to take a look. Insurance and maintenance were pretty common, but there were also quite a few articles on missing persons. I'd recognized one of the names. Nick Sanchez. Is that the Nick that all of them were talking about? Dylan, can you check to see if the feed is still running? Olivia shouted to me, breaking me away from my reverie. I shoved the papers back into the glove compartment and nodded absently to her before giving the thumbs up. When my eyes turned to the horizon, I saw a rumble of lightning ripple across the distant clouds. There she is, Mr. Kearney said excitedly as he adjusted the tripod. The clouds were rolling in fast, much swifter than I expected, and as soon as they crossed a patch of trees, several alarms on the computers began to go off. The lightning began to stop and simmer in the clouds as all of us watched with bated breath. The air itself seemed to change and grow heavy. Then the funnel began to form. Mr. Kearney shouted excitedly, "Martin, start up the camera!" "I think we should probably get back in the van," Olivia said hesitantly as the sharp bursts of wind grew stronger and the swirling clouds grew more intense. Suddenly, sky and earth met to form a tower of dust and debris on the horizon, and a twister was barreling across the farmland. "I need to get a good angle," her father insisted as Martin got everything in place. Olivia ignored her father and pointed towards me. "Get ready to go." "Don't listen to her," Mr. Kearney barked as the winds nearly pushed the tripod over. The funnel was right across the road, maybe only 10 miles away. "I think I got the signal," Martin shouted. The old man was staring towards the tornado with fierce excitement, waiting another moment until Martin confirmed it and said, "Yep, we're locked on, boss." That was all it took for the old man to finally listen to reason and get in the van. "Drive, Pruitt," Olivia told me as Martin kept himself steady and the back doors open. "Keep the speed steady. We can't get too far from it," her father added as I stepped on the gas. The massive black and gray clouds swirled and destroyed everything in their path as we made it down the highway, Martin dangling halfway out of the back to get the right shot for his boss. "Anything?" Mr. Kearney asked. The black man narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Too weak. Could be anything. Damn it! Dylan, get us closer." "You're kidding, right?" I asked with a surprised look on my face. Already power lines are being snapped up like toothpicks to be pulled into the storm. "This is what you signed up for, isn't it?" Kearney countered with a wicked laugh as the raging twister filled the air with its roar of devastation. The choice was made for me a second later as some of the power lines fell down on the road, and I yanked the steering wheel hard to turn about. Now we're driving straight towards the funnel. "Get in the fields, right alongside it," Kearney said. "Dad," Olivia said in surprise. "Martin, get the guns ready," he said, ignoring her as I picked up speed. We were almost there. I felt my heart beating out of my chest as I pulled the van into the long stretches of farmland, and the trees began to bump wildly. One little pitfall and we could go flying. "I got it. We're back in business," Martin said excitedly as another computer screen lit up. The tornado was ripping straight towards our van. "Open the hatch," Mr. Kearney ordered. His daughter complied and pushed the roof of the van open as he lifted himself up and yelled out, "Give me the gun!" Martin was right there below him, loading the weapon and tossing it up as I clenched the wheel harder and prayed to God that we could make it past the funnel. "Steady, Dylan. I need to get a clear shot," Mr. Kearney yelled. I must have given them all a look that showed how insane this all was, but I didn't say a word. I just kept driving. Kearney pointed the rifle right towards the tornado as I felt the van bump and nearly lift out of the air. "I think we hit something," I said as we kept wobbling on the right side, but he was ignoring me. And with a look of satisfaction on his face, he fired a shot straight towards the twister. I heard a scream. It sounded like a banshee howling. It was coming from the storm. "Give me another. We need to make sure," he snapped, passing the gun back to his cameraman. Martin loaded it up again and then looked towards me as I turned my eyes away from the road. "Dylan, watch out!" I swerved to avoid a billboard, the van hitting stalks of corn as the tornado ripped the massive metallic structure to shreds, and Mr. Kearney clutched the roof. In those few moments, I lost control of the wheel. The storm was nearly right on top of us. One of the billboard's pylons had come smashing down a few feet from the van as Mr. Kearney climbed back inside and slammed the hatch shut. "We need to get out of here. Step on it, Dylan," Olivia shouted. "We've already blown a tire." We're so close, her father growled as the screaming grew louder. I can do this! Before we got a chance to object, the back door to the van swung open and flung itself into the storm. It was barely hanging on. Then he raised the gun again and fired another shot. This time, there was no mistaking the shrieks that we heard. A rumble filled the air. I saw streaks of lightning cross the funnel, and something moved from within. What the hell is that? I shouted. Suddenly, more debris began to rain down on us, and Olivia pushed my leg down and muttered, "Drive, goddammit!" The other door on the van was flung open and dangling as well as we made it to the highway. Then, from amid the storm, something spun out and hit the road behind us like a rocket. I need the rope! Martin! Mr. Kearney shouted anxiously. A moment later, the two of them had prepared the harpoon gun, and I watched from the rearview mirror as the thing from the storm began to move. It was about the size of two grown men. Its body was like that of an overgrown toad, with its legs twisted backward, and it had two extended arms that resembled that of a praying mantis. Just as it stood up, I saw from its back long, thin, bony wings extend towards the heaven. Then it shrieked, and it started towards the van. Don't stop, Olivia told me as I drove around the downed power lines. The damaged tire caused the van to bump and grind on the road. The creature screamed and flew towards us with lightning speed. Its long claws smashed against the road like boulders, hitting the pavement and knocking up more debris. Martin lifted the heavy harpoon gun and took aim. I need you to keep it straight, he demanded. I clenched the wheel again, doing my best to comply as sweat rolled down my face. Suddenly the creature was on the roof of the van, its claws smashing and thrashing at us like we were a tinker toy. I twisted the wheel to try to throw it off, but our tires skidded and our vehicle went spinning. Martin dropped the gun and the massive flying monster slashed straight into his right shoulder. The cameraman screamed out and Olivia fumbled to grab the harpoon gun as the creature shrieked and prepared for a second strike. It was all over in a matter of seconds. Olivia fired the weapon straight at the creature's face as Mr. Kearney let out a few rounds. It fell from the back of the moving vehicle with a thud. Martin collapsed in pain on the passenger side as Mr. Kearney shouted out a few colorful words in victory. Turn us back around, he ordered. This time I made sure the look I gave him told him I thought he was crazy. But just as I was about to make an objection, I saw the funnel cloud had dissolved. The sky was clear. All that remained was a path of death and a severely wounded monster. I pulled the van up right beside it to get a good look. The thing had skin as gray as the storm, with strange rows of teeth where its eyes might have been. It had a face like that of an anglerfish and a disjointed spine that seemed to not be fully formed. It was breathing in and out rapidly, the way any dying animal might. Mr. Kearney hopped out, chuckling to himself softly as he grabbed the other harpoon. Then he slammed the second sharp prong straight into the creature's skull. Once the monster lay still, he looked down toward me and Martin and gave a nod of approval. Wrap it up, boys. Time to go home. To be continued. By nightfall, we'd made it back to the station on a spare. It was bad enough driving on only 3 good tires and having a monster's corpse stinging up the whole van, but on top of that, Martin's injury just seemed to be getting worse with each passing moment. Long, strange streaks of dark gray were spreading across his upper chest. Olivia was monitoring him, keeping a cool rag on top of the wound, as he kept screaming every other minute at the top of his lungs. But you wouldn't know it if you saw Mr. Kearney's face. His features were like those of a man that had just bagged a prize elk on a mighty hunt. I decided once we were settled, it was going to be high time I had a serious talk about all of this. Once a few miles out, Kearney radioed to get a stretcher ready. Natalie and Jim were there at the garage before we even pulled up. A blonde gasped as she saw Martin's injury, rushing to his aid, and Jim moved the stretcher towards the passenger door. That's not for him. Move the bug, Mr. Kearney instructed, kicking open the van door. Jim hesitated for a second, and then complied by helping Olivia lift the creature onto the stretcher and dragging it towards the lower stairs. Martin nearly collapsed, though, as he got out of the van, and Natalie and I had to use our combined strength to get him inside. I'll take him to the bunker, she offered. I nodded and followed the others up to the control room. 5 minutes later, Mr. Kearney had grabbed a bottle of bourbon from his office and a pack of Marlboros and was insisting we needed to celebrate. When Olivia and I didn't seem to share his enthusiasm, he sighed and pressed one of the intercoms to speak with the doctors downstairs. Is the specimen secure? There was a pause, and then a sharp crackle. As good as it can be. I can start the examination immediately, Jim said.
Good deal. Grab yourself a bite to eat and get to work, Kearney said before popping open the bottle and pouring himself a glass. Just as he finished, Martin let out another cry of pain that reverberated through the station, and I muttered, maybe the doctor should focus on our living patient first? You should have a drink and relax, Mr. Pruitt. We owe this victory to your fine skills behind the wheel, the old man said. I appreciate that, but maybe it's time to start talking about the elephant in the room. Olivia took a glass from her father and downed it before remarking, I'm sorry, I thought this was what you signed up for. I slammed my fist down on one of the panels and remarked, I came to chase storms. You never said a thing about going out to bag and tag a damn Jersey Devil. Mr. Kearney chuckled. Settle down, boy. That just made me more upset. I hopped up and snatched the drink out of his hand, getting right in his face. You're going to tell me exactly what's going on around here, and you're going to tell me now. A crack from a shotgun caused me to jump back as a bullet zipped right through the air and shot between our faces. I looked towards the stairs to see a newcomer standing there wearing a long duster and a low-brimmed hat. The gunslinger swirled his weapon in his right hand and then slung it back onto his belt holster before walking down towards us. Olivia placed her drink down and shouted, Caleb! Thank God you're all right! She ran up to the gunslinger and hugged him. He hugged her back, then marched up towards me, grabbing some cashews out of a little bowl beside me and crunching on them. Beacon's in place, boss, he muttered as he quickly sized me up. Who the hell do you think you are? I'm sorry, weren't you listening? Caleb Mitchum, trapper, hunter, and all-around badass. He paused as he pushed me away from his employer and added, Bigger question here is, who are you? Why is the great Paul Kearney putting up with your bullshit? Caleb, this is Dylan. He's our new cameraman, the old man gestured to me as the hunter grabbed up another handful of snacks and walked towards the control monitor. He looked at one of the screens where Natalie was getting Martin rested and listened to the black man scream before chuckling. I swear, I leave you for 5 minutes, whole operation goes to pot, Caleb said. We've got one, though. Jim started the extraction, Olivia said excitedly. Well, that's the first bit of good news I've heard, he agreed as I crossed my arms and growled, I'm sorry, but who is this guy? The hunter cocked his gun and rammed it straight under my Adam's apple. You deaf? He snarled, as he backed me up against the wall and added, Then let me clarify again with you. I'm the one that has kept these people alive for the past 3 years. And you? He gently placed the finger on the trigger as he gave me a glare. You're the one whose head I'll blow off if you ever put a finger on any of them ever again. We clear? I swallowed hard and muttered, Clear as crystal. Caleb held the weapon against me for a long moment, then laughed before turning towards the Kearneys. Now we got that cleared up. Let's go see the bug, he said, clasping his hands together and moving towards the exit. Olivia and her father followed him at a slower pace, and right before they left the control room, the hunter paused and looked towards me. Dylan, aren't you coming? I nodded and darted my eyes down to the floor as the three of us followed the newcomer down the stairs and into the station's basement. A series of long winding corridors led us to what looked like had once been a maintenance room of some kind, but now, thanks to Jim, it had become a makeshift morgue. The creature lay on the metal slab with its multiple appendages strapped down to the side and a long tube running into its skull, the kind you might find for oxygen and surgery. Jim was just finishing up a couple of lights as we walked in and watched from a small observational ramp. Thanks to the additional illumination, it was clear to see that the place where Jim and Kearney had struck the creature had completely calcified. In fact, most of the gray skin now seemed to have hardened to the point where only an extremely sharp blade had a chance of penetrating the shell. As if reading my mind, Jim hooked up a bone saw and began to slice the creature's chest. It sounded like a drill smashing into solid earth. Behind us, the door swung open again and Natalie walked in, gripping the metal banister as Jim kept cutting. How is he? Olivia whispered to the blonde. Resting, but in a lot of pain. Anything yet? She replied. You know I can hear you, Jim interrupted as he made another incision. Well? Mr. Kearney growled. Lasher wiped sweat from his brow and remarked, This would probably go a lot faster without so many prying eyes. The rest of the crew ignored him, though.
as blade hit the strange organic material within the beast. It smelled like dead fish. A moment later, the blade hit something metallic, and Jim stopped the saw before turning to Caleb. "Grab me those incisors," the doc ordered, passing the tool to the stout man. Caleb and the rest of us watched as he used the curved metal tool to spread the creature's chest wide open. From under the twisted bones and fatty tissue, something gleamed like a diamond. Jim repositioned the surgical instruments and then carefully extracted what looked like a long metal tube. Once out of the creature, he proceeded to grab a few cleaning towels and wipe blood and guts off the discovery. "Well?" Kearney said again, this time more insistently. "A watched pot never boils," Lasher quipped, as he sat on a rolling stool and scooted over to a set of computer screens. Grabbing what looked like some sort of extension cable, Jim cleaned it properly as well, and then connected it directly to the side of the metallic object. Immediately, a series of zeros and ones began to appear on the screen. "We're in business," he said excitedly. Olivia squeezed her father's hand excitedly, but the moment of happiness was short-lived. A second later, a frown crossed Jim's face. Shit, he mumbled as he began to input a long algorithm of code. "What? What is it?" Olivia said, releasing her father and walking down to the screen to see what he saw. "Lasher, what's going on?" Kearney asked. "Just give me a second," he said as he typed furiously. But a second later, the screen went black. "God damn it," he said, pushing himself away from the screen in frustration. The air in the room seemed to grow heavy as I watched for some type of explanation. "It's not a match," Jim muttered as he looked to his boss for an apology. "You sure?" Kearney asked as he checked the screen himself. "Positive. Second it left that cluster, we lost it," he confirmed. Kearney pushed him aside and ran a few numbers himself. "Try it again," he demanded. "Paul, I know my stuff," Jim said with a deep sigh. I waited as they stared down at each other, and finally Caleb broke the silence by saying, "It's exactly why I told you not to go out without me." Olivia gave him a glare and marched out of the room. Then Natalie grabbed at the bar again and muttered, "Mr. Kearney, what does that mean for Martin?" The old man sighed and looked at her with that look that only meant more bad news. "You know what that means, Natalie." She shook and tried her best not to cry. Then she ran out of the room as well. "Natalie!" I called out. "Let her go." "There's nothing to be done," Caleb advised. I stared at the three remaining members of KTHU and ran my fingers through my hair again before muttering, "Okay, someone please tell me what's going on." Jim shook his head and muttered, "You dense, son. Martin's infected, but we got less than 12 hours. My jaw dropped. I looked towards Kearney for confirmation. The old man simply nodded. "Well, we have to do something. Find an antidote for the goddamn things," I insisted. "That would be just wasting valuable resources," Caleb pointed out. "So what? We just let him die? Is that what happened to Nick, too?" I shouted in response. Mr. Kearney let out a long sigh and then turned to Jim and muttered, "Lasher, see to it Martin's comfortable." He started hobbling up the stairs to me, and I muttered, "Look, I don't care what your guard dog over there says. I demand an explanation for all of this. Right now." "I don't want to tell you again, boy," Caleb said, reaching for his pistol. Mr. Kearney waved his hand dismissively and remarked, No, it's okay. Dylan's right. I do owe him that much, all things considered." Caleb didn't seem to like that, but pushed the door open for his boss and added with an icy glare at me, "Fine, but I'll be joining you, so don't even think about losing your temper again." I sighed in relief and responded, "It's cool with me. Lead the way." To be continued. Caleb held the door open once more as we reached Mr. Kearney's office, his steely gaze never wavering. I did my best to ignore it and go inside as Paul placed his crutch down and then took a seat. He fumbled in his drawer and got his smokes before offering me one, and then turned to Caleb and muttered,
"If it's all the same to you, I'd like to talk to Mr. Pruitt privately."
The hunter narrowed his eyes, but didn't dare argue with his employer. Instead, he walked towards the door and said,
"Fine, but I'll be right outside."
Once again, we were alone. Mr. Kearney lit one of the Marlboros and gestured for me to take a seat. "I'd like to stand, if it's all the same to you. Nerves are pretty much shot," I responded, crossing my arms.
"Are you second-guessing your decision to join KTHU?"
he asked. I let out a long sigh. I knew from the moment I got here something was off. But this shit, the monsters, and who knows what else? I want to help, but I can't do that unless someone tells me what the hell this is all about. Kearney let out a laugh.
"You really are something."
Then he looked longingly towards the blacked-out windows of his office. I let the silence linger for a moment, and then decided to repeat the very same question he had asked me in the morning. What did you lose? I knew the answer, but I still wanted to hear it from his own lips. He let out another puff of smoke before responding.
"My wife, Renee Hollister Kearney. It should have been almost 30 years for us."
This time, I did take a seat. What happened to her?
To answer that, I'll have to tell you everything I know about the storm. Why it is we do what we do,
he answered. Then he proceeded to push aside clutter on his desk and reveal a map of the Tri-County area. I clung to every word that he said.
It was 1999 when we first encountered the storm. Olivia was no more than a few years old, still nursing. Back then we were just like you, wet behind the ears, searching for a thrill. Storm chasing was Renee's idea,
he explained, as he pointed toward a red scrawled circle on the map.
We found Emerald Bay by accident. Followed a tip by a fellow tracker that said he'd seen lots of strange storms in this area. When we got here and checked our equipment, we started to think his claims were an over-exaggeration. It wasn't long after that we were proved wrong. Weather around here is unpredictable because it doesn't follow the rules of nature.
He paused, staring me down before adding,
"As you've seen, something else is at the heart of those storms."
"Creatures," I guessed, to which he nodded absently.
"Of course, we didn't know that back then. That first storm nearly killed us. Had to run from town with barely the clothes on our back. Having an infant only made things worse. Those beings, whatever you want to call them, could track us for miles. That's how we stumbled upon this place."
He gestured about randomly and added,
"Scrambled inside and managed to turn on the signal. The only thing that saved our lives."
Hold on. Are you telling me the station was already here? How long has KTHU been here? I asked in surprise.
Hard to say, but when we checked the broadcast, last one was from July 12th, 1987.
Mr. Kearney said as he lit his next cigarette and scooted his chair over towards a safe hidden behind a bunch of other clutter. He opened it up and tossed me a VHS tape with that date on it. What's this? I asked as I noticed that it didn't have any other markings.
"That, what has happened to the crew before us?"
Kearney said as he then gestured towards the old TV set on the wall. I walked over to it and inserted the tape, waiting as the grainy images appeared. Several people were appearing in what looked like closed-circuit network. There wasn't any sound, but it was easy to see what was happening. The stations were invaded by those strange creatures that held human skin over their bodies like a coat. Their eyes were glowing amidst the static as the crew did their best to fight them off. But it wasn't enough. One by one, they were picked off to be slaughtered. The maddened creatures ripped them to shreds like paper. It wasn't long until none of them were left standing. And the screen went dead.
"Same proved true every last tape we found. All of them are gone,"
Kearney told me, and then laughed. What?
"I almost forgot. It's been so long. There was one survivor. You've already met him.
I paused and then remembered a few choice words spoken to me when I first arrived. Jim? But how? I asked. Kearney shrugged.
Last year was barely cohesive. Spine bruised in 3 places. Babbled like an idiot. It took a few days before he finally recovered, and once he did, hardly had any recognition of what had happened.
I scratched my head and realized that explained why the whole place had so much wear and tear. So you just decided to take up the call and do what? What exactly does this station do?
As I'm sure you must have guessed, we learned pretty quickly that the signal the tower emits causes a paralyzing effect on the creatures that masquerade in this town. Jim knew little else except that the broadcast couldn't be interrupted. Naturally, we wanted to leave. There was a problem. During the initial attack, Renee was attacked. Jim said it was an infection and she wouldn't last long if we didn't do something,
he said solemnly. That's exactly like with Martin. Why didn't you say anything earlier?
Because it wouldn't make a difference. My wife got lucky because we acted quickly.
Paul snapped back. What do you mean that it wouldn't make a difference? Tell that to Martin.
The only way to stave off the infection is by capturing one of those things alive. I swear, we almost lost her anyway.
Kearney looked away and then muttered,
After that, we discovered the connection between the monsters and the storms. As dangerous as it sounded, we decided to start tracking it.
And that's all you know?
That's all you need to know,
Kearney said firmly. Well, that's not good enough, I growled.
Only thing we can hope for now is that Martin goes peacefully,
the old man declared, darting his eyes away. I slammed my fist down, forcing him to keep his attention on me. You know, I think I figured out the real problem here, and it isn't that there's the monsters that are too dangerous. It's that you've given up the fight before you even started. Just because your wife died doesn't mean all hope is lost.
Don't you dare lecture me about things you hardly understand. You've been here 3 days, and this station has been here 30 years. It knows things you couldn't even comprehend.
Kearney snapped back. Caleb was at the door, overhearing our outbursts.
I told you to keep a level head,
the hunter warned.
Shut the hell up! You're just as bad as him! Dylan, I understand what you're trying to do. You want this all to be wrapped up nicely and have a bow on top, but that isn't how the world works. Monsters or not, people die,
Kearney told me, and then sighed
and said, I'm done talking for now. We need to rest and recover before the next run.
I looked at him with disbelief. I growled. You haven't answered all my questions yet. Caleb stepped between us, his hand level with his belt as he muttered,
Maybe you didn't hear, but the boss said he was done talking.
I gave them both a stink eye. This isn't over, I added. And then I walked out, frustration and anger filling my every thought. It was sickening to think that they would just let one of their comrades die when there might be a chance at saving them. I walked to the first floor, pacing back and forth randomly as I tried to think of a solution. I came across a vending machine and used it as an outlet for my feelings, kicking and slamming my fists against the old machine. Took your money too, huh? A voice said to my right, startling me. I looked over, saw Natalie there, her eyes puffy and red from the tears that she had shed. I gave her a half-hearted smile. I said, just needed something to hit. She nodded, slumping against the wall and muttering, Guess I should give it a try sometime. I nodded, standing alongside her and saying, How's Martin? Natalie looked away, clearly not wanting to talk about it. Doesn't look good. You two are, pretty close, huh? He saved my ass more than once. I just wish... I wish I'd been there. Mr. Kearney says I'm not cut out to be a field agent, but I know I know that if I had been there, things would have turned out different. I didn't know what to say to make her feel better, so instead I gestured towards the large syringe she was carrying. Is that for him? Yeah. Do you believe this shit's enough to knock down 3 full-grown men? Jim gave him a dose about 19 minutes ago, and it's hardly even making a dent. Natalie said with a hollow laugh. It's just gonna get worse, isn't it? She nodded, trying her best not to cry as she muttered, and there isn't a bloody thing we can do about it. What Mr. Kearney had told me concerning his wife flickered across the back of my mind. Maybe there is, I said as I grabbed the syringe and said, you said this was strong, right? Like it could knock out an elephant or something? Yeah, probably. Why? What if we use this on one of those things? Natalie didn't seem to follow, her face a mix of confusion. I mean, those things can offer an antivenom for Martin, but only if we bring one back alive. What? How do you know that? She whispered, her eyes sparkling with excitement and a hint of concern. Kearney, he told me, but he's given up already because he thinks it's too risky. But with this... I paused and I gestured to the drug. We can go into town and snatch one of those things. Natalie bit her lip. She was excited, but she was also nervous. We can't. I mean, we shouldn't. The boss would kill us if he found out. If we do nothing, Martin will die. She hesitated, at least for another moment, but then nodded to show she was on board with the scheme. All right. So how do we do this? She asked with a shaky voice. The weather van still has some weapons in the back. If we leave now, we can get back before daybreak and no one will be the wiser. Natalie was doing her best to contain her excitement. We agreed to meet in the garage in 10 minutes. I went to the break room to gather a few more supplies. I thought our plan would be foolproof, but we ran into a snag the second we stepped into the garage bay. Caleb was standing there, leaning against the van and wiping his hands as he finished refitting new tires onto it. He tipped his hat up and gave us a long sigh. You know, something told me you might try something stupid, Dylan, he said, and then gave a sneer towards the blonde and added, but you, Natalie, I thought you knew better. Caleb, we have a plan. We can save Martin's life. I'm sure you probably think that you do, but I'm afraid I can't let you leave. It's not safe. You know that, Nat. I clenched my fist and scanned the floor to find something that could cause a distraction. And then I kicked an old oil barrel towards him and shouted, Run, Natalie! The blonde hesitated for a moment as Caleb jumped out of the way, and then the barrel slammed to the back of the van. And finally, she got up the nerve and dashed to the driver's seat. Caleb reached for his gun and aimed for my head as I pulled the passenger door open and told her, Start the engine! She glanced into the mirror and revved it up as Caleb bounded towards the van again, but she peeled off before he had the chance. Pressing the button inside the console for the garage door to open, we zoomed out into the dark country road around the station, as Caleb was left watching us from the shelter of the darkened parking space. Oh God, we are so dead later, Natalie said. Not if this works, I countered as we made our way out of the woods and onto the road that led to the town. I checked the gear that we had. It'll be simple. We go in, we grab one of the weirdos, we get out. They won't even know we're coming. Suddenly, Natalie slammed on her brakes and shrieked, What the hell? As I looked out towards the horizon, I saw why she had come to a stop. The townsfolk were standing there, all in a row, almost like statues, staring straight towards us. And as we looked about, I realized there were more of them in the tree line, ready to pounce. Natalie gritted her teeth. Got any more bright ideas? There had to be at least 50 of the bizarre people standing in our way as Natalie and I tried to decide what to do next. We should go back to the station, she muttered. A soft, brisk wind was picking up. We can do this. Remember, we only need one. I told her as I gestured toward the main thoroughfare and declared, That path should take us straight through the town. The motel has a feed that connects to KTHU. If we can lure one of them there, we'd use the signal to paralyze them. Make it sound so easy, she said dryly as the group of townsfolk began to advance. We could do this. Just don't stop driving, I told her, as I got one of the guns loaded and added, "Now watch the back." Natalie gripped the steering wheel a little more firmly as the wind picked up and I heard a crackle of thunder across the sky. Another storm was beginning to brew. We needed to act fast. Shifting back into first gear, the blonde let the tires spin for a second, then accelerated head-on into the line of people. Our speed kept climbing as the line simply stood there, staring oddly at our vehicle like it was something that they had never seen before. Abruptly, the crowd began to move as one, pushing their way towards the weather van with their teeth gnashing. Several of them leapt up nearly 30 feet in the air and landed smack on the van's roof as Natalie plowed into the line. I cocked the rifle and aimed it towards the roof as the ones that had managed to latch on started to try and claw their way inside. I let the first round out, blasting a bullet straight through the old man's skull as he shrieked to claw at me. Then Natalie turned a corner and the next two fell off. It wasn't over yet. Not by a long shot. More townsfolk had gathered as we drove down the main street towards the motel. It actually surprised me to see so many of them there. Did they all come with a storm? Several skidded across rooftops and buildings, almost like roaches, and I pushed myself up to the roof to take aim and keep the van safe. Reloading the rifle, I fired another shot as one of the jumpers flew across the town square. "We're coming up on the motel," Natalie said. There was at least a dozen younger athletic men waiting that stood in our way. A glance at the speedometer told me that we had already reached 55 miles an hour, but the way these newcomers were looking, something told me it wasn't going to be enough. "Give it all she's got," I told Natalie, as I fired a shot at the closest male. The bullet didn't even seem to faze him. 75 miles an hour. We slammed hard against the row of dangerous townsfolk, just like they were a brick wall. I fell on the floor of the van, the rifle sliding out to the parking lot. In a matter of seconds, they were on us. One male reached with his muscular arms and tried to pry the back door open as I stood and kicked him off. Then I grabbed the next gun and told Natalie, "Stay here." I aimed the weapon straight at the next attacker's skull. His brain splashed everywhere as the blonde shouted for me to stay put. Instead, I made a run for it, pushing my way to the motel room that I had stayed in a few nights before. They were right behind me, screeching like banshees and clawing at the ground for any chance to hook me. Seconds later, I turned the TV on and Channel 46 started working its magic. But these things, I don't know why, it didn't seem to work. They were affected by the strong noise, but they kept coming. I fired at the next one, trying to enter the room as Natalie turned the van back around. I only had 6 bullets left. I raised my weapon to fire again, and then heard the most peculiar horn in the world. It sounded like a jingle of some kind. The creatures heard it too, and the group moved to see where it was coming from. A short second later, a long camper trailer smashed into the dozen and crushed them under its wheels. I kept my gun steady as the camper spun its wheel around and knocked out the other stragglers that were thrashing at the hotel windows. Then, from the driver's door, a familiar face flashed. Caleb. He hopped out and went to check on the weather van first, grabbing his tow line and muttering under his breath as Natalie tried to apologize. "You can save it for when we're back at the station," he snarled as he checked the tires and then hooked up the cable. I looked towards the thoroughfare, noticing more of the townsfolk clawing their way out of the abandoned buildings. "We should, probably get in the camper," I advised Natalie. A few moments later, the swarm of crazed people were on us, running towards the camper as one. Caleb took out his twin pistols and began to fire as he climbed back into the driver's seat and shouted, "Hold on to something!" The long trailer jerked backwards. A few of the townsfolk bounced off the windshield like bugs as we drove in reverse down the highway. The weather van lurched and moaned against the road as it was dragged down the street. Caleb shouted instructions to us as more of them latched to the side of the trailer, banging repeatedly on the metal. "The signal! Put it to frequency 10!" he shouted. I didn't even hesitate. The piercing sound was enough to knock them all off the camper, and then, as we drove, I saw more of them collapse in a state of shock. Caleb shouted excitedly and declared, "Take that, you sons of bitches!" I looked towards Natalie and then at the syringe that we had somehow managed to keep hold of. I gave her a look, but before she had a chance to guess what I was thinking, I opened up the side door to the trailer and jumped to the road. I hit the ground running as I heard Caleb shout another colorful expression, and I moved towards one of the shrieking townsfolk. Standing right over top of them, I got the syringe ready and plunged it straight into their neck. Caleb swung the camper back around, the broadcast still causing its lulling effect to the others, as the one I had drugged went still. "The hell is wrong with you, Pruitt?" the hunter snapped as he pulled the camper up alongside me. "You can berate me later. Right now we need to radio Jim and tell him to set up for a transfusion." He said a few more curse words, and then helped me lift the man into the camper as Natalie got the next syringe ready and injected it in the other side. "You really think that wasn't enough?" I said as we drove out of town. "Better safe than sorry," she said with a nervous laugh. We'd made it. Now it was just a matter of getting to Martin in time. Back in the station, I saw Olivia waiting for us as we pulled in, and Nat closed the garage. She walked over and slapped me across the face. Then she turned toward Caleb and said, "Let's get it on the stretcher." I rubbed my cheek softly and followed behind as we carried the unconscious man to the bunker. Martin's screams of pain filled the air as we got closer. Inside the closed quarters, Lasher was already setting up another IV as we lugged the man on the bed next to Martin. "You already got one," he said, pausing for a moment to marvel at the creature that hid beneath human skin. "Doc, maybe we could speed this up?" I suggested. He nodded and got to work setting up a pick line in the creature's neck. Natalie was biting at her nails as Martin kept screaming. Caleb and Olivia lingered near the door, unable to watch. The cameraman writhed and screamed even louder as the transfusion began. A slow drip of the creature's blood pumped into his own. "You really think this will work?" Natalie whispered. "It has to," I said, taking her hand and squeezing it as Martin kept begging for death. An agonizing 13 minutes later, we could see the first signs of success. The strange dark scars near his wound were clearing up. He was calming down. The antivenom inside the creature was doing the trick. I told you, I said excitedly. And then noticed that Olivia had left the room. Caleb was still there, though, looking no more happy than the minute he had met me. "Congratulations. Looks like you'll live to fight another day," he said, tipping his hat and departing. Is that his way of saying, "Job well done"? It was another 6 before Lasher confirmed it. "He's gonna still need some rest, but I think he'll make it," he said. Natalie leapt and cried excitedly, hugging me and then rushing to Martin's side. I smiled, pleased with the good deed, and after another moment, let them have their privacy. I wandered the corridors of the station for a moment, still feeling my heart pumping loudly from the rush we had experienced in town. I wanted to go find Kearney, rub it in his face that I had proved him wrong, but instead I found myself going to the roof. The darkness was still casting its shadow over all the Emerald Bay, and the storm I had spotted earlier was now getting ready to drop its first bit of rain. The wind picked up, and I looked out towards the city and towards the horizon, still trying to make sense of everything that I'd seen since coming here. Behind me, I heard a lurching noise and turned to see Olivia stepping out of the stairwell to join me. She was smoking one of her father's cigarettes and letting her long, dark hair rustle in the wind as we stood together silently. "You did good work out there, Pruitt," she said, looking at me. For a moment our eyes met, and then she rubbed her neck uncomfortably and remarked, "Dad said you should know that." "Too stubborn to tell me himself," I said. "He doesn't want you to get a big head," Olivia pointed out, and then remarked, "By the sound of things, it's probably too late for that, though." I sighed and remarked, "Look, I'm sorry about what happened with your mom, but that's no reason for you to just give up on people." Her soft, admiring gaze quickly turned to one of rage. "What do you know about my mother?" she asked accusingly. I hesitated, realizing I had struck a nerve, and raised my hands defensively. "I know it was hard, what you went through, but all I'm saying is that it may be time for you and your old man to move on, and that's the truth." She dropped the cigarette and pushed herself right up in my face, jabbing a finger to my chest. "Don't you ever talk about my mother. And don't presume to know me. You don't know what the hell I've been through." She smacked me across the cheek again, and then growled, "And if I ever hear you say anything about her again, so help me, I'll make sure Caleb blows your head off." She turned away and stood at the opposite corner of the roof as I quickly shuffled my head, embarrassed for using such poor words. As we stood there, the rain began to fall, and she finished her cigarette before remarking, "Don't stay out here too much longer, or the storm will get you." I nodded absently, glancing towards Emerald Bay again, and something amid the tree line caught my eye. "Olivia?" I said, catching her attention before she went back inside. I think we might have a problem." She walked over to where I stood to get a better look, her eyes widening as she saw the large group of maddened townsfolk bounding through the trees, coming straight for The station. Shit. That was enough to describe our predicament as Olivia bounded down the stairs to the control room. I was right beside her as I heard the sky open up and the rain begin to fall. The last thing I saw was at least 100 of the citizens of Emerald Bay about to hit the station like a flood. Olivia ran through the maze-like corridors towards the bunker, shouting to me to find her father. I made it to the control room, surprised to see Mr. Kearney was already there. "Turn the signal on," I told him frantically. He shook his head, glaring at me before gesturing to the system. "One of the generators blew a fuse. We're on recharge." Only a few dim emergency lights came on as he turned his attention to me and growled, "I hope you're happy, Mr. Pruitt. You may have just doomed us all." I didn't say a word as I heard the crowd slam against the station's wall, their gnashing claws scraping the bare concrete. From behind me, Caleb entered the control room and carried several rifles. He tossed one to Kearney and remarked, "We need to block up the lower corridors. Anything they can use as an entry point. Shut down the other access points to the breaker. We need this place dark. They can't do much in the dark and they'll give us the advantage," Kearney remarked, and then gave me one of the guns. "Don't think for a second this makes us even. We need all the hands on deck right now," he said as he grabbed his crutch. "What should I do?" I asked, still racked with fear over the incoming onslaught. "Keep the radio on. Listen for our signal. Once the basement breaker is pulled, someone will need to go up to the equipment room and do that one as well," Kearney instructed, following Caleb out. I nervously stood there in the control room, listening as the townsfolk began to climb on top of one another to search for a window. Some of them even managed to reach an arm in through the beat-up windows. I aimed the gun and fired at the first. A shriek of anger reverberated throughout the group. I stood there for at least an hour, watching as the creatures struggled to find a way in. The emergency systems were still allowing me to watch the monitors and see everyone else hard at work. Caleb and Mr. Kearney were on the lower tunnels, using every sort of debris to block the paths that the creatures might find as they went. Olivia went in the break room, setting up what appeared to be a trap of some kind. Lasher was grabbing spare boards and reinforcing the windows to keep them from breaking in that way. I froze and scrambled to check the monitors one more time. Where was Natalie? More importantly, where was Martin? And then I caught sight of him, running through the halls toward the garage. Were they making a run for it? I watched breathlessly as the duo arrived at the garage and Natalie went to the weather van, opening the back to haul out one of the crates. C4. I smiled and realized that if anything might stop these beasts, it was that. I pressed on the intercom and shouted, "Natalie, come up to the control room, bring the goods with you." The two seemed surprised to hear my voice over the loudspeaker, but they didn't question it. It was 3 minutes later that Caleb and the older Kearney managed to cut the power to the basement. The whole station went dark, and I listened as the storm rattled the building like a cage. A glimmer of light hit my face from above, and I saw Olivia enter the control room carrying a couple of flashlights. "This will have to do the trick until Dad grabs the night gear," she said, tossing me one and then looking up towards the windows where the creatures were almost to the roof. "This is my fault," I muttered, watching the beasts finally reach the roof and listening as they searched for the stairwell. "We can distribute blame later," Olivia said dryly. Another moment later, we heard the shattering of glass above. They were in the building. I holstered the rifle, listening as something got close to the door and aimed, my heart beating out of my chest as it swung open to reveal Martin and Natalie coming in with the C4. "Jesus," I said, letting out a sigh, as the two placed the crate down on top of some of the computer consoles. "Is that really a good idea to have that here?" Olivia said, stepping away from the explosives. "Better than not being here," Martin said as he clenched his side. He still wasn't fully recovered. "They're moving across the computer room," Olivia said, as she heard several bits of equipment fall over against one another. The creatures were pushing everything out of the way to get in, to find and kill us. Behind me, the radio crackled to life, making me jump a little. "Has anyone gone to the computer room yet?" Caleb said in between bits of static. I swallowed hard and looked towards the ceiling where the creatures continued to rattle around, blindly searching for the next exit. "There's a bit of a problem," I muttered over the walkie. "Well, we're kind of pinned down here. Once that second breaker gets switched off, we can restart the system," Caleb said irritably. "Roger that," Olivia said, passing the radio to Natalie, and then taking one of the guns still lying about, along with one of the crates. "Come on, Pruitt," she ordered. I nodded dumbly, gripping the rifle and following the stream of light her flashlight cast on the narrow corridor. Above us, every move we made was mimicked by the monsters, their sounds growing louder as Olivia cocked the gun, and we turned the corner. Jim was right there, having successfully barricaded the stairwell. "That should hold him," he said triumphantly, but his voice was short-lived as I realized that was exactly where we needed to go. "Move aside, Lassiter, we're going through," the younger Kearney demanded. Jim's eyes widened as we heard the shrieks continue. "Liv, you go up there, it's suicide," he argued. "Dad's downstairs. We got hostiles on all sides. If we don't get the signal up and running, we're dead anyways," she countered, and shoved in the C4. "We're going up there. If anything besides us comes back, blow him to hell," she growled. Lasher was too awestruck to argue as we made it past the barrier, and I cocked my gun. Olivia listened for a moment as the creature scurried to another part of the room. "The breaker's on the left side, right past the fire extinguisher." She paused, reaching for the handle. "You ready, Dylan?" I nodded, too scared to even say a word. The door popped open and the two of us walked in with guns at our shoulders. The room was bizarrely quiet. A few gentle noises came from the west, and I shot a flashlight to see if the monsters were coming. They were too smart. They were waiting for us. "Come on," Olivia said, keeping our back to the door as we moved up the long stretch between two rows of equipment. And then there was a scream. I cast my light to the ceiling and saw one of the men twist his neck towards me before pouncing down. Kearney shot him to Kingdom Come. But just as his body crumpled to the floor, 3 more men took his place. I pushed back the opposite direction as they crawled towards me, mouths agape and an angry growl resounding throughout the room. Before I knew what was happening, I was firing, picking them off one by one. One of the larger consoles toppled over as we passed by, and Olivia gave a sharp nod towards where the fire extinguisher was hanging. "Think you can make it?" she said as she quickly reloaded. The blind creatures were scrambling over their fallen comrades, bone and blood splashing everywhere as they tried to attack. I leapt over the fallen console, my eyes set straight on the breaker. 2 more larger women were blocking my path. Their skin was barely clinging to their bodies as they screamed towards me. I lifted my rifle to fire, but another male attacked from behind. He pushed me to the floor, and a long tube-like tongue slid out of his mouth. Another blast ricocheted across his skull, and he toppled over with a scream. As Olivia helped me up, I snagged the extinguisher as I saw more of the creatures moving towards us from the east. Pulling the pin, I aimed for them and fired. The mist spreading out to give us a few more extra moments. The people stopped and shrieked louder, clearly angered by the device. Olivia was almost to the breaker. Then another console toppled over and pinned her down. "You hurt?" I shouted. "Just switch it on and off," she insisted. From the mist came something that made me freeze in my tracks. The people had started to conjoin together and form something that resembled a human ladder. Their mouths were stretching open and gripping the sagging flesh together as the large, fleshy creature skittered over the turned-over console, towering over me like a bear. Several of their arms stretched open the amalgamation of flesh, revealing massive pincers that moved forward to me to crush my body like a twig. I pressed my back against the wall and pulled down on the breaker, knowing that if I died, at least the others would be spared. And then from the darkness came a spark of light. Something glimmered in the shadows, and I saw it move straight towards the creature's torso, and then I heard a voice. "Get down!" I didn't hesitate. I jumped to the floor as the creature let out another cry and then blew up from the inside out, as the innards of the bizarre monster splashed across the stained brick. A figure emerged from the shadows. "Jim!" Olivia said as she got back to her feet. He looked at the disheveled mess of flesh and muttered, "Got tired of waiting." Olivia gave him a laugh and then muttered, "We need to get back downstairs." We went down carefully, listening as the other creatures tried in vain to find another way in. "I'll stay behind. Give the word over the intercom and I can throw the switch," Jim told us. Kenny's daughter gave him a rifle. We left the way we came in. Once in the control room, Olivia was able to give the word to radio her dad, when we both noticed that Martin was nowhere to be seen. Natalie was in tears, gripping a chair, as we went down the short flight of stairs. "What's going on?" "Where's Martin?" I asked, as Olivia snatched the radio and called to the basement. "Dad, we're ready when you are," she said. I focused my attention on Natalie. "Natalie, look at me." "Where is Martin?" He said He said that it wouldn't stop because they were after him. Even with the signal up, he said this was the only way, the blonde girl said. A second later, Olivia gave the word over the intercom, and we watched as the power came back on. My eyes scrambled to the monitors. I didn't see the cameraman anywhere inside the building. He's on the roof, I realized. I rushed back to the stairs, calling out to Olivia, "Start the broadcast! I'm gonna stop him!" I don't think I've ever ran that fast in my whole life. The sky was still storming as I reached the exit. Spotted Martin looking towards the edge in a rain smog. I moved to leave the stairwell, but one drop of rain nearly caused my arm to swell up. "Martin!" I screamed, desperate to get his attention. He turned towards me, the storm howling louder as the broadcast tower came to life. Channel 46 was back on the air. "Get back inside, Pruitt," Martin declared. "Not without you," I insisted. I didn't care about the dangerous rain. I stepped out and I cursed solely as the burning storm hit my arms and neck. "Damn it, Dylan! Go back! Don't you see this ain't gonna stop?" he said. I scrambled to find cover looking over the edge. Most of the townsfolk were paralyzed, but there were a dozen or so larger men that were still trying to reach the station. "They want me. I'm a part of it now," he explained softly, as the storm raged on. "The hell are you talking about?" I screamed. "This is how it has to be," Martin said, taking a step towards the precipice. "Tell Natalie." I could see his eyes glaze over as he struggled to find the words. Tell her I'm sorry. Martin! But it was too late. He went over the edge against the roar of more thunder. For the next hour, we hunkered down inside the station and listened as the stronger creatures tore Martin's body apart like it was a chew toy. Kearney insisted we cover the monitors so we didn't have to see the carnage play out. Still, with each passing moment, the rain pelted the building. The wind howled, and then at last, it was over. In the morning light, we gathered to give the cameraman a small vigil. I wanted to go out and see if anything was left to bury, but Olivia said it still wasn't safe. So instead, we gathered some of the corpses of our enemies and made a bonfire in the garage. None of the crew really had much to say. It was just a moment of silence. I didn't know him well, but I had to admire and honor his sacrifice. Some of what he said still lingered in my head, and as Jim bandaged the wounds I had gotten on my arm, I reflected on those words. What did he mean when he said he was part of them now? He whispered. Lasher gave me a look, but didn't respond. I turned to the others for an answer, and Olivia muttered, "He was infected." I nodded, recalling that was the reason her father had been reluctant to even help the cameraman, but still didn't answer my question. The signal didn't hurt them either. What was up with that? Is it really the time for these questions? She sighed irritably. What? It's distracting me. That's how I cope, I said as I watched Jim finish the last of the wrapping. Nobody said a word, so I decided to turn the topic back to retrieving his body. It isn't right for us to just leave him out there to rot, I insisted. It's what he would want, Caleb commented. You can turn off the broadcast, Jim. You're done hunting for now, Kearney remarked. What provoked them anyway? Caleb rolled his eyes. Oh, I don't know. How about the fact that you snagged one and then brought it back here? I felt my mouth go dry again and had nothing to say. I had feared that was the case, but I hadn't wanted to be confronted with those facts. We made it out of town. We were in the clear, I said. Told you they would track for miles. But this is more than that, Pruitt. You took what was theirs. They only acted on instinct to get it back, the older Kearney remarked. Natalie was doing her best not to cry, both of us feeling like fools for endangering everyone with our foolish behavior. What are these things anyway? I said. Kearney sighed and lit a Marlboro. Think of them like a colony of ants, or bees. They act as one,
using frequencies that help them coordinate, strategize, and ultimately attack, he explained.
The colony. So, the ones we've seen so far, they're the drones? Kearney nodded and gestured towards the dim light that peeked through the shattered windows.
And the soldiers. That's why they aren't harmed by the signal. They're on a different frequency, one we haven't quite figured out how to interfere with yet.
You're telling me that this whole time you've been here, you've never dealt with this before?
Yeah, you gotta bring all the bad luck, Caleb said with a sneer.
Seriously, though, it can't be a coincidence. The hunter gave a long sigh.
Course it isn't, you dipshit. And if you haven't been so dense to go play the hero, then maybe you could have given us more time to explain the shitstorm you signed up for.
I'm not the one who was ready to give up on Martin, I snapped, rising to my feet. I saw Natalie growing more emotional as Caleb snarled. Oh yeah, because great job saving him. A lot of good that did, huh? Sounds to me like you just feel guilty for not doing shit. Caleb bounded across the room, staring me right in the eyes. You know what? You've been nothing but trouble since you got here.
Enough!
Kearney snapped. The hunter gave me an icy glare and backed down as the older man grabbed his crutch and walked towards the center of the room.
Dylan did what any of us would have done, what all of us should have done, he said as he finished his smoke.
I gave him a nod. I appreciate that, especially coming from you.
Tried your best and you failed. I think the guilt alone will be enough to make you second-guess the next time you want to disobey an order,
Kearney said evenly. There was another moment of awkward silence. Caleb stood up and stretched and muttered, Well, I appreciate that we've all decided to let bygones be bygones. Do we need to focus on our next step, Beacon? I felt too tired to fight, so instead focused my attention on this turn in the conversation. You mentioned that before. What is it? Caleb looked at me again, clearly not wanting to share anything with me, but gestured to Jim before remarking, Let the man who designed it explain. Lasher smiled nervously, then turned on one of the monitors and displayed a radar of the surrounding area. Okay, so you know how we explained that these things are like bees, right? Well, a while back, Martin and I theorized that maybe if we built a type of transponder, we could mess with their signal, control the way they move. Well, the beacon was exactly that. We built it to send out a matching signal to one that we recorded whenever storms rolled in, and if these past few days have been any indicator, it looks like it's working and the storms are becoming more frequent. Wait, hold on. I don't understand. Are you saying that you actually want the storms to come here?
We've been tracking them for years, Pruitt. Monitored their patterns and determined how they operate. For the past 4 years, our goals have shifted to one singular objective, Mr. Kearney said, as he gave a wicked smirk. Find out where they originate from, and knock out the colony.
It took me a moment to process all of what they had just said. When I sat down on the back end of the weather van, a few things still weren't adding up. Why did we go out and snag one of them, then? What was that for? The beacon can only transmit one way, Jim explained, and when he saw my confused expression, he grabbed some paper and cleared off one of the desks. Okay, so imagine that this coffee cup is us, okay? He said as he grabbed a few other items nearby. Now, this donut here is the transponder, sending out a signal, causing the storm to form one cohesive and predictable pattern. He paused, drawing a ring around the two objects. So in order for us to receive that message, you would need something to coordinate with, which is where the probe came in. Martin sent one out when we were hit by that first storm, and the plan was for it to lead us back to the nest, he explained. I nodded, the pieces starting to form a complete picture as I stared at the makeshift map that he had made. But the creature died, so you lost signal. No transmission received, so you couldn't pinpoint where the creatures were coming from. Precisely, Jim said, surprised that I caught on so quickly. I shook my head and looked towards Kearney. How can you even be sure there's a nest? You've been doing this since your daughter was little. What makes you think you even have a chance of stopping it? The old man gave me a stern glare, but it was actually Caleb that answered the question. Because if we don't, eventually something will happen to all of us. The way it did to everyone else that found this place. Channel 46 will go dark, and when that happens, Whole world to go to shit. I shook my head in disbelief. You're talking about hunting down a force of nature like it's a wild animal. It just doesn't sound possible. Oh, do you suddenly think you know better? Caleb snarled as he pointed towards Natalie, who was still standing dazed in the corner, and added, "Did I remind you what happened last time you acted on your own?" At least I did something! All you care about is this stupid hunt, like you think it's a big game trophy or something. You watch your tone. I'm sorry, does someone have a guilty conscience? That was the last straw for the hunter. He punched me square in the jaw. Before I had a chance to react, he was slamming his foot on my chest. I heard Olivia and Natalie asking him to stop, but Mitchum wasn't listening. His anger towards me had finally reached a boiling point. Then, just as he was about to hit me in the face again, we heard a low growl from outside. Caleb paused, and all of us looked towards the covered-up monitors. "They're still out there," Natalie said nervously. "Move the blankets, Jim, let's see," Kearney instructed, as Olivia helped me off the ground. All of us watched in stunned silence at one of the exterior monitors when we saw what remained of Martin's body. The drones had torn off both of his arms and devoured the majority of his chest cavity, but most of his face was still hanging on along with the other vital organs, just snagging off the side like discarded trash. Natalie held her mouth and screamed softly as we saw something move in the tree line. It was one of the monsters. It had discarded its human flesh and stretched itself to full size, towering over Martin's body like a bear. In another moment, it used its long pincers to drag his body into the woods, leaving the forest floor empty at last. Jim turned to comfort the blonde as she continued to grieve. After another uneasy silence, I asked the question that must have been on everyone's mind. Why would they take his body? Kearney didn't respond, but Caleb was checking the radar again. Flashes of activity could be seen miles north. I think they're taking him to the nest.
"Let me see,"
the old man said. His interest suddenly piqued at the possibility that they still had a chance to find whatever prize he sought to claim.
"Could it be?"
Could be. It's hard to say. We don't have a good signal here, too much interference from the tower. But if we got out to this transponder, we could track him easily from there. As long as he didn't lose the signal here, we could triangulate it, then broaden our range. You really think that'll work? Olivia said with surprise. Jim turned his attention to the conversation and ran a few equations before nodding slightly. Possibly. Martin did have a tracker on him when he... well, you know. He must have expected this would happen. I looked towards Natalie, still trying to come to terms with everything, as Caleb set up a plan. We can move all the equipment we need to the camper and use it to head for the beacon, Jim. Jim, you can coordinate from there. Hold on. You're seriously thinking about going out there again? We barely had a chance to even recuperate. If we don't go now, the signal might be lost, and this time for good. We don't know how long that particular beacon will last. Jim, what do you say? Could that work? Caleb asked, turning back to the stout man. Theoretically, yes, he said as the hunter clapped his hands excitedly. But I think I need to be the one out there. I built the beacon, so I'm more familiar with how it works. Okay, sure, fine. You can go, Trapper said dismissively. Hold on, Olivia said, raising her hands and looking towards her father. We need to think this through. Who's staying here to man the station? And more importantly, without Martin, who will handle the camera equipment? The old man pursed his lips together, considering all the alternatives, and then muttered, It'll need to be you, my dear. You know this place inside and out. Olivia looked like she wanted to object, but didn't say a word about that, instead focusing on the issue of equipment. You'll need a driver and someone else to help with the setup. Jim can't handle it all. Kieran looked at me. I knew exactly what he was thinking. I can run the camera, I decided. All right then, looks like I'm the driver, Caleb said excitedly, getting ready to leave the room. Not so fast, Mr. Kearney declared as he leaned on his crutch and then jabbed a finger towards the hunter. You're a much better gun than anyone else here, Mitchum. That means that you'd be better suited to stay here and protect my daughter in case those things come back for round 2. The trapper looked offended that he wouldn't be able to go, but instead of arguing, he remarked, Okay, then who do you suggest as a driver? Kearney looked towards Natalie. The blonde's mouth gaped open. Me, sir?
You said yourself you wanted to do field duty. This is your chance.
I didn't bother putting my 2 cents in. I knew they wouldn't listen anyway. Instead, I turned to Caleb and said, I'll help you load up the camper. Driving out of Emerald Bay the second time for a storm chase felt so much different than before, given all that I now understood. Especially when it came to the people who I now worked with. Natalie was at the wheel, her trim figure looking so minuscule against the bulky frame, and yet I had seen quite recently just what sort of fighter she was. In the back, Jim Lasher was watching the monitors, his eyes dashing back and forth between screens to get a better idea of where we were headed. To think of how many times he had been through this, and yet he still always wanted more. Then there was Kearney. Paul Kearney was standing up near the very rear of the long camper, starting towards the road that we had been on, as he used his door to prop his body up. From this angle, as the sun dipped low again over the horizon, he looked like a captain at the mast of a ship, watching the open ocean as his crew set out for adventure. But this wasn't an ordinary voyage we were embarking on by any means. I was beginning to get the feeling that we were the Pequod, and he was our Captain Ahab. The roads north of Emerald Bay were scarce life or even crops. Just dead earth and scars that ran crisscross, making the whole place look like a barren waste. According to Jim, we still had about 13 miles to go before reaching the beacon, and screens showed the storm was moving to the northwest, lingering near the mountains. Could that be where this supposed nest was that they were so eager to find? I didn't know what to make of any of it. From Natalie's tense expression, it seemed clear she was nervous too. "Is your first time out here?" I asked her as I came back from the minibar, offering her warm coffee. She yawned and took it before saying, "No, actually my second. The first didn't go very well." I placed my beverage down in the cup holder, apologizing quickly. "Sorry, I didn't know." "It was a winter storm. Strong southeast winds moving across the state line that Mr. Kearney wanted to track. I wanted to prove that I was valuable for more than just crunching numbers," she said as she looked into the horizon distantly. I didn't say a word, listening as she recounted the experience. "Back then it was me, Nick, Caleb, and of course the boss. We were in high spirits because Jim had just managed to figure out how to build a probe. It was time to go and test it on a live storm. The radar picked up some fluctuations, so we went without hesitation." She clutched the wheel nervously. "It was actually thanks to my astronomy that the probe even worked at all. I worked side by side with Jim. The math was perfect. Everything should have been perfect." I looked towards the road. The realization of what happened dawned on me. Nick died, didn't he? "The storm was too strong. Calculations were off. We couldn't stand up against it," Natalie said as she reflected on the event with a glazed look in her eye. "Mr. Kearney, he insisted we push forward. He refused to believe we could fail." I thought back to the chase a few days ago where Martin had been hurt, and how Paul had acted similarly. Was he really so blind to this pursuit that he was willing to risk anything and everything for the sake of the hunt? "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up," I admitted. "It's right after that Martin and I got close. He told me there was nothing I could have done for Nick." She paused and looked towards me. "I guess that's just a forecast for our whole relationship, huh?" I leaned over and sipped some of the coffee. "What made you decide to stay?" "I guess the mystery of it all. What the storm is. Maybe a part of me wanted to fight back after what happened with Nick. Mostly it was Mr. Kearney, though. He was insistent that my concepts for the probe were spot on. With more work, it could have been perfected." She gestured towards the sky, adding, "6 months later, it looks like maybe he was right." She laughed nervously as we kept driving, and I glanced back towards the rear of the camper where our boss stood. "What do you think is keeping him here, then? I mean, why is he doing this?" Natalie looked me dead in the eye. "Isn't it obvious? Revenge." I nodded, realizing she had come to the same conclusion as me. The storm had taken what he cared for most. "I just hope that hasn't transformed into blind rage," I said softly. Neither of us said a word for a long time as we passed the next stretch of road, and spotted something off in the distance. I leaned forward, seeing a glint of sunlight reflect off the object, and Natalie remarked, "That's the beacon, I think." I banged on the back of the camper to get the others' attention. Kearney and Jim came up front as Natalie slowed the camper down. "Good work. Looks like she's still intact," the old man said. Natalie pulled the camper alongside the highway and turned off the engine, as Jim and I started to gather extension cords to reach the device. "I'm surprised no one bothered out here," I said, as we lugged the long cables over the grass. "Not many people use the old roads. Lots of ghost towns out here," Jim mused as he opened the paneling on the side of the cylinder and punched in an activation code. I looked about the barren land, spotting a few mountains off the south. But besides that, he was correct. There wasn't a sign of civilization for miles. "Come on, work, dagnabbit," Lasher said, smacking the beacon on the side. "Problem?" Kearney asked as he gingerly walked over. "Says it's connecting, but I'm not picking up anything. Should be right on top of us, actually," Jim admitted in confusion as he looked up. There wasn't a cloud to be seen. Nothing but clear skies. "You got the coordinates right, and you're patching into home base?" "Maybe that's the issue. I need to start running the algorithm for the triangulation," he said, as he rushed back to our vehicle. Kearney was ruffling his hair and looking around. The air was colder, and Natalie hugged at her body. "Something feels wrong about this," she said. Lasher made it back to the camper and turned on the equipment there as Paul kept scanning the clouds. "Hey, Jim! Bring me a flare gun!" he shouted. The stout man was back at the beacon in a heartbeat and passed the flare to his boss. While Jim started working on the code, Kearney grabbed his crutch and moved to the side of the camper. "Natalie, help me to this ladder," he demanded. They watched as the blonde pulled the ladder down and Paul climbed up to the top of the camper. Then, using the roof satellite, he pulled himself up and aimed the flare gun towards the heavens. A second later, he fired and the flare streaked upwards quickly. I watched until it disappeared from sight and frowned. It exploded across the sky, revealing something hidden. The empty sky began to swirl, pushing clouds together into a central mass. Then a streak of lightning burst across the newly formed storm as it kept growing bigger. Jim hit the monitor again and again. "I'm picking up something now, but it's gonna take a minute to transmit." I kept looking at the swirling clouds as they got darker and darker and the wind picked up. "I don't think we've got that long." A low, deep noise boomed from the storm. It sounded like the waking of a mighty beast. Then, as I watched with morbid fascination, the clouds seemed to form the shape of an eye. "I think we need to go," Natalie realized as she saw it. Meanwhile, Paul was smiling, but when he noticed our distraction, he called out, "Dylan! Natalie, don't look directly at it!" I rushed up the ladder and shouted back, "Sir, we need to move, and I mean now!" The equipment in the van was already registering wind bursts up to 33 miles an hour. Lightning crashed down, only about 30 feet from the beacon, and Jim held his chest, frightened at the close proximity. He quickly detached a flash drive from the device and rushed to the camper, muttering, "I'll compile it on the road." Paul was climbing down from the roof as the roars from the storm grew louder. Then the funnel began to form. It was larger than before, at least the size of an F3. The camper was rocking before it even touched the ground. "Get in," I said as I helped Mr. Kearney inside. Once the doors were shut, Natalie wasted no time pulling into the driveway. "Dylan, the camera. It's the only way we can monitor that thing without it hurting us," Paul told me. The twister hit the ground on the east side with a reverberating crash. With the speeds rising over 90 miles an hour on the equipment scans, it could easily become an F4. "Shit," Jim muttered as I moved to the rear and got the camera ready. The back of the camper also doubled as the equipment carrier for the heavy camera, so setting it up wasn't difficult even as Natalie picked up speed. I turned the lens towards where we had come from and watched as the massive tornado devastated the flatlands. "Things moving pretty fast," I said, watching it rip past us on the horizon. Our equipment now rose to 150 wind speed from this distance. The storm pushed its way past us, striking against a body of water right off of view, and I checked the maps. "We need to turn around." "Are you crazy? It's intercepting us," I said as the funnel was moving towards a bridge that we would have to cross. "We're not gonna make it," Lasher agreed. Natalie pushed the camper to its limits, but it wasn't enough. Almost 2,000 yards away, the mighty twister smashed the bridge apart like it was nothing. Concrete and slabs of pavement flew up into the restless cyclone in a matter of seconds. Natalie slammed on the brakes and turned the wheel as sharp as she could, our tires skidding and avoiding some of the debris as we moved towards the side of the river. I held the camera steadily and heard the storm roar louder as more massive chunks of stone and cement flew past us. One of the windows in the back shattered and our vehicle barely made the U-turn, but somehow Natalie managed to keep all 4 wheels from lifting off the ground. "Bloody hell," Jim said as he hung on for dear life. Soon we were speeding down the highway in the opposite direction. The storm was not far behind. At this point, our equipment couldn't even register the top speeds that it was reaching, but it had to be over 200 miles an hour. Kearney quickly scrambled for a map. "We need to find shelter," he muttered. From behind us, the inhuman shrieks began to rumble across the sky, and I watched several of the creatures burst out of the tornado and fly across the heavens. The whole sky was alive with the storm's fury as I kept recording. I briefly glanced away from the lens to get a better look with my own eyes, only to find myself covering them, as a direct glance was like staring at the sun. It hurt so much I had to turn away and cuss profusely. It took a few seconds for my eyes to refocus.
"Nobody ever listens,"
Paul quipped as our own pedometer reached 77 miles an hour. "That thing's catching up," Jim said to our frantic driver. "I can't go any faster," Natalie screamed frantically. The storm was almost on top of us. This chase had now become a hunt, and we were the prey. "Here, it's an old train yard. They probably have some well-fortified bunkers there, enough to even withstand this," Kearney said, pressing the map to the dashboard. Natalie's eyes darted back and forth between the chart and the road as she struggled to keep from losing control. "Can we make it there?" she asked. Before Paul could answer, one of the creatures latched onto the roof of our camper, causing the whole vehicle to shake. Hell, Jim muttered, grabbing the flare gun and then shoving the roof hatch open. He aimed it towards the creature's abdomen and let it rocket straight through the beast. It exploded in fire and the creature shrieked again as it fell, colliding against the side of the camper as he turned a sharp corner onto a dirt road. Dust and more debris kept spinning in the air as the twister took a shortcut, smashing up farmland. I could see the train yard that Paul had mentioned about 13 meters away, but the twister was picking up speed. There was a long stretch of tracks about the road where I saw an old freight train sitting. The cyclone was almost on top of it. Come on. But it was too late. I knew it. The train didn't stand a chance. As the massive storm hit it, it was flung like a tinker toy. Natalie swerved right as she saw the metal and gears fly about chaotically. The air pushed around us. The camper crunched as it went over a part of the tracks and into the yard. The train hit the back of our vehicle and sent us up in the air. Natalie lost control. I held my breath and watched as we spun through the air. Equipment crashed down around us. The window shattered. Mr. Kearney bashed his head against one of the counters. And Natalie screamed. And then the world went black. When I came to, the first thing I heard was the howl of the storm. Wind pressed against my face as I carefully opened my eyes. Then I saw the damage that had been done. We were upside down. Natalie was dangling with her seatbelt on. Glass was scattered all across the roof, along with everything else we had carried with us. Jim was injured but breathing, blood gushing from his side as he pushed out a piece of shrapnel and chucked on his boss. "Paul, are you okay?" "Paul," Lasher said as he checked the old man's pulse and head. "He's unconscious," he said. I crawled slowly across the broken glass to where Natalie was at. The whole front window had burst open and more dust and debris was being pushed in towards us by the second. Out across the train yard, I saw the tornado continuing to wreak havoc, smashing up stray train cars and sending them flying in every direction. Besides that, there was the threat of creatures themselves. And while I lay there trying to get my breath back, I counted at least a half dozen. They're skittering along the tops of long metallic trailers, shrieking in the air and searching. Searching for us. "You okay?" I asked Natalie as she opened her eyes slowly. "I think I'll make it," she muttered as I helped her unbuckle and slowly crawled down to the roof of the camper. "We need to get somewhere safe," I told Jim as I scanned the train yard again. "How about that?" I was pointing towards a large metallic building that looked like it was used as a switch station for some sort of tracks. "It's better than nothing," he agreed, as he pushed the heavy equipment out of the way and gently pulled Paul up to a sitting position. "Jesus, he's heavy. I don't think I can lift him alone," Jim said. "You're also injured," I pointed out as I turned my head towards Natalie and said, "Think you can help?" She nodded and got her breath back, helping pull Kearney toward one of the side doors on the camper and kicking it open. Wind pushed her hair in her face, and Natalie looked towards the twister. "Do you think it'll come back for us?" she asked nervously as Jim held the door open. "If we make a run for it, we might make it," Lasher remarked, crawling out of the door and against the side of the vehicle. Natalie and I were next. We each took hold of one of Paul's arms and dragged him out towards the pavement. The gash in his head looked deep, and I worried that the stress we were putting on our bodies might do even more damage. We had little choice left. Natalie laid him down on the ground to catch her breath as Jim clutched his side. Then from above us we heard a low growl. One of the creatures was moving about near the tires that still spun wildly in the air. "Don't move," I whispered as we hunkered against the side of the trailer. If these things were blind, there might be a chance that it wouldn't know we were here, I reasoned as we listened to it claw at the metal underbelly of the camper. Another creature scurried just out of view between two train cars. It made a low howling noise. It sounded like it was a call of some kind. Then the one above us flew off towards the tornado as we watched. Even from this distance, it was hard to look directly at the storm, the blinding light it would cast, causing me to keep my eyes down. "Let's go," Natalie said, as she hunched down and placed Paul's arm over her shoulder. I did the same on the opposite side of him, and we lifted up together, his dead weight making it nearly impossible for us to even move at all. Together we moved as one across the train yard. Jim kept his back towards us and held the minuscule flare gun tight in his body, but so far the creatures didn't seem to be paying us any mind. That changed a moment later. Something like a blaring horn sounded out across the sky. The funnel started to push back up and the creatures made their way into it as it disappeared from sight. And then the rain began to fall. The second it hit my neck with its burning power, I let out a cry and nearly let go of Paul. "Shit!" Jim shouted as he tried to cover his head and started picking up speed. Then from the downpour came something large. I was having a hard time making sure I didn't tip over on my own feet, as Natalie and I followed Lasher towards the master switchboard, but from what I could tell, it was at least 3 times as large as the creatures we had dealt with before. The burning rain was almost enough to make me want to give up, but we finally made it inside the metallic structure, and I laid Paul down, checking him for wounds as well. "Shit. How the hell are we gonna get out of this?" "The storm can't last forever, right? I mean, it'll move on," Natalie reasoned. Lasher didn't seem too sure, but he was so exhausted that he didn't argue with her. From the entrance, we saw the rain get harder and more intense. The train cars we had just ran past were now barely visible in the downpour. But something else was. It stood above the train cars like a beast out of ancient mythology, slowly prowling the train yard with low guttural sounds. You could barely make out the outline of the beast, but it was enough to send a shiver down my spine. Then it turned its enormous head towards us, 6 rows of eyes glowing in the rainstorm, and let out a deafening screech. "Keep moving," Jim told us, gesturing towards one of the old rail cars. I didn't have to be told twice. Natalie was out of breath and hurting, but she pulled it together to get Mr. Kearney inside the rail car. The creature was moving towards the wide mouth of the structure. I saw long tendrils gaping from its mouth, just as Jim slammed the door shut. "Is that going to keep it out?" Natalie whimpered as we listened to it move about the station. I listened as it pushed aside train cars with its long legs like nothing. In the tiny slots that were cut in the train car, I could see its scaly back looming by. Was it hunting for us? The rail car jostled for a moment, then shook, and the 3 of us fell to the floor and hunkered down. It could be on us at any second. And then after what seemed like an eternity, the creature let out another noise and pushed its way out of the back. We waited another 3 minutes and then finally relaxed. I moved to check Jim's wounds, frowning as I realized it was more severe than I realized. "You lost a lot of blood," I muttered as I gave my coat to press against his side. "I'll be fine," he said, as he slipped his hand into his pocket and pulled out the flash drive. "What matters is we keep this safe." The rain kept pelting against the roof as we stayed there, listening to the creature search the yard. And finally, Natalie muttered, "How are we going to get out of here?" Jim was in and out of consciousness from the blood loss, but still trying his best to give us answers. "You get my laptop, we could patch this back to home base and send a message. For help." he said, passing me the flash drive. I can't go out in the storm, I objected, and added, let's wait and see if it passes, though. I looked down at his wound again and wondered if the way he was bleeding, if he would even have that long. He needed medical attention. As he slipped into unconsciousness again, I pushed the railcar door open and climbed out into the station floor. Where are you going? Natalie asked nervously. To find a first aid kit. Keep this door closed until I get back. It was eerily quiet as I moved towards the side of the switch station. Nothing besides the sound of the rain and the occasional burst of thunder. What were the creatures doing? I wondered as I pushed to open the door to an old control room. A few moments later, I found what I was looking for and smashed the glass to reach the kit. There was some gauze, some needles, and thread, and a few other tools to help me sew up Jim. Then I froze. Somewhere behind me, I heard the sound of footsteps in the stairwell. I kept the kit close to my body and barely craned my head out to take a look. One of the blind creatures was crawling up the railing, and just as it opened its mouth to smell again, I realized it had detected my presence. I ran faster than I think I ever have. I pushed right past the creature on those split seconds before I had a chance to react, and then leapt down to the station floor. It turned about, made a loud scream, and then jumped towards me. Natalie! I was at least 19 yards from the rail car. The monster was moving faster than an Olympic athlete. I knew it would be on me in a matter of seconds. The door slid open and Jim was standing there, holding the final flare. Get down, boy, he shouted. I dodged out of the way as the creature came barreling. Jim took a step out to fire, but suddenly pain in his side made him cripple over. In a second, the creature was on top of him, and the gun fell to the floor with a soft skitter. Rearing its head back, the monster dug its pincers into Jim's chest, slashing open his skin like paper. Lasher screamed and tried to reach for the gun. I was closer. I got up, I grabbed the weapon, and I pointed it towards the beast. It fired and hit it in the lower torso, and for a brief moment, it kept ripping into Jim before the flare finally went off, and it fell backwards with the explosion. Shit! I ran to Lasher's side and looked at his new wounds. They were deep. Far too great for me to treat with a mere needle and thread. Natalie panned her head out to look and covered her mouth in shock. Then she crumpled down and began to cry. We're never going to make it out of here, she said nervously. Jim was gasping for breath. Some of the cuts had hit his lungs, and he knew that it wouldn't be long. He grasped my arm and made me look at him in the eye. Dylan, when it happens, make it quick. I stayed by his side as he kept bleeding out, struggling for air. And then he was gone. And the station went quiet once more. Nothing else filled the air except another rumble of thunder. Three hours passed, and the storm raged on. Natalie and I moved Jim's body into the rail car where we had decided to wait out the storm. But as we sat there and I looked at the dead man and the unconscious one next to him, I was beginning to think that might not happen at all. Every hour or so, I checked Mr. Kearney's pulse to make sure that he was all right. He seemed to have no major injuries, but after being unconscious for so long, there was no telling what the blow to his head had done. I think we need a radio for help, Natalie said after another roar of thunder crashed across the sky. The only way we would be able to was to reach Jim's laptop. And that's in the trailer, remember? Those things are going to find us eventually. We have to do something, she insisted. I know, I said, and trembled as the cold air pushed in again. It was luck alone that we had kept alive, but revealing ourselves now guaranteed the creatures would react. There was only one chance to make it out. Fine. Let's do it, I decided as I moved towards Jim's body. Despite the fact that I felt wrong violating a corpse, I knew for us to make it through the rain, we would need cover. The burns we had experienced from the storm already were enough to cause mild scarring on my exposed hands. Any worse, and I wouldn't be fit to help anyone, I thought. I carefully took Jim's coat off and used it to drape over my shoulders. Natalie had a hard time not weeping again as we stared at the man that had tried so hard to save us. Do you even think we stand a chance? She said as I pushed the rail car door open. I didn't bother responding. It'd be pointless to give her false hope. Outside, a crash of thunder made me jump, and I hunkered down near the wide door to stare towards the overturned camper. It's probably only 30 feet away. "I need you to act as lookout," I told Natalie. She nodded and placed her back against the massive metal door as I kept Jim's ragged coat wrapped around my head. The wind seemed to pick up the second I stepped out in the torrential storm. It was so hard to even see the area around me, but I kept my eyes straight ahead. Even when I heard another of the beasts howl amidst the thunder, I didn't waver. I found the door we loosened earlier and shimmied inside on my belly. Once inside, I pulled my body up to a crouched position and looked about. Jim's laptop was turned over amidst the other debris. Just as I reached for it, I heard the hiss of a creature from above. I hunkered down again as it clawed at the tires above my head and slowly pulled the laptop over me. I stayed as perfectly still as I could as the creature searched for me, and as I lay there, I felt the temperature change. The rain began to lighten and the sky cleared. Was the storm past? I didn't hear any noises from above, so I decided to take a chance and crawl back out. A gentle drip of gasoline glistened on the side of the camper. It got a little bit on me as I climbed out and looked up. That's when I realized the storm was waiting. A rush of air pushed its way back down to the train yard. I heard Natalie yell in the distance as the funnel hit the ground, flinging debris towards me. I was struck with such force that it knocked me off my feet. I fell right down next to the puddle of gasoline that had formed next to the camper. A crazy idea formed in my head as the tornado moved straight towards me. Getting back to my feet, I moved to the rear of the camper where we packed our auxiliary gear and flung open the door. Another pile of trash collapsed at my feet. I pushed aside the papers and found Mr. Cuny's personal backpack as the storm grew closer. I felt the camper beginning to move, said a prayer. My one shot was about to slip away. At last I found it, Paul's cigarette lighter. Quickly I lit a flame and moved towards the trail of gasoline. I snatched the laptop up and hollered towards the twister. From within its mighty frame, a booming growl came back. The funnel turned towards me, pushed straight towards the camper. I didn't waste another second. I tossed the lighter towards the gas and watched as the flames spread towards the camper. As I ran for cover near some of the scattered debris, the whole vehicle went up in flames. At the same time, the tornado smashed against the hood of the camper, and immediately the flames jumped onto the twister and I heard a howl of pain. It didn't take long before the entire funnel was sucking up the fire and spreading it into the core of the storm. Natalie came running to my side as I stood mesmerized by the tornado. Then, at her urging, he pulled back to the makeshift bunker. A few moments later, the cyclone was completely gone. My crazy plan had somehow managed to hurt the damn thing. I let out a sigh of relief and checked Jim's laptop, even more excited to see that it had still withstood the whole ordeal. I started up the system as we returned to the rail car. Evening was starting to fall across the land as I finished uploading the flash drive to his program. Son of a bitch, this isn't going to work, I said as I watched the upload slow down. It's the metal roof. Upsets the signal, Natalie said, grabbing the laptop and gesturing for me to follow out into the open air. About 13 minutes later, I was patched through to the station. Natalie let out a squeal of delight as I sent out our location to Caleb and Olivia. After that, I checked the radar and watched as the storm moved to the northeast. It's moving towards the mountains, I realized as I watched its speed increase. Where could it possibly be going? Do you think you actually heard it? Natalie whispered. I didn't know what to say to that. It seemed unreal to consider that we even stood a chance against something that powerful. Instead of focusing on that problem, I decided to address a different one. You know a thing or two about astronomy, right? Natalie nodded, and I gestured to the night sky that was forming around us. Maybe I'm seeing things, but does it seem like some of these constellations aren't right? She squinted and looked up. And just as she was about to make a statement, we heard the most bizarre noise come from within our shelter. It was so inhuman that it caused both of us to jump. I turned about, and Natalie said nervously, "Did one of those things stay behind?" "Stay behind me," I ordered. And we moved towards the entrance and found an old steel pipe. And that was when I realized the noise was coming from the same rail car where we had been hiding earlier. "Paul!" I called out and passed the laptop to her, running up to the door to the car. What I saw next defied all explanation. Jim's body was convulsing, twisting on the floor like a rag doll. Something was crawling its way out of his mouth. It resembled this spidery web of slime, and it latched onto his body to cover his face with a coat of brown skin that sealed his dead eyes closed. His legs and arms bent over awkwardly to form a sort of distorted crab-like appearance as I watched. Then the tendrils began to slide their way down his skin, fusing his body parts together to create a tough exoskeleton. All the while, the sounds emanating from his corpse were enough to send a cold chill through my whole body. Behind him, I saw Mr. Kearney stir. It was probably the most inconvenient time for the old man to finally come to, but there was nothing I could do to stop him from seeing what was happening. Paul pushed his body back against the wall of the rail car as Jim continued to twist and reform, his skin and muscle now being stretched to its limits. Mr. Kearney caught sight of me and slowly crawled over to where I was at for help to break free, trying his best to keep his eyes from being distracted by the horrors that were happening to his friend. I didn't hesitate to grab Kearney by the arm and pull him out of the rail car. Then I slammed the door shut and began to jam the metal rod into the handle. Anything to keep this monstrous corpse from breaking free. Natalie was standing close by, listening to the screams that sounded so much like the man she had known for the past 6 months. I helped Kearney get away from the car as Jim's body started to ram against the side, desperate to be out of the confined space. "Help me," I asked Natalie, since the old man didn't have his crutch. In another moment, the latch was free. I couldn't help but look back. The gray matter was forming scales down Jim's legs and chest, long, stretching sinew and sharp bones, pushing out at all angles as the transformation was complete. We all started to run. Out in the open air, I checked the horizon to see if there was anywhere to hide, but most of the other cars had been devastated by the tornado. The creature that had taken control of Jim's body was bounding towards us faster than a cheetah. Then, from somewhere off in the distance, I heard the sound of an engine. We helped Kearney get to the closest overturned trailer for cover, and I spotted a yellow weather van driving up at top speed. "Caleb! Olivia!" I realized with excitement rushing over me. The creature was almost on top of us, but they were faster. The van slammed hard against it, sending it flying as it hit their brakes. Caleb jumped out, guns blazing, as he looked towards the monster. "Wait, wait!" Natalie begged him with tears in her eyes as he walked over to the wounded beast. It's Jim," she explained. I could tell the statement shocked Caleb as much as it did us, as he stared down at the dying monster. I thought I saw sadness in the monster's eyes and hesitation. But then the hunter made a decision, pointed his pistol towards its skull and opened fire. He didn't stop until his bullets were gone. Olivia was at my side a moment later, checking her father for injuries. "How did you get here so quickly? I just sent out a signal like an hour ago," I asked. "We were in the area. Sorry, Dad, but I just knew something was wrong when you didn't phone in." "You left the station unmanned?" her father asked, a panic look in his eyes. "Yes and no. Managed to make a sort of mobile broadcast for us while we're out here and about. We followed your directions, picked up Dylan's signal about 19 miles back," Caleb explained. Kearney still didn't look very happy with either of them. "Isn't safe out here," he muttered. "Yeah, no kidding," Olivia said as she got him up and added, "We need to get you back to the station and recover." "We can't do that, not now," Paul said, looking towards the dead corpse of what was once Jim Lasher. Now that my adrenaline was slowing down, a few stray pieces of this puzzle were being put together. "This is never about tracking the storm," I realized. "What are you talking about, Pruitt?" Caleb muttered. Kearney's face was filled with emotion. He knew I had figured it out. "I think I owe you all an explanation." We got out in the open and decided to take up the conversation on the road north. Paul insisted that he would explain everything once we were safe, and after 20 minutes of driving, I decided we had waited long enough. "Well, I think this is a good resting spot. It's getting dark," I suggested as we turned on the roads towards the mountains. The storm was hovering over the forest in front of us, swirling and growling on the horizon. At least a dozen of those demons could be seen with each clap of thunder. "We can keep going," Kearney insisted. I sighed, my patience having grown thin. "Look, I've tried to wait. I really have. But this is getting old. Enough is enough. Either you tell me the story, or I'll just come out and say it," I warned. "What is he talking about?" Natalie asked. Olivia shared a good long glance at her dad before squeezing his hand and saying, "There's no need to hide anything anymore. They've proven themselves more than capable to handle themselves." Paul smiled at his daughter and sighed.
"The creatures we've encountered so far in this mighty storm, they don't come from out of some hellhole. They come from right here. From people like you and me,"
Kearney said with a sigh. Natalie shook, the truth hitting her like a ton of bricks. "That's what Martin meant, isn't it? He would become part of those things?" she said, her voice cracking. The Kearneys held a long, guilty gaze to confirm it. "Why didn't you tell us?"
"Would it make much difference if I had? You've questioned everything that I've done since you got here,"
Kearney pointed out. I looked towards the two people in front who were remaining quiet. "You knew about this, didn't you?" Caleb and Olivia didn't make a response. "Why would you keep this from us?" Natalie said angrily. "Because it makes it easier not knowing. To believe that the people you care about are simply gone altogether is a far better fate than what really happens," Olivia spat back. I could hear the frustration and guilt in her voice. I also saw pain and loss. I turned to her father and saw those same feelings in his face as well. Something finally clicked in my head, and I realized the secret they had been keeping from all of us. What really happened to Renee? Kearney didn't seem to have the strength to respond, but Olivia did. "It was supposed to be an ordinary chase. We had been traveling across North Kansas, thinking we had been tracking a storm back to its source. I think we probably drove for 6 hours, but still couldn't make heads or tails of the area around us. The storm was affecting everything, and even the spatial reality around us. North, south, east, and west simply didn't exist. That was when my mom came up with a theory. It sounds cheesy, but she said that we weren't in Kansas anymore." Olivia paused and looked towards the rolling landscape around us. "We had gone inside the storm."
"Treated us like we were insects trapped inside a spider's web,"
Paul spat. As if in response, we heard the storm rumble across the sky again. What happened next?
"Renee came up with a plan to push our way out. It was risky, but we didn't know what else to do. We set up charges near to what we believed were the edge of the storm. We thought if we just heard it, it would let us leave.
But instead the storm pushed back. Hundreds of drones swarmed from the sky, ready to tear us limb from limb, but even when the situation seemed impossible, my mom didn't give up," Olivia added.
"She sacrificed herself. Found a way to push one last time. We knew that it'd only work one time. We watched as she was taken right in front of our eyes. Couldn't do a thing about it. The storm fell away, but the aftermath lasted a lifetime. My wife was taken from me, changed into one of those beasts against her will," Paul admitted.
Caleb had slowed down the van. We were almost at the mountains. I crossed my arms, contemplating everything that the Kearneys had just told us. It was a lot to take in. "That's why you've been trying to find this particular storm, isn't it? You think your wife's inside?" Paul nodded, too exhausted to hide anything else. "How can you be sure that she's still alive?" I asked. Olivia bit her bottom lip. "Every storm has particular patterns. We follow the patterns." But her voice showed a hint of doubt, and that told me all I needed to know. "So you don't really know. And you dragged us here to do what? To save her?"
"To put her out of her misery,"
Paul declared solemnly. Even those words seemed to take his daughter by surprise.
"Years ago, I might have thought differently. They could work some miracle to change what happened. The facts are clearer than ever now. My wife died that day, and the storm took away whatever was left. Since then, all that she has been is a puppet on a string. Her and every other person that this damn thing took from us.
Paul said as he took his daughter and tried to comfort her. But Olivia pulled away. Her face told me everything I needed to know. You said you would never give up on her, she said angrily.
I haven't. But this is the only way. Only way for her to finally be free, Kieran declared.
Olivia shook her head as Caleb stopped the car. She jumped out, her eyes filled with tears. Natalie wrapped her arms around herself and shivered again. But even despite all of these revelations, I still had my doubts about Paul's plan. We don't stand a chance of destroying this thing. The odds are stacked against us. This is like going up against a god. You saw what happened to the camper, to Jim. We nearly all suffered the same fate. Paul shook his head.
You hurt the monster already, Dylan. When I heard what you did to that thing, you restored faith in this plan. I know now we can make it. We can blow the nest back to whatever hell it came from.
He decided firmly. I couldn't help but to show the same disgust as Olivia. But my reasons were because I had common sense. Even Natalie was getting upset. You still haven't changed since the day we've met. You're so blinded by revenge that you don't care about anyone else. Oh, you put on a good show. But you don't care about what happened to Jim, or to Martin, or to Nick, or any of the other people that have blindly followed you, she screamed.
That isn't true,
Cuny said in defense, but it was only half-hearted. Her words had cut him to the core. But it was too late. I saw him for the broken man that he was. He would pursue this course to the grave to get his revenge. I need a smoke, I said, stepping out into the open air. It was almost midnight, the only light in the sky coming from the terribly dangerous clouds. Olivia was standing out in the nearby field, staring up at the stars. In the distance, we heard the storm continuing to rumble. She wiped away tears as I joined her. Some team we are, huh? No communication at all. We're no team at all, she laughed. I shrugged and I lit a smoke as she said, You must think that I'm a damn fool for believing that lie for so long. It's not stupid to have hope, I replied, as she passed a cigarette to me. Even false hope? God, how could I have been so stupid? Well, there at the end, before Caleb killed the monster, I saw some part of Jim still inside him, like he was ready to die, that he didn't want to hurt us. I've seen it before, too. I know these things can still have some bits of humanity in there, she insisted. I looked back towards the camper. Either way, your dad isn't going to stop until we find the nest. What are we going to do once we get there? We have to do everything in our power to save those people trapped inside. Maybe that really does mean destroying it, though, she said with a sigh. I frowned. Crazy idea running through my mind. Maybe we can do both. Olivia tossed the cigarette away. What do you mean? She asked. Well, the nest is like a control tower, right? That's where the primary signal that controls them comes from. So we just have to interpret that broadcast and replace it with our own. Her eyes sparkled with that same spirit I had seen when we first met. She was ready to give it a try. We can tell Dad, she declared, just as I was about to return to the van. You think he'll try to stop us? He's had one mission since the day that we lost Mom. Nothing we say will change that, Dylan. We have to keep him thinking we're all in agreement. She looked frustrated that she would have to tell such a lie, but I knew she was right. I know he'll hate me, but if it works and we can save at least some of those poor people, then it has to count for something, doesn't it? Olivia asked desperately. I told her it did. As we moved back to the weather van, we both saw someone standing there near the driver's side door. Caleb. You were listening? I asked. It's my job to watch out for y'all, Mitchum said with a shrug as he stretched his legs. Go tell the old man we'll get back on the road in a tick. I gotta go piss," he added, walking away from the van. Olivia got into the back of the vehicle as I followed Caleb. "Coming to watch, Pruitt?" he teased. "Look, I know we've butted heads before, but if her plan is going to work, we have to work together," I told him evenly. "Pretty crazy idea you had there. No, to interrupt the nest signal?" he muttered as a gust of wind blew through the nearby tree line. "Do you really think it'll work?" Mitchum asked as he zipped up his pants. "I don't know. Honestly, I'm not sure about any of this anymore," I admitted. "Not a good idea to get our hopes up like that if you're 100% sure. Just make things worse in the long run," Caleb advised. "I haven't heard you offer any words of wisdom. My role here is simple. Keep them safe. I'll do whatever I have to do in order to do that." He paused as he looked me dead in the eyes and growled, "And that includes keeping them safe from themselves." I didn't have to ask what the hunter meant. He was prepared to stop the Kearneys if necessary, if their agendas got in the way of their own survival. I couldn't argue with that. I knew it would need to be done if it got that far. "Just promise me you'll give us a chance," I insisted. Mitchum nodded and shrugged. "Can't talk any of you out of anything anyway, right?" he muttered as he got in the back of the driver's seat. Natalie was reviewing the radar, trying to get an idea of how close we were. "I think once we get into those woods, we'll be inside the storm," the blonde said, checking her charts again. The forest wasn't registering on the radar at all, just a black hole that sucked in everything around it. The storm was likely holding everything within it as a prisoner, and given what Renee had to go through to break free, I was starting to get nervous about going in. Caleb turned the keys on and we drove towards it. Olivia gave me a weak smile. Paul was focusing on the changing landscape. It was hard to really explain what happened when we entered the storm. One minute we were just staring at the starry sky, and then we were engulfed in total blackness. The forest felt dead. It was still, and not a sound came from anything except our own engine. Everything felt backwards. The air was heavy. My body felt tense, like it was hard to breathe. Our instruments weren't working at all. "Shit, this is creepier than I expected," Caleb admitted. "We only got about a couple of miles in when the van died." "What's wrong?" Paul asked. "Not sure. Something just killed all the power," Hunter responded. Kearney looked outside the van towards the quiet clearing that we were in. "We're nearly there. The nest is close, I'm sure of it." We sat there in the dense forest for another moment, trying to get the nerve to step out. Mitchum was finally the one to decide to make a move and grabbed a few weapons before opening his door. "Drones are probably off protecting their hive," he reasoned as he peered out towards the unknown. So deadly quiet. It gave me the chills. Then we heard something shuffling in the brush. Caleb aimed his guns to fire, but only a small squirrel ran across his feet. He laughed nervously. "Told you, nothing to worry about," he said with a wink. And then something much larger howled from the forest. Natalie gasped in terror as it reared up behind the hunter. It grabbed a hold of Caleb's upper body and pulled him into the woods. As soon as the creature disappeared from the tree line with Caleb, the forest was silent again. Olivia jumped out of her van, her eyes frantically scanning for any signs of life as she called out his name. "We need to move on foot and do it fast. They've probably taken him to the nest," her father insisted. I helped him out with gathering our gear in one place, making certain I had everything to enact his plan, along with that of his daughters. Caleb's sudden disappearance was enough to keep him distracted. He didn't really pay the extra bits of gear any attention. "What the hell is happening? What do they want from us?" Natalie screamed anxiously. And that was a question that I knew we didn't have time to ask. So once we finished loading up our 2 backpacks, I helped Paul with his crutch and remarked, "I know you want to do this yourself, and you've proven that you don't let your disability stop you, but this is going to be different. We're going to be up against monsters larger than life." "Think I should echo the words you gave me when I first told you not to take this job," Paul quipped at me as he strapped a rifle to his back. We moved to the spot where Caleb was taken, and Olivia examined the ground. noting the displacement of brush and leaves and using that to gauge which direction he was dragged in. "They haven't killed him." "Why haven't they killed him?" she muttered as she saw little scratch marks on trees where Caleb had tried to hold on for dear life. Despite the fact that I had never particularly liked the hunter, I felt sorry for him. That was fate worse than death from what Paul and his daughter had described on the drive up. Olivia took the lead, following the small trail up through the mountains. The forest was dense here, and all of us did our best to stay close to one another. But even then, I felt disoriented and lost. There weren't any stars in the sky, just the continuous swirling mass of the storm. As we got closer, the displacement of the trail became more apparent, as though Caleb was fighting again and the creature was having a hard time. Unfortunately, these scuffles that caused marks on the surrounding foliage were making it difficult to determine which way to go. We paused at one of these when Natalie checked the atmospheric pressure using the small portable laptop that she had opted to bring. The readings are off the charts in the valley to the north. Might be what we're looking for. We climbed to the next ridge to look down towards it. My mouth was agape at the sight. From the heavens to the forest canopy was a massive funnel that seemed to span the size of 4 football fields. It had to be the largest tornado I had ever seen. It wasn't moving, though, simply swirling with a huge amount of intense gusts of wind in the valley that Natalie had identified. Scanners showed the speeds were reaching almost 330 miles per hour. The nest had to be inside. How the hell are we going to go in that? If we even get close, it'll rip us to shreds. Paul watched as the funnel continued to destroy everything in the surrounding area and thought for a moment. At those speeds, even these demons couldn't possibly get close to returning to the nest. That must mean they have another entry point. Perhaps an underground tunnel of some sort, he suggested. As we climbed down towards the next ridge, even at this distance, we could hear the howling of the winds. Natalie's eyes widened at his suggestion, and she said, "That's it! Yeah, I remember when I checked on the radar, before the storm was here. I noticed there was an abandoned mine not too far." "Network of caverns could do nicely for a colony of overgrown ants," Paul agreed. "Hold on, I brought a few maps from the van." I tossed down my pack carelessly, and one of the transponders I brought rolled out into the forest floor. Olivia froze as her father looked at it. "What's this?" Mr. Kearney asked, picking it up, and then looking towards me for an explanation. His daughter opened her mouth to explain, but I had already conceived of a convincing lie. "When we get inside the nest, we're going to need a distraction if we want to destroy it. Creating a confined broadcast using the equipment from the station will be perfect. The drones won't know what hit them. We could blow the place sky high." Paul looked at it thoughtfully before placing it back in the pack. "Good thinking, Dylan. Next time, share with the class. We could have brought the rest," he said as I took out the map and nervously glanced at Olivia. She remained quiet as I spread out the chart to show the others. "Do you remember what parts of the radar matched up with our road trip from Emerald Bay?" Natalie studied the charts as Olivia focused on finding the trail again. Then we moved south. The trees themselves shook violently with each step. It was like walking through a wind tunnel, even from the distance that we were at. "These might be the mines," Natalie suggested, passing the map back to me and pointing towards one of the landmarks. "But I'm afraid in here I can't make heads or tails of anything. It's like a whole other world," she admitted, shivering as the cold finally hit. I paused, remembering how the cold always seemed to imply that we were close to the storm, and looked towards several slopes that ran along a river. They were attracted to the cold. On a hunch, I followed the stream south, marking a few trees as I went. And that was when I saw the mine. And even more exciting, I saw a few of the drones flying inside. "Looks like we found one of the entry points," Paul said, patting my back in enthusiasm. "How will we get inside?" Olivia asked. I watched the drones come and go for a few minutes, noting their patterns, and said, "Looks like there's about a 90-second gap between them. We'll have to make it quick." With the howling winds at our backs and a timer counting down in my head, I grabbed Olivia's arm and all 4 of us moved as one. The stream of water trickled straight into the mine, and once inside, it wasn't difficult to guess which way to go. There was literally dozens of fresh bones scattered down the mine shaft, guiding our way. Most of them were animals. As we followed the dense, dark corridor, I gathered that the creatures had also used this place to dispose of other remains as well. This is like their sewage system, Natalie realized, as we came to a wide open area that had stairs leading up. Most of it was covered in green, sticky goo. Dead skin. But we didn't have time to be concerned about the aesthetics, and Caleb's life hung in the balance. The climb led us up and out to another mine shaft, where we saw hundreds of drones lining up to make their way towards a shining bright light. They seemed to pay no heed as we slowly moved onto the side of the corridor towards the illumination. The nest? Olivia guessed. Paul looked down the long, running tunnel, frowning as he realized something.
I think we may already be here,
he said, as he gestured towards the rows and rows of cocoons. It looked like some sort of twisted nursery, with dozens of fresh corpses being forced into the webbing by larger drones. They're drawn to the cold. It makes sense that an underground network like this would be ideal for them. The storm protects them from above. Without the right know-how, anyone who came close would be obliterated. Or worse, Olivia said as she covered her mouth and pointed toward a cocoon about 7 rows down. It's Caleb. He's still alive, she said excitedly.
Dylan, give me the charges. Natalie, I'll get to work setting them up along these passages. I think as long as we make no sudden moves, the colony won't view us as a threat here,
Paul said, gesturing towards the drones that were blindly following the light. I looked towards Olivia for confirmation. She nodded, and I passed it to him before following her down the webbing towards Caleb. How are we going to do this? There's literally hundreds of people here being prepared to change into those things. We can't save them all. I don't know yet, she admitted, as she took out a knife and began to cut away at the cocoon. The whole webbing vibrated as she did, and I nervously looked about, hoping none of the creatures would notice. As Caleb was freed from his trappings and gasped for air, she said, "This is a colony, right? She's got to be like some kind of queen. The one giving out all the commands. That's where we need to interrupt the signal." As Caleb kept coughing up blood, he pointed weakly towards the light that we saw above. But before I had a chance to look towards it, something in the caverns above stirred. It was a growl deeper than any creature I'd ever encountered before, and as I looked up to get a better view, I realized that was because it was at least twice as large as the massive entity we had encountered at the train yard. This one had giant legs like rose stems, with thorns poking at and driving into the tunnel walls, along with more than a dozen strange openings on its body, which resembled miniature mouths with rows and rows of gnashing teeth. As I got closer, I saw the main body had dozens of dangling feelers that blindly searched for prey, and I grabbed at Olivia to get out of there. She refused to do so until I helped with Caleb as well. The creature's screams were so loud, I was sure the whole colony shook. There was no way to hide from its wrath. All the drones responded to its shrieks as we ran through the dark path. We moved to one of the massive chambers with more cocoons, like the one that Caleb had broken free of, which had tons of distributed webs as well. The hatchlings had woken, and now we found ourselves staring down the lifeless eyes of newly hatched monsters, half turned from their old human bodies to eat us alive. I raised a gun to fire and told Olivia to get behind me. And then, the whole colony was down on top of us. There was no way we were going to live. I saw that from the moment we entered the room. The numbers were too great. I figured, though, that if I was going to die, the least I could do is see that Olivia and Caleb made it out alive. I could tell from the hunter's labored breathing that he wouldn't be able to help in the fight, so I shot as closest to the drones and then shoved them both towards the side corridor of the labyrinth. "I'll hold them off," I told the two of them as I gritted my teeth and watched the massive throng of beasts breathe down on me. Honestly, it would have been over in just a few seconds, but I didn't count on the explosions. A set of detonations shook the tunnel, ricocheting rocks and debris towards the horde. At first, I was sure the blast would not be enough to make a difference, and then in front of me, the floor to this level of the mine simply collapsed. More rock, dirt, mud, and debris fell to block the monsters from reaching me as I heard a voice shout from above. "Don't just stand there like an idiot, Dylan! Run while you still got a chance!" Paul. I figured he had set the explosions up, but the timing felt wrong. he had decided to come to our rescue instead of focusing on his main task? Because now with the new devastation that rocked the mine, any stragglers connected to the colony were coming out of the woodwork. There wouldn't be enough time to enact Olivia's plan. We still didn't even know how to reach the core. Part of me wondered as I ran if Paul had suspected what we were up to, but no. As he began to climb away from the upset colony, I realized his main concern had actually been our safety. I pushed to where Olivia was at, keeping an eye on all the surrounding tunnels as I heard the shrieking growl nearer. Caleb was having a hard time even standing up. He's choking, I realized. He gestured towards one of the packs where he had brought a few simple hunting knives, and Olivia passed me one. We both watched as he stabbed himself near his ribcage, and a burst of black slime spewed out into the floor of the tunnel. At the same time, his breathing returned, and Caleb said,
"Spiders. Goddamn, why did it have to be spiders?"
I looked at the ooze that had suffocated him and watched as hundreds of miniature spiders hatched from the slime, shrieking and trying to find their host again. "There's no end to them," Olivia said, pulling Caleb away and checking his wound. "We should have told your dad what we were doing. At this rate, the way that he's going to get buried alive," I told her. The hunter ripped off part of his shirt to patch up the wound, wincing as he stopped the bleeding and limping down the tunnel. "It's a temporary fix. The big one above is like some sort of surrogate womb for the queen. He was holding the eggs, but I gathered that it wouldn't be the source. We gotta get to the core if we want to do any real damage," the hunter explained as we made our way back to the main corridor. I spotted Natalie and Paul setting up more charges above us and called out to them. The monsters were working as fast as possible to bridge the gap using their own bodies as stepping stones. It reminded me of the way their flesh and bone had mixed together during their attacks on the station. "Dad!" Olivia said, covering her mouth in shock as the creatures moved closer. "We need to send out the signal now." "No, we'll ruin any chance we have of finding my mom," Olivia stuttered. I shook my head and pointed above. "If we do nothing, your dad is gonna die." She bit her lip and nodded. Tossing the backpack down, she took out the supplies necessary for creating a small receiver, and Caleb and I watched the perimeter. A few of the stronger soldiers were searching for us. I passed Caleb his gun back and muttered, "Are you sure you can handle this?" He sneered. "Don't be going soft on me, Pruitt. It's not your style." Then he cocked his gun and pointed it towards the wide-mouthed opening. "Let's give him hell." We rained down what ammunition we had on the first wave, sending the beasts flailing backwards as Olivia worked as quickly as she could. "If you could speed this up, I think we would appreciate it," I said, kicking away at another drone. They were going to overpower us in a matter of seconds. A sharp burst of noise echoed in response. She had done it. The monsters collapsed in fury as Olivia stood up and said, "This isn't nearly enough to bring the whole thing to its knees, but it should buy us some time. Come on." Caleb kicked away another drone that writhed as we ran up the next mine shaft to the upper levels. The light that we had seen was growing brighter and brighter, but Paul and Nat were nowhere to be seen. What if we were too late? Ahead of me, Olivia's eyes caught sight of something and she froze, causing me and Caleb to nearly run into her. I was about to berate her for being clumsy when I saw it for myself. "What in the hell is that?" Caleb said as we stepped into some sort of antechamber. The entire structure of the room didn't resemble any of the rest of the mine, because instead of the usual rocks and gravel that held up the tunnel, we saw nothing but rows and rows of thick vines and webbing. It looked like skin. The walls themselves were moving and throbbing the way a heart would when pumping blood, and with each resonance that passed through the veins, long streaks of light flowed in and out. These same streams of light were moving towards a central part of the wall, a canvas of urchin-like nodes that all interconnected and vibrated together. This was the core. Of that I knew there was no doubt. And then from the urchins of sinew and flesh, we saw something that began to form. Each one of the nodes had the structure of a face, but without eyes or nose. One by one, they transformed, their neutral gray faces forming a massive wall of conjoined mimics. Then there was a newly formed mouthpiece, and their voices echoed through the chamber, shaking us all to the bone. "We are Storm." We were listening to the sound of corpses making a chorus of unholy noise. Olivia stood closer. Somehow she was able to shake the bizarreness of this encounter and asked a question. What is this place?
Betweenness.
Between? Like between life and death? Caleb asked as he stood alongside Olivia.
Everything. Nothing. Chaos. Order.
How is it even communicating with us? Olivia asked. Same way as the drones. They remember what it was like to be human. They mimic. It's all an imitation. Why? Why is this happening? What do you want? They shifted, their sliding flesh twisting and reforming to grow a larger amalgamation of their neutral faces.
Grow. Spread. Renew. Become.
Everything they learned, they remember. I mean, look at this place. It's a network. It's unnatural, Caleb said, gesturing towards the streaming lights. As I stared at it, I realized he was right. But how? There's no way it could travel so far, even with the storm. I heard a rifle cock, and all of us looked towards the other entrance to see Paul standing there, blood dripping down his face, as he took aim at the massive creature.
Because this ain't the only one, he declared.
What? You're saying there's more of this nastiness out there? Caleb said, his words echoing in the chamber almost endlessly.
See for yourself. This nest is small. It's strong, to be sure. It's like the tip of the iceberg. Everything here is new growth, desperate to expand, choke everything in its path, Kearney said. The shrieks of the colony grew louder from behind him, and he gestured towards the way that he had come. We were fools to ever come here. You need to leave before it's too late.
Olivia started to object and show him the receiver that she had built, but I saw the seriousness in Paul's face. You knew we'd try to set up a broadcast.
And I knew you'd fail. You've had your fun. It's time to kill these sons of bitches.
Olivia stared at the skin map, her eyes filled with wonder and excitement. Dad, don't you see? This confirms everything. The storm keeps them alive. Mom, she's still out there.
Wake up, girl. It's over for her.
How can you say that?
I can't let you throw your life away the way I have, Olivia.
That was when I saw something dangling from his belt. It shone in the unnatural light of the room, and I immediately realized what it was. He's got a bomb! Natalie backed away nervously when we realized it was about the rest of the C4, enough probably to devastate this entire colony. Dad, don't do this! Has this always been a suicide mission for you? Caleb asked in irritation. Paul's determined eyes stayed on his daughter.
Once this place is gone, we can be free. Storm will be gone.
But you just said yourself there's others out there. This accomplishes nothing. The monsters are pushing their way into the room. Only the broadcast was slowing them down. From the eastern wall, the faces formed a larger, cohesive frame. A body. It stepped out from the wall, still fresh and new, and tied to the surface of the core with vines that I guessed acted as an umbilical cord. And then the body opened its new eyes and stared towards all of us with mild fascination. Paul's face alone told me it was someone he recognized. His wife.
Renee. It is you.
He said softly as he stared at the creature in amazement. She's alive? Caleb asked. He didn't want to believe it, neither did I. I am. I was. I am again. This isn't your wife! I am what comes next. For all. She gestured towards the bomb that Paul held, ready to destroy everyone and everything. Did you not realize that this was inevitable? The nature would always take its course, she asked in the most soothing and sickly voice. I looked towards Paul, the screeching corpses that were desperately trying to overcome the signal, and then I understood. This was a trap. This is a trap all along. It views us as a threat. Because of the broadcast, Olivia guessed. Humans have always impeded nature. That must end. Renee's body responded coldly. Paul shook his head, staring towards his daughter.
No. No, I won't let that happen, Olivia. Listen to me. No matter what you think, this thing's not your mother. You have to leave this place. Protect the station. Protect all of us.
Dad, don't, she said. But it was too late. He had pressed the detonator and flung himself towards the core. The nest collapsed. I found myself free-falling, scrambling to grab a hold of anything solid as the mine tumbled in on itself. When I hit the ground, every ounce of my energy was pushed out of me. I don't know for how long I laid there, but when I did have the strength to move around, the place had dissolved into madness. The creatures were skittering everywhere about the walls, confused like a ship with no compass. I realized as I watched that it had to mean the last detonators Paul had made were a success, and the core of this vile place was gone for good. I heard a grunt not far off and saw Caleb push aside some of the debris to get to me. His whole face was covered in a smear of blood and soot. "Can you walk, Dylan? We need to get out of here," he said. I nodded weakly and looked up as the thrashing sounds of the monster turning on each other grew louder. It would not be long before all of them had killed one another. We made it through a portion of the mine shaft that was still intact, and Caleb took out his only weapon left, barely aiming it towards the next turn as we heard someone approach. "Natalie! Olivia!" I called out as the two girls reunited with us in the dark tunnel. Both of them gave the faintest of smiles under the circumstances, and we all knew there was still a long way to go before we were out of this. Though I guessed that Olivia would want to mourn her father's passing, now's not the time. Caleb and I took the lead as we all pushed through the debris to find our way out. We were as careful as we could be, knowing that one false move could cause more of the place to collapse. We had been going at it for almost 30 minutes when I heard the familiar rush of air from somewhere above us. "The surface! We're almost there," I said excitedly. We began to climb as rain hit the edges of the opening. I flinched, expecting to find the same scorching storm that we had fought for so long. But instead I was surprised to see that this didn't hurt us at all. Had the destruction of the core allowed nature to return to some sense of order? I couldn't pause to think about it rationally because each passing moment, the wailing of the creatures was growing louder. They were tearing apart anything that came in contact with them. With each notch of the ladder, the entire nest shook and collapsed more and more, widening until at last we were out. The four of us caught our breath, and there, on the edge of the mine, the raging wind and storm that had protected us now was nothing but a few gusts. Above us, though, lightning continued to crash and burn across the sky. A few bolts struck near the open maw of the pit that we had just climbed out of, and I heard the roars of the monsters. "We need to get to the van. Now." Caleb pulled Olivia up, and we felt the dirt beneath us begin to shake from the blasts of plasma that struck barely 20 feet away. The rest of the abandoned mine became a sinkhole quickly, pulling trees and other debris nearby into the abyss. I looked down at the angry creatures, their frenzy becoming more and more concentrated with each movement. They were opening their mouths wider and wider, over top of each other, teeth scraping against sinew as they formed a larger unit. It reminded me of the horrific creatures that we had seen attack us at the main station. But this was 10,000 times bigger. The menagerie of flesh and teeth climbing towards us with rapid ferocity. I scrambled to my feet and ran. The wind howled as we pushed through the woods. The whole sky was growing darker as the monsters rose. It had to be the size of a building, roaring to life as it pursued us. "Do we have any explosives in the van?" I screamed. Olivia nodded furiously as we ran with all of our might. Caleb pulled out the keys and tossed them to me as we got closer. I pulled open the door and revved the engine as the creature towered over us. Caleb grabbed one of the rifles and started to fire at its chest. Dozens of the smaller beasts fell to the ground screaming as I shifted to first gear. Natalie opened up one of the floor compartments and took out the last of the C4. "Light it up," Olivia told her as the massive body of flesh crashed through the trees. I swerved towards the open highway as the storm crashed against the sky, louder and louder. I thought that we weren't going to make it. And when Caleb grabbed the explosive and chunked them straight towards the maw of the hideous beast, the heavens were aflame with a shower of blood and fire. Our van shook and tumbled across the prairie, barely staying on all four wheels as the monster gave out with one final scream. As they were burned and torn apart, the clouds cleared, and a quiet returned to the sky. I slowed down and looked at the rearview mirror. The bodies of the monsters burning to ash on the highway as I finally caught my breath. It was over. Finally. Even though we were in the clear, the drive back to Emerald Bay was laced with sadness. With the back door of the van gone, I could see Olivia hanging her feet over the back bumper, watching the horizon fade away. She had lost everything, and I felt responsible for this because of the foolish plan that I had concocted. I resolved when we got back to the station that I would talk to her about it. Driving into town felt so different than it had the first time when I caught the bus. If it felt like a ghost town then, I'd wager this drive was nothing short of complete abandonment. There were no signs of any life, even in the diner or the motel. The people that had come with the storm had rolled out just as quickly. Once back at KTHU, Natalie helped me unload the van and I watched Olivia tiredly climb out and announce that she was going to bed. I can't imagine what she's going through. Nat gave me a sigh. I can. It's the worst feeling in the world. I finished setting things away and wiping sweat from my brow, exhausted from the long run that we had returned from. It felt like the first time in ages that I had actually gotten a chance to rest. And morning came, clear skies continued over Emerald Bay, and I found Olivia in the break room making coffee. I knew it was time for me to set things right. Hey. Her eyes drifted towards me, and I muttered, I was wondering, really, if you wanted to have a memorial service for your father. Olivia nodded, absently. She finished what she was doing, but then she said something that surprised me. He's not dead. Olivia, he's part of the storm now. I guess part of the larger one, anyway. Another cog in a greater machine, she said, as she walked towards the control room. You think the storm changed him? The right word's probably assimilated. You were right, Dylan. The whole thing was always a trap. The storm wanted us to come for it. You mean it took advantage of your father's greed so it could discover everything about KTHU? I believe so. Which means we have a lot more work ahead of us, she said, as she started to switch on the consoles, then check Doppler. Caleb was already there, having fixed some of the older breakers and muttering, "And here I thought we were going to get a holiday." So, it was for nothing, I lamented. Dylan, aren't you listening? My father's alive, and my mother too. I would call that discovery a win. It means these last 3 years weren't in vain, Olivia said. But we don't know if we can even save them, or any of the other people that have been changed by this force of nature. That's a battle we fight another day. We got time to lick our wounds and prepare. The storm's gone for now. He'll be back. Before I got a chance to ask another question, the door behind us swung open, and Natalie came in holding several thick yellow envelopes. I found these near the front door. Looks like the runs keep coming, even while we were away. She commented, passing the package to Olivia. What's all this? She responded by opening up one of them and tossing me a bundle of cash. Her eyes widened in surprise, and Caleb laughed. It's payday, Pruitt! Or do you think we did this for nothing? The hunter asked. I looked at the bundle of bills and said, Wait, what? Where does all this come from? I don't know. Dad didn't know either. Just shows up every week. We use the funds to keep the station running and our bodies warm and well fed, Olivia responded as we counted it all up. And you never see who delivers it? I mean, it's an anonymous drop, Natalie said with a shrug. I guess that answers one question. Yeah, Channel 46 is full of surprises. Caleb laughed as he yawned and added, "I'm headed to the bunker to get some sleep." And as he left, I turned to Olivia to comment, "Seems like every time I learn something, it just gives me more to ask." "You get used to it," she said dryly. "Generators need a chance to recharge, and we're going to need to start testing different frequencies out. Might need more power," she muttered as she started to get to work. I set the money down and offered to help. "I don't think we can get this all done alone," Olivia admitted. Natalie was watching from the steps. "I could run another ad. Maybe we could scrounge up some help." I reflected on the past week or so, all the things I had seen and experienced as a matter of this crew. "It's not a bad idea," Olivia agreed. "Okay, what do you think it should say?" Neither of them seemed to know for sure, so I offered up a suggestion. "Seeking help at Channel 46 for unique storm chasing." I paused and gave them both an awkward smirk. Some experience required. The traffic was heavy in downtown Toronto during rush hour. Driving slowly, we made our way along roads crammed with other cars, bike messengers, streetcars, and jaywalking pedestrians. Tall buildings towered over us all around, glass-walled skyscrapers and concrete behemoths. Stopped at a red light adjacent to an alley, the stench of a dumpster overfilled with week old seafood waste and used diapers wafted over, making me gag. We were on our way to a baseball game, and my brother had found a cheap parking lot online. The only catch was that it was a bit of a hike to the Rogers Center, where the Blue Jays played their games. It was taking forever to get to the discount parking place, immersed in the heavy traffic. At one point, it took us 15 minutes just to make a right turn due to the constant crush of pedestrians and car traffic. It was a hot day. I was getting sick of driving, sick of other people flaunting their utter contempt for every single traffic law, not to mention basic human decency. The idea of 30 more minutes fighting through city streets was too much to bear, and I pulled into the next underground parking garage I saw, telling my brother Noel that I would pay whatever the cost was myself. He looked shocked. This place would be likely triple the cost. But he shrugged it off and said, "I'd do what I liked." The steel sliding door rolled up on its tracks to let us in. They closed down, shut behind us, drenching the tunnel in near total darkness. I had to stop the car, turning on my headlights to see as we wound our way downward into the parking structure. There were very few signs in the dimly lit garage, only one-way street signs pointing to the left, then to the right, and telling us where to go. All the parking spots were filled near the top, so we continued going down the ramps, deeper and deeper into the parking structure. Cars were parked in every single spot. There was not one to be had as we went down through levels. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. "Wow, this is starting to get ridiculous," I said as we entered section T. "I've never seen a parking garage that goes down this far," Noel marveled, as we turned another corner and descended even deeper. I started feeling dizzy from the constant turning in circles going down the ramps of the parking structure. Slowing down, I felt woozy for a moment. Then I started driving again, slowly at first. Felt like it was hard to breathe so far down beneath the earth, the air thick and suffocating. "This place is huge," Noel said, as we got down to level X. It was starting to get more and more unsettling. Driving downward in the darkness, it's just a never-ending sea of black cars. Every single one looked identical after a while, like they were mirror images of each other. They had dark-tinted windows, no logo to distinguish the brand, the make, or the model. "This place is starting to creep me out. Can we go back? Like, just reverse out of here, man? There's nobody behind you." I tried to go backwards, but found there was a sliding steel door blocking the path going back up. I think they were automated to let us go through, but then came back down once we were past. All of them functioned seamlessly on sensors so that we hadn't even noticed them. But I imagined dozens of them leading all the way back up, blocking our path. Something occurred to me suddenly. "Have you seen any doors other than those?" I mean, any stairs leading up out of here? He shook his head. Lines of apprehension furrowed into his face. No, I haven't seen any people down here other than us either. We got out of the car together and tried to lift up the steel door, straining with all of my strength. I tried to pull it up out of the ground. It wouldn't budge. There was no help intercom or any other way of getting a hold of someone running this place. Frustrated, I pulled out the tire iron from the trunk. It drove it between the pavement and the door, trying to pry it open. Yeah, it wouldn't budge. Even with all of my body weight trying to force it upwards, my hands were getting cold and going numb, and I realized it was chilly down here on the lower levels. Much colder than the balmy summer night up on the street. This was the first moment we began to suspect something was really wrong. I mean, still, we had no choice but to keep going downwards, it seemed. There was nowhere else to go. After waiting for what seemed like hours for someone else to come through the door, we decided to try going forward a little ways more. I just hoped at some point the ramps would lead us out and would bring us back to the surface. Since that had been my experience with parking garages in the past, I mean, why would anyone build an underground parking facility with no exit at all? I started driving again, my hands gripping the steering wheel with white knuckles. My breaths were coming far too quickly and my heart was beating fast. I told myself to try to stay calm, try to convince myself that this was okay, this was normal. Suddenly, the letters on the wall indicating which level we were on began to change. After the Z, they stopped being recognizable from our alphabet, or from any other that I had seen on Earth. They appeared ancient, druidic, carved into the stone with precision. Other than that, the place was the same, dim, flickering fluorescence glowing overhead, black cars going on forever as you went down each row. Only the light seemed to be getting dimmer with each level we went down, and it was getting colder too. I turned on the heater, trying to warm up the car, and that was when I noticed my breath was pluming frostily into the air with each breath, as was my brother's. What is this place? Noah asked. I didn't have any answer. The structure made no sense. It wasn't really a parking garage, though. That was becoming abundantly clear. We kept going down, deeper and deeper, feeling like Indiana Jones and his companions exploring a never-ending underground cavern. There was nothing to see, other than rows of black cars, one after another, each level the same until they weren't. At a certain point, the architecture started to look wonky. Now, I don't know how to describe it other than that. It was like a kid had drawn up the plans for it, instead of professional engineers or architects. The cars were crammed closer together in places, almost touching each other at strange angles. In other sections, things were spaced far apart. We almost could have squeezed our car in between two others. Almost, but, not quite. And even if we could, there was nowhere to go. We had already established that there was no doors leading to stairs anywhere, no elevators, or other points of egress either. We went down to the next level. Simoleon. The car's roof almost scraped against the ceiling. The wheels nearly lifted off the ground as we rounded the bend in an uneven ramp. Okay, this place is seriously freaking me out, my brother said, gripping the oh shit handle on his side of the car. Me too, man. Me too. Clearly going down further was not working. We were just going deeper and deeper into the dark abyss of madness that this place held within it. But getting out of the car was no longer viable either. We were dressed in t-shirts and shorts, since it was a hot summer day. But I can only guess how cold the temperature in the parking garage was at this point. I had the heat cranked up to the maximum, and we were both still shivering. The gas light began to flash yellow, catching my eye. I didn't mention this fact to Noel. Not yet. I didn't want to scare him any more than he already was. We continued going downward, the light now sparse and separated by huge gaps of distance. Sometimes only one defective light was flickering for an entire level, then absent entirely in others. Our surroundings were continuing to get stranger and stranger, no longer resembling a parking garage anymore, but a cavernous hellscape. The darkness and the feeling of suffocating beneath the ground was becoming impossible to ignore. I began to hyperventilate with claustrophobia, feeling that we were on our way downwards towards our inevitable deaths, trapped far beneath the earth, or perhaps something much worse than death. Perhaps we would simply continue driving downward forever into blackness, round and round in spiraling circles. Finally, the car began to sputter and die as it ran out of gas. I wished more than anything at that moment I had driven around with more than just a quarter of a tank. We would have had more time to think of a plan if I had just sprung for a fill-up the last time I had visited the gas station. Noel didn't seem surprised. He'd probably noticed the gaslight too and just decided not to say anything about it. As the car coasted to a stop in the pitch blackness, I looked around. It was pure darkness in all directions. We couldn't even see a few feet in front of the car, despite the headlights still running off the battery. The darkness was getting thicker, more tenacious, and suffocating all around us. I imagined it wouldn't be long before it finished us, invading our lungs and our bloodstreams like a noxious gas, paralyzing us with dread before painfully poisoning us to death with our own terror. The car battery died abruptly, much faster than it should have, and we were plunged into complete darkness. I turned the key back and forth to no avail. The battery was done for. So were we. The sounds could be heard outside the car, sounds of movement, scurrying noises, scratching claws, raking against the steel doors of various nearby automobiles, long ear-splitting screeches getting closer. Something began to bump against the right side of the car, jostling it to the other side as we shivered from the cold and grabbed hold of whatever we could to brace ourselves from what might come next. It felt like something huge was brushing up against the car like a huge worm beneath the surface of the earth, using these tunnels as passage. For a while, it felt like the car would tip over. As the sound of the thing moved past outside, dragged on and on forever, but eventually it ceased, and the car settled back on its axles. It was silent again in the darkness. Freezing cold, lonely, despite the presence of my brother mere inches away, I felt as if I would die down here. My life began to flash before my eyes as I waited for death to come in whatever form it would take. I remembered my phone suddenly in my pocket. The screen would give off a little bit of light, and that was a relief. It was still a signal somehow, even all the way down here, and just enough battery to type this up and send it out to you all as a warning. If you happen upon the parking garage, the one with too many levels, don't go down any further. Stay near the surface, get out while you still can. And if you see a parking attendant, please tell him we're stuck down here. Help us. I never liked confined spaces, especially underground. I've always been afraid of the dark despite my 36 years on this planet. My age has not cured me of this fear as much as I'd like to pretend it has. Perhaps because I've discovered over time that there are things which lurk in the darkness. Spiders, giant millipedes, rats, bats, other things which move and rustle and make sounds which we try to rationalize, explain away, but we can't. I prefer not to think about these things right now, though. Being trapped in an underground parking structure with no discernible exit was not sitting well with me. Another fear, one which I didn't even know I had, began blooming within me as I heard my brother's teeth chattering and the sound of it mixed with my own. Fear of freezing to death. That was a new one. At least for me. It was cold down in the bowels of the parking garage that was not really a parking garage. We had gone down some 200 levels, I guessed. I had lost track after a while. It was hard to imagine that there was any benefit to exploring further, and regardless, our vehicle had died, and then it had run out of battery power as well as gasoline, leaving us blind and freezing and alone in the dark abyss. At least it was marginally warmer inside the car than outside of it, but that didn't help our morale, knowing that we were going to freeze to death anyway, sooner or later. What are we doing? My brother asked, his speech broken from the cold. One thing was becoming more and more obvious to me. We couldn't just sit here waiting to die. Let's get out of the car. Let's keep going. That's all we can do. Maybe there's still some way out of this place. a big glowing exit sign somewhere that leads us to an elevator. An elevator, you know? I managed to say through chattering teeth. I could see it clearly in my mind's eye, similarly to a person stranded in a desert seeing a shimmering oasis far off in the distance. I felt like I could see the glowing red letters hovering above a doorway just a few floors down, reading exit. Perhaps if we just kept going, we could find it. Maybe it was just false hope. But I needed to at least try. Oh, to hell with it. Let's do it, my brother said, opening his car door with a shaking hand. You couldn't have picked a better way to say that? I asked. But we were already outside. Our eyes were now adjusted to the darkness, so we could see just barely enough to walk towards the next ramp without feeling completely blind. The movement got our blood pumping a bit, and we began to jog, feeling warmer from the exertion. Neither one of us mentioned the movement in the shadows we saw occasionally. Things hiding behind cars, ducking out of sight as we passed by. The sounds of things scurrying and scuttling along the pavement behind us ever so often. We didn't want to think about those things, and pretended, even to ourselves, that they weren't real. But in my mind, I couldn't help imagining what they were. Giant millipedes. Huge spiders with hairy legs. Other things that walked with stilted strides using appendages that were unnaturally elongated. I didn't want to think about these things, but I did. I pieced together things from the shadows and added details where there were none. And I saw all of my worst fears in the blackness beneath the ground as we jogged. And then ran. I had a feeling Noah was seeing things too, things no human being should ever be forced to witness. We kept running down the ramps for each level to the next one, basking in the occasional flickering glow of a dim fluorescent light, but then grudgingly moving on from it, feeling infinitely colder in its absence each time. Each level became more abstract, progressively warped from what it had looked like at the top. It reminded me of stacking cards or pennies to make a pyramid, how every imperfection at the bottom becomes amplified on the next level. That's what this place was. A crumbling, uneven house of cards. And not the Kevin Spacey kind. Ready to collapse at any moment. Except instead of being built from the bottom up, this one was engineered in reverse, as if things had been digging and excavating down here for a long, long time. Millennia. Eons. Going down to the next level, I noticed that it was massive. Far bigger than any of the previous levels. The distance between ramps had grown larger and larger until now we had a walk of several football field lengths to get across level whatever. It was going to take forever to get to the other side. Unsure what else to do, we kept walking, our legs exhausted and our feet developing blisters. On and on we went down each strange and uneven ramp, twisting and turning deeper and deeper into the dark abyss. Our stomachs began to rumble from hunger pains, and I started to wonder just how long we had been down here for. With precious little battery left on my phone, though, I decided to save it for the time being. The levels grew larger and larger. We could still hear the things moving in the shadows, but they were far off now, distant and unbothered by us. Noelle and I saved our words and kept quiet, afraid of drawing attention to ourselves. Eventually, they weren't fluorescent lights anymore, they were simply holes in the pavement, with fires burning from within them. The source of the flames was indeterminate. We stood in front of them to warm our hands when we saw them at first, but quickly realized they gave off no heat. So we moved on. The flames felt warm at first, but then I realized they were just the sensation of my hands being scorched. It did nothing but burn our hands and left us feeling even colder than before. We moved on and I struggled to process what was happening. To make any rational sense of it, it felt as if my brain could snap at any second. My thoughts raced around in unhinged circles like dogs on a racetrack, trying to catch a fake rabbit on a stick, my mind flying further and further off its axis with each loop of thought. There's no way out. There's no way out. There's no way out. My mind told me stubbornly, and yet we continued down deeper and deeper. Suddenly, the huge cavernous room was cast in a dull glow of light from behind. I couldn't resist the urge to look around in every direction, trying to make sense of our surroundings, and to see who or what was hunting us. We had heard them constantly, but never actually seen them. Looking up at the ceiling, I saw creatures black as shadows in a midnight graveyard. They were climbing with sticky feet like frogs, moving quickly along and following us, watching us. Only they were hanging upside down from the top of the cavern. Their eyes glowed like cats in the night, reflecting back at us. One dropped down suddenly and was gone into the shadows. The rest dropped down as well, disappearing. They didn't like to be seen. "Is that a car?" my brother asked suddenly. I turned around and saw there were indeed a pair of headlights coming towards us from far off in the distance. "I think it is." I was far past the point of feeling like we would be miraculously saved by an occurrence. In fact, the sight of someone else down here with us only brought me closer to the brink of a complete nervous breakdown. The walls were starting to crumble in places I saw now. Occasionally tremors would be felt beneath our feet, as if giant primordial creatures were battling each other below. And if we just kept going down, we'd surely meet them very soon. They would stop their fight to take a brief reprieve and a snack. Trying to clear these images from my mind, I focused on the car pulling up to us. Felt like I was dreaming as I watched Noel flagging the driver down with a hopeful look on his face. He was shouting something about us being trapped down here when the man rolled down his window and looked at us, appearing just as frightened as we were. The whole thing felt surreal to me, and I was becoming more and more convinced that this was a trap. Nothing down here had been how it seemed so far, after all. My paranoia was cranked up to 11. "Are you guys? Are you them? The people running this place? I just want out, please, let me out!" The guy in the car was shouting out the window at us. The man was about our age, wearing a Blue Jays jacket, and I guessed he was on his way to the game as well. He had just gotten lured down here with the promise of close proximity stadium parking, same like us. "No, we're not the people running this hellhole. We got trapped down here too. We just ran out of gas a while back. It's freezing out here, though." He looked hesitant for a moment, but then nodded. "What the hell, hop in. I got nothing else to lose." We jumped in, thankful for the ride, and the car began to roll forward. I held my hands up to the heater immediately, rubbing them together against the blasting air, and felt them getting toasty after a few long minutes. Noel was doing the same, reaching up between the front seat to warm his frostbitten hands, and after a few minutes, he was warm enough to relax in the back seat. I was in the passenger seat up front. The vehicle had that nice new car smell. I took a deep breath of it. Quite a relief to be safe from whatever things were outside stalking us, though. My paranoia began to settle slightly. I introduced myself, and so did Noel. The guy introduced himself as Steve, saying that he was as clueless about this place as we were. He told us that he had been on his way to the baseball game as well before all this happened. The Toronto traffic jam had driven him off the road, same as us. "Any idea what the hell this place is?" he asked. "No? By the looks of it, it's ancient, and way older than the parking garage up near street level." I asked the guy if I could plug in my phone, since it looked like he had the same charger as I did. It was plugged into the cigarette lighter, glowing a faint blue color. "Yeah, go ahead." I turned my phone on and took a look at my post here, wondering if anybody else had any ideas how to escape. Damn. Thanks for all the suggestions, everybody. I should probably get this out of the way, since a few people were asking why I didn't just call the cops. And sorry, I guess I should have been more clear. See, there's a weird Wi-Fi signal down here, labeled those same symbols. There's not actually cell service, so calling the cops is unfortunately out of the question. Any and all websites that could provide emergency services are also blocked, so kind of reduced to just using this and playing Angry Birds, essentially. Good distraction. Not particularly helpful. "Some people on here are saying that we should just keep going down further," I said to Steve and Nolan. "Somebody DM'd me saying that they've been here before. You gotta go down to level 500 and that's where the exit is." Steve said he doubted it, but we could try. We rounded another corner and went down another level, deeper underground by another few stories. Each floor was beginning to get a bit smaller again, not as enormous as before, and I was wondering if the space would start getting tighter and tighter, more and more claustrophobia-inducing as we continued. I really hope not. In the dim light of the car, I noticed something suddenly. There was no symbols or logos on the steering wheel or on the dashboard. There's no hood ornament either. The black car was completely unadorned. Just like the rows of identical cars we'd seen all throughout this place. I glanced at Steve, and he smiled with large incisors glinting. His eyes reflected back at me in the dim darkness. Like a cat, or maybe a wolf. My brother and I were trapped far up beneath the ground, in a parking structure with no way out. The darkness which surrounded us was thick and suffocating. The fact that the air was recycled down here far more than should be legally allowed was not helping. I felt like I was breathing in my own recently expired carbon dioxide at all times, with less and less oxygen molecules to go around with each breath. I realized I was hyperventilating again, and I tried to will myself to stop. The realization that our would-be rescuer was actually one of the creatures running this place had set my fight-or-flight system into overdrive, it seemed. My hand was reaching for the passenger side door handle without any conscious effort on my part. It'd be a lie to say that I was surprised to find that there was no latch, lock, or handle to open it with. Only smooth plastic and steel all the way across. "I was wondering when you'd notice," Steve said, taking the next turn a little too quickly, speeding around the next corner, right down the ramp, deeper and deeper into the ground. The space inside the parking structure was getting tighter again. It had grown cavernous for a while, changing into abstract formations, and eventually looking like a natural cave system, full of huge caverns, but now it actually started to resemble a parking garage once more. Tight, close-packed, and claustrophobic. Lines which were not straight, but painted in that familiar, jaundiced yellow shade, began to designate spaces for cars to park, and they were all full, of course. "Notice what?" Noel said from the back seat. "There's no logo on the steering wheel," I said quietly, realizing it was pointless to pretend. My face had spoken volumes as my eyes had widened in fear, registering the fact that this car was not from our world. It was from down here. And so was Steve. Oh, shit. Steve pressed down hard on the gas pedal, spinning the wheels like a stunt driver as we went down another level. He was accelerating through the turns, not slowing down as one usually would. Flickering fluorescent lights overhead began to race by, faster and faster, reminding me of the water ride scene in Charlie the Chocolate Factory. Steve began to laugh maniacally as the lights illuminated his face in brief flashes. We sped past a never-ending parade of black cars, tightly packed together in long rows. They were sitting at warped angles and scraping against each other, as if they were life-sized Hot Wheels lined up haphazardly by an enormous, disgruntled toddler. The ceiling was getting lower and looked close to the roof of the car as we went down yet again, around the bend of another ramp's distorted parabola. The vehicle kept gaining speed, and I grabbed the dashboard for support, since there was nothing else to hang on to. "What the hell do you want from us? Why don't you just let us leave?" I asked, tensing up and slamming my foot down hard on the imaginary brake pedal on my side of the car. He didn't answer. He simply sat behind the steering wheel, grinning, laughing, and turning each tight corner quicker than the one before, looking unconcerned with the speed, and I felt I could vomit at any second. Noelle looked at me and made the gesture as if to choke the guy from behind. I wondered if it would do any good. It was worth a shot, I guess, with no rational justification for the thought. Nodding at Noelle, I waited for what would come next, ready to grab the steering wheel if necessary. At this rate, it seemed certain we would crash and he would kill us for sure if the car got any faster. "Let us out of here, you freak!" Noelle shouted, putting his forearm against Steve's neck and gripping his other bicep with his hand. A perfect chokehold by the looks of it, except that Steve didn't seem bothered by it. It occurred to me immediately that, of course, that made sense. He's probably a demon or some sort of other dark creature born of this abyss. He seemed to not require any air, which... would an underground creature need air? But instead looked satisfied with having none. The man continued laughing soundlessly, then let go of the steering wheel with surprised speed. Just as we were coming around the final bend of another ramp, before I could even react, the car slammed with violent force into the black sedan parked on the next level down. The world exploded into a deafening bang. Glass and plastic fly everywhere, airbags that felt like they were full of lead deployed, slamming me hard in the face and knocking me unconscious. When I woke up, Steve was gone, and we were all alone once again. What was the point of that? I muttered. Noel had no answer for me. He shook his head, blood trickling down from his ear and from his scalp. Why had they abducted us just to let us go again? Seemed to be of no benefit to anyone. We just managed to travel a few dozen floors further down, but If that's where we were headed anyway, why would the creatures running this place try to help? Maybe because we were freezing to death? Have they actually been trying to save us? I wonder if they want us to get to the bottom, I said out loud. To nobody in particular. Noel was trying to get the car started again, but the key in the ignition was just causing an annoying chiming sound. It wouldn't turn over no matter how many times he tried. The front end was smashed in and the engine was no longer functioning by the look of it. There was no way that we could keep driving it. We'd be lucky to walk away with only bruises and scrapes, a couple of black eyes, some indeterminate head trauma. My bones made disturbing and unnatural crunching sounds as we walked away from the wreckage. I tried to crack my neck, but that seemed to make things substantially worse. "You doing okay, man?" I asked Noel as we walked. "We know this isn't going to work. They're just drawing us in more and more. We're giving them exactly what they want." He seemed to think about it for a minute. "You know what? Maybe we're doing what they want. What the hell else can we do? There's no way back up. These damn steel doors are like bank vaults. There's no way to get through them all, unless maybe we have a damn bulldozer." It's true. "So what are we gonna do? Sit on our hands and freeze to death?" I sighed, realizing he was right. "At least it's starting to feel a little warmer down here, and that's something," he said. "Yeah, I guess that is something," I agreed. My fingers at least weren't numb anymore. It didn't feel like they could fall off at any second. "Did you notice the cars? They're back, and I hate to say it, but it looks a little bit more like an actual parking garage down here again. Like it looked at the top." "Yeah, sure. But we're still down here." It seemed his reassuring observations ended there. We continued on in silence for a long time, walking down each ramp and then slogging through each subsequent level to the next. There was no denying it. Chaos was returning to an ordered state. The place looked more or less like a regular parking structure once more, and I remembered how we had been lured inside, shuddering at the memory. Neither one of us said it, but we were both thinking it. What if things started getting weird again, like the first time? What if we just kept going down and cycling through levels, or ordered normality, then more madness, then back to the normal again, over and over and over? The thought made me feel a little squirrely in the old noggin again, so I just tucked that mental image neatly away in the brain folder that I had for such things, far, far at the back of the filing cabinet that was my memory bank. I didn't want to think about that now. I really didn't. We got to the bottom of the next ramp, and I walked straight into the steel sliding door. I'd been looking at my feet. Noel was a few yards back, staring at the door. At the top, written on a white sign in red letters, was the word, "Street Exit." "Huh?" I looked around for a button, a way to make the door go up, suddenly feeling like a diver about to surface, desperate for a hit of sweet, sweet air. There was a little intercom box beside the door. It said, "Push button for assistance" on it, and I wondered where it had been all my life. Specifically for the last day or more, we'd been trapped underground looking for a way out. I pushed the red button. Garbled voice came through the speaker. "Can I help you?" "Can you let us out, please?" I asked, waiting for the maniacal laughter to start right on cue. Our Nerf Gray," the voice said back, distorted and broken by static. "Have a nice day," it had said. I realized as the door rolled up on its tracks. The sun was shining outside, so bright it caused us to shield our eyes with our hands. It took a long moment for my eyes to adjust. I was afraid, waiting for the light to become tolerable to look at. We had never come back up from the bottom of the parking garage. There was no way we were back at the entrance somehow. This had to be another trick, and yet... My mind registered the sounds of cars driving past. People walking, talking, birds singing, bees buzzing as they flew through the air. Stopping at flowers to make their withdrawals and deposits of nectar. I blinked my eyes and I looked to see the world as I had always known it, all around us. We were at the surface. Startled and confused, I spun around expecting to see the ramp going up. Instead, it was leading back down into the darkness. What the... I trailed off, unsure of what to say. How? My brother began, seeming to have come to a similar realization, scratching his head and looking down the ramp. This parking garage was even stranger than it seemed, apparently. It defied all reason and logic and the laws of physics as well. Instead of going up as the ramp should have, it was now aimed straight back down, as if it had flipped upside down when we turned around. We stepped out into the sun, and we looked up to see a skyscraper towering above us, the windows made of glass. Inside, people could be seen working at desks and drinking their morning coffee. It wasn't the home of a never-ending pit of despair, a chaotic abyss leading down into hell. It was just a regular old office building. I know we were walking down the whole time, so how are we back up here on street level? I don't know, man. I know we walked down that ramp, so it should be angled back up when we were looking at it, but it's not. Now it's going back down. He thought about it for a while before saying, maybe it's like that magnetic hill. What? What are you talking about? But then I remembered. He didn't need to explain it any further because I knew the one that he was talking about. There was a semi-famous tourist attraction where people could put their cars in neutral at the bottom of a hill, which appeared to go up, and could sit inside while the car was pulled up to the precipice by a magnetic force. Except really it was just an illusion. The hill looked like it was going up, but it was actually just a less steep downhill curve amidst a bunch of others that made it appear to be a hill going up. In reality, you were going down the whole time. What was that? What had happened to us? We just thought we were going to go down all along, when really, at a certain point, we had begun to ascend again. Maybe, I suppose, it could be. I mean, anything was possible, after all. But it seemed unlikely. I mean, looking back down the ramp, I shook my head. Not just unlikely, it was impossible. I had walked down that ramp to get to this door, not up. I was sure of it. And yet my eyes betrayed that memory. Oh, this is seriously freaking me out. Let's get away from this place, okay? I can't look at it anymore. Deal. The two of us started walking again, leaving the parking garage behind. I looked with disbelief at the street signs and the billboards all around us. At first glance, it was all normal. After satisfying ourselves with the fact that we were finally out of the dark hellhole beneath the ground, I flagged down a taxi. It would cost a fortune for them to take us back to Hamilton, but it'd be good to finally get home. It wasn't like we could use our own car, after all. It was stuck down in the bowels of the parking garage. I whistled loudly and raised my hand into the air. A yellow taxicab pulled up to the curb almost immediately. We climbed in, sat down, relaxed on the soft seats. "Where to, fellas?" the man asked in a strange, high-pitched voice that sounded like two small people speaking at once. He turned to face us in the back seat. My words caught in my throat as I was unable to get them out. The cabbie's eyes had dry, crusted red lips like mouths. Inside, instead of irises, were teeth and tongues. He was speaking through his eye holes, I realized. His mouth was one large, unblinking eyeball. It opened and closed, observing us passively, then with a grave-looking frown. Then he began to scream. The sound of it was awful and ear-splitting. It took me a few long moments to figure out what I wanted to say, but by the time he finished screaming, I had decided on a plan. There was no other choice. It was the only way. Back down. Do you know any place where I can rent a bulldozer, my good man? It looked as if we weren't home free just yet. Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and before we get started on the conclusion of this series, I want to let you know about a book from tonight's author, Jordan Group. Beneath the Asylum is available now by Jordan Group. There's a link to the Amazon in the description down below. And now, on to tonight's story. Noel and I thought we escaped the underground parking garage when we finally found an exit door. Fortunately for us, there was a problem when we got on the street level. After descending 500 floors or so, I should have known there was going to be an issue when that door opened and we walked right out into downtown Toronto. It was far too easy after all we'd been through. This was still downtown Toronto, but this was some other version of it. I had heard of the multiverse theory, that there were infinite other dimensions, trillions upon trillions of them. Some versions were only slightly different from ours, while others were completely unrecognizable. But I never would have guessed that all dimensions hinged on a single point in downtown Toronto. A dirty, squalid parking structure off Spandina. It was only once we got into the taxi that we realized the difference in this place. The cabbie looked at us like we were freaks, screaming with twin mouths where his eyes should have been. At the bottom of his face, one giant cyclops eye stared at us with disbelief, wide and afraid. We screamed right back at him, and I vaguely remember asking him something about a bulldozer before jumping out of the cab and running back towards the parking garage. It was terrifying in there, but out on the street it was much, much worse. Every cyclopic stranger who passed by glared at us with mounting suspicion, some whispering to each other and hurrying away with quick steps. I heard a few stifled screams, and one woman dropped a bag of groceries she was carrying and simply ran in the other direction at the sight of us. This was not our world. And who knew what they would do to us here if they found out about our existence? Fear of what might come to be started to rise up within me, more and more. We were far too exposed on the busy downtown street. I imagined other aliens who looked like the cabbie, but they wore white lab coats and had us strapped to steel tables while they prodded us with long needles and electrodes, torturing us with never-ending experiments. We couldn't risk that happening. I told my brother we had to get back to our world as quickly as possible. The steel sliding door was closed when we got back to the parking garage. We pounded on it with our fists and waited for it to go up. But it didn't. I noticed a discreet intercom on the left of the parking garage entrance. After pushing the button, a fuzzy, distorted voice answered back. Could you let us in, please? No, for the vehicle. The hell is he saying? No one else seemed to have a better ear than I did. Not without a vehicle, not pedestrians. Shit. It was difficult to hide our faces from the passing people as we milled about near the entrance, loitering while we waited for a car to go inside. We put our hands over our faces and sat against a nearby wall, hoping to avoid detection while we waited for our opportunity. Luckily, within about 5 minutes, another car came by and pulled up to the automated door. It rattled open and we ran over, ducking inside just as the door closed behind us. The ramp led down into the darkness, and I felt immediately as if something was wrong. This just looked like an ordinary parking structure now. We got down to the first level and saw families getting out of their vehicles. Cyclops people with upside-down faces who were coming and going, living their lives, going to work with briefcases in hand or returning to their cars from shopping trips with handfuls of bags stuffed with clothing and other items. In other words, it was just a regular parking lot. Not the weird, never-ending, bottomless one we had been visiting previously. What the hell? Noel muttered as we went down another level. It's the same building, right? This isn't it, though. How did we get back? I wish I knew. We went down level after level, going down the ramps instead of using the stairs like we were supposed to. It was how we had gotten there, after all, but it drew attention to us. By the time we got to the bottom, it was clear that this was not the same place. The ramps going down ceased abruptly, and we noticed there were security guards waiting for us on the quiet lowest level where nobody was parked. What the hell are you guys doing? Let me guess. You don't have a car down here. We've been watching you on the cameras and... The squeaky, high-pitched double voice of the one guard cut us off when he saw our faces. What? What the hell are you? The other guard asked, pointing his flashlight straight into my eyes. Jerry, get the cops over here. This isn't right. My heartbeat pounded with fear. I turned and I tried to run, telling Noel to follow me, but there was more guards on the next level up, and the next. Despite our attempts to escape, pretty soon we were surrounded by them. There's no chance for fighting them, I realized. They had flashlights and walkie-talkies, and we were clearly outmatched. Instead, we went semi-peacefully to their security office. We were exhausted and had little fight left in us after our journey through the parking structure and its hundreds of floors. They dragged us into the security office and put us in a stuffy interrogation room. Their surreal upside-down faces were hard to look at, and I got the impression they felt the same about us, making disgusting noises as they closed the door on us. After being left alone in the windowless room, we sat sweating, waiting for the authorities to arrive. The idea of being dragged further away from this parking structure and thus from our reality filled me with a terrible sense of dread. How would we find our way back here? Would we be stranded in this dimension forever, forced to endure the aforementioned torture and experiments by cyclopic aliens with white lab coats? My panicked, terrified thoughts were interrupted when a picture frame fell off the wall across the room from where we were sitting. I noticed the floor was rumbling slightly beneath my feet. My heart rate began to increase rapidly. Was it the demons? Were they coming after us? There was a muffled ding sound that could be heard from behind the wall. Then a vertical seam opened in it, a line which stretched about 7 feet high and opened in the wall, cracking the paint and sending flakes and chips of it onto the floor. The crack in the wall opened up suddenly, the gap widening like an elevator door. When I looked inside, I saw that it was indeed what it was. But this was no ordinary elevator. Standing inside of it were a pair of men in sharp-looking charcoal gray suits, wearing sunglasses despite the low light from the room. They were nondescript and clean-shaven, their hair cut short and uniform. If I had been asked to describe them to a sketch artist 10 minutes after meeting them, I would certainly not have been able to. I'm struggling even now to remember these details, and they could be wrong. There's a chance their suits were blue, they had long gray beards, they weren't wearing sunglasses at all, but fancy monocles like the planter's peanut guy. "The hell are you boys doing all the way down here?" the one on the left asked us. Or maybe it was the one on the right. I didn't know what to say, other than the truth. So I told them what happened. They looked at each other with concern. "Damn, another breach. We'll have a long chat with the boys downstairs. Can't be messing with the fabric of reality like this, no matter how bad the parking situation in hell is." "Well, I did say this was going to be a problem. Can't expect demons to build anything up to code." "Yeah, when you're right, you're right. And you would know. Idiots upstairs should have listened." Noelle and I looked at each other with utter confusion. I'm sorry. Who are you guys?" They seemed to have forgotten we were standing there and shrugged to each other, motioning for us to follow them to the elevator. "Don't worry about it, kid. We're just looking out for people like you. That's our job." We got into the elevator, and the wall closed up behind us, sealing us inside. Then the box began to go up. The numbers on the display went up as well. They turned into letters and then symbols. ZZZ99, AO Box L, AO Box backward L, AO Box Y, AO Box down. It cycled through faster and faster, and I felt my stomach getting forced downwards unpleasantly. My inner ears ached. "Here, kid, have some gum." One of the guys handed both of us some grape-flavored Hubba Bubba, and we chewed it quickly, swallowing to try and get our ears to pop. They did after a while, and I felt marginally better, but still more scared than I'd ever been in my life as the elevator flew upwards at increasingly higher speeds. "Can you guys explain what just happened, please?" I asked. "What's the deal with the parking garage?" The two guys looked at each other, but the one who looked more senior eventually nodded at the other. "Well, it started off as just overflow parking for the dicks downstairs, but eventually started using it for other purposes. They're big on torture devices inspired by real-life transgressions down there, so just for a hypothetical, imagine you're one of those people who parks in a handicap spot and takes up 2 parking spots on purpose, all the time. You end up roaming that never-ending parking lot for eternity. It's pretty clever, I'd say. Using it for both purposes, 2 birds, 1 stone, and all that. Okay, that makes a really weird sort of sense, I guess, but what about the other Toronto? Was that hell? Because that doesn't quite feel right." "Oh, no, it's just
Well, think of the universe like a big onion. That was just the next layer down. You weren't supposed to be there. It's really bad, actually. Did you get into one of those cars with a demon when you were down in the parking garage by any chance? Yeah, we thought that he was stuck down there too. Turns out he was one of them. I shuddered, thinking back to Steve and how he had terrified us driving through the parking garage in his car, traveling much faster than he should have been possible. That makes sense. Somebody who has the ability to travel between worlds has to take you back and forth. They're trying to create a hole in the fabric of space-time. Not for the first time either. Does this sort of thing happen often? Noel asked. They shared another look. More and more these days. Nothing we can't handle, though. I hoped he was right about that. I didn't want to find out what would happen if they failed their job. Something occurred to me. Hey, I've been looking to change careers. What kind of background do you need to do your job? It seems like you could use all the help you can get now. The guy on the right slapped the other's arm. This guy here was an elevator repairman until not too long ago, but you'd be surprised how much overlap there is between the two professions. Between elevator repair and... Wait, what are you guys exactly? Just think of us as guardians. There are forces at work who would prefer this universe did not exist. They want everything destroyed so they could start from scratch. Make it how they want. We try to prevent that, or at least limit the damage. Think of the universe like an expanding bubble. I thought you said it was an onion. He looked annoyed for a moment. Sometimes it's an onion. Sometimes it's a bubble, okay? Damn it. I forgot what I was going to say. He paused, looking at his feet, trying to remember. You guys are missing out on some really profound and interesting shit now because you interrupted. That's all I'm going to say. Jeez, sorry, but hey. Thanks for saving us, though. We owe you guys one. Yeah, you're welcome, I guess, he said sulkingly. We rode in silence for a little while longer, and eventually I could tell that we were starting to get closer to the top, the symbols representing which floors we were on becoming more abbreviated on the elevator's displays, then eventually turning into letters again. Can I ask one more question? Noel tried as we neared the top. He was clearly just as curious about all this business as I was. Shoot. Is this the only junction between worlds? This nasty parking garage? Because it's pretty messed up if it is. Oh, nah. No, there's plenty of other ones. There's a giant oak tree, a late-night city bus, an old mall somewhere, not to mention the... That's about enough of that, partner, the other man said, squeezing his shoulder. We try to keep a few secrets for ourselves, remember? Plausible deniability? What if they got a hold of these two and tried to extract some info? He looked at us and apologized for his friend. Sorry, he's new. Still working on the whole discretion part of the job. The other guy looked sheepishly at his feet again and apologized for oversharing. It's okay. Don't let it happen again. The elevator door rumbled open on its tracks, and the world as we knew it revealed itself to us once again. Here we are. GXR 187. Outside were the corridors of an office building. People with normal faces and the right number of eyes and mouths walked past us as we stumbled out of the elevator. The wall closed up behind us, but nobody seemed to take any notice. Whoa, nobody saw us coming out of that interdimensional elevator? Noel said. I think it's got a cloaking device or something. I looked around. No, I don't think so. Everyone was simply looking at their phones. Nobody paid us any mind as they stared at their screens. We could have had two heads, they wouldn't have even noticed. Or two mouths and one eye. We left the building and stepped out onto the street. I inhaled deeply and breathed in the smoggy downtown Toronto air, exhaling it with coughing and darting glares from passers-by. Home. Finally. We were home. Now that I'm safe, back in my apartment in Hamilton, I wish I could say to you that everything is okay. That everything turned out all right. But I keep thinking back to the words the man in the gray suit said in the elevator. What if they get a hold of these two? I keep hearing voices in the darkness at night, from the shadows and in the hidden places, whispered voices in harsh tones, but when I check, there's nobody there. Maybe we aren't as safe as we thought. Maybe they're coming for me one of these days to try to find out what I know.
I wouldn't put it past them. The demons from the parking structure. I wouldn't be surprised if they came for me in my sleep. If you don't hear from me again, you can assume that's what happened. I'm resigning to it. I can't stop it. I only hope the Guardians can live up to their name. That they can stop them. Otherwise, we're all in a lot of trouble. Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and thank you so much for watching tonight's video, or by listening to tonight's episode of the podcast, or by finding this in some other way that's not a podcast or a video, which I probably didn't upload, but hey, thank you for listening. And as always, I want to give a big thank you to everybody who supports me on Patreon. That includes everybody who's been waiting for me to update my Patreon, and I thank you all so much for being so patient with me. But especially, I want to give a thank you to Jordan Alexander Sanchez, Jakob Fenske, Stephanie Butler, Bobby Karman, Chance Burnett, Kraus, Tristain, Pelton, AcidSystem, Adam Gerecke, Aeryn Stormcrow, Aika Limchoc, Amber Clark, Angelus, Atomaurus, Bastion Beefcake, Blue the Enigma, Brayden Morris, Broken Beast 320, Captain Scurvy, Caspian, ChellyJay, CoryxKenshin, Cronut 509, Crusader Jakob, Cryptic Nightmares, Curse Pox Primarch, Dakota Lane Whetstone, Daniel Polson, Darth Miver, Deleted Account, Dirt Diver 030, M, Esteban, Fester's Lampshade, Freddy Krueger, Gorag Trimagazine, Grand Moth the Milky, Hades' Nephew, Happy Birthday Jason Wilson, Harley, Himbo Jerry, Horseman Sect Time, Insanity Gamer X, Jay Cairns, Jesus Cornell, Jordan Humble, Justin LaFontaine, Kaylee Ambrose, Kiri the Sloth, Crazy Kid, Cryolinian, Lambda M98, Lisa Cottrell, Little Crow, Lord Life's Best, Lupita Galvin, Love You Eminem, Matt Bach, Melted Lake, Michael Allen Jr. Brashears, Mike, Mr. Marcus Blitz, Nate Cull, Nico Kaio, Psychomel, Red Shadow Cat, Rob Like Sharp Things, Samahai, Sashi Suzaku, Seclude, Stricken, Tali Sue, Tater Chip, That Creepy Chick, The Ginger Bros, Turtle Man, Voice of Sand, William King, Xavier and Cheyenne, Yargul, and Zachary Graphius. If you would like to join this list of names that I horribly mispronounce, then please head over to patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta, or you can always check out the names in the description down below, or you can honestly support for even just $1, because it really helps me out when you guys do, and I appreciate it infinitely. So thank you all on Patreon, thank you all so much. Thank you for watching on YouTube and subscribing and liking videos and leaving comments about videos that you like, or leaving comments about why I haven't finished the 4th audiobook yet, or leaving comments about new stories that you've seen and you'd like to see on this channel. And to everyone, sweet dreams.